Revolutionary Politics RUY MAURO MARINI. Book 1 The German Revolution. Victor Serge, Karl Liebknecht, Rosa Luxemburg. Book 2 Dialectics of the Concrete Karol Kossak. Book 3 Loss Left in the Argentine Political Process Silvio Frondizi. Book 4 Introduction to the Philosophy of the Praxis Antonio Gramsci. Book 5 Mao Tse-tung Jose Arico. Book 6 We Will See Eco Beto Guevara. Book 7 From the Abstract to the Abstract to the Abstract. Dialectic of the Ideal Ewald Ilienkov. Book 8 The Dialectic as a Weapon, Method, Conception, and Art in Aquí Gil de San Vicente. Book 9 Guevarismo, a Bolivarian Marxism. Nestor Cohen. Book 10 America Ours. America Mother Julio Antonio Mella. Book 11 FLN. 2 Months with the Patriots of South Vietnam. Madeleine Refauded. Book 12 Marx and Engels. 9 Conferences in the Socialist Academy. David Ryazanov. Book 13 Anarchism and Communism. Evgeny Preobrazhensky. Book 14 Reform or Revolution, The Crisis of Social Democracy. Pink Luxemburg. Book 15 Ethics and Revolution. Herbert Marcuse. Book 16 Education and Class Struggle. Annie Bol Pons. 17 The Mountain is More Than an Immense Green Steppe. Omar Cabezas. Book 18 The Revolution in France. Brief History of the Labor Movement in France 1789 to 1848. Selection of texts by Alberto J. Pla. Book 19 Marx and Engels. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Text selection. Book 20 Classes and Villages. On the Revolutionary Subject in Aquí Gil de San Vicente. Book 21 The Post-Classic Bourgeois Philosophy. Ruben Zerdoya. Book 22 Dialectic and Class Consciousness. György Lukács. Book 23 The German Historical Materialism. Franz Mehring. Book 24 Dialectic for Independence. Book 25 Women in Revolution. Clara Zetkin. Book 26 Socialism as the Exercise of Freedom of the Freedom of the Freedom of the Freedom. Text selection. Book 27 The Dialectic as a Way of Thought, of Idols and Ideals. Ewald Ilienkov. Text selection. Book 28 Fetishism and Alienation, Essays on Marxist Theory. The Isaac Illich Rubin. Book 29 Democracy and Revolution. Man and Democracy. György Lukács. Book 30 Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Paulo Freire. Book 31 History, Tradition, and Class Consciousness. Edward P. Thompson. Text selection. Book 32 Lenin, The Revolution, and Latin America. Rodney Arizamendi. Book 33 Memories of a Bolshevik. Osip Piatninsky. Book 34 Vladimir Ilyich and Education. Nadezhda Krupskaya. Book 35 The Solidarity of the Oppressed. Julius Fusik, Bertolt Brecht, Walter Benjamin. Text selection. Book 36 A Grain of Corn. Tomasz Borga and Fidel Castro. Book 37 Philosophy of Praxis. Adolfo Sanchez Vasquez. Book 38 Economics of Colonial Society. Sergio Bagua. Book 39 Capitalism and Underdevelopment in Latin America. André Gunder Frank. Book 40 Mexico Insurgent. John Reed. Book 41 10 Days That Moved the World. John Reed. Book 42 Plekhanov. Book 43 My War of Spain. Mika Echebahira. Book 44 Nations and Nationalism. Marx Leon Trotsky and Argentine. Guevarismo. Trotsky, Maria Tegui, Massetti, Sanduccio and others. Text selection. Book 50 The Argentine Reality, The Capitalist System. Silvio Frondizi. Book 51 The Argentine Reality, The Socialist Revolution. Silvio Frondizi. Book 52 Populism and Dependency, From Urigoyen to Perón. Miltiades Pina. Book 53 Marxism and Politics. Carlos Nelson Coutinho. Book 54 Vision of the Defeated. Miguel Leon Portilla. Book 55 The Origins of the Religion. Lucien Henry. Book 56 Marx and Politics. Jorge Vareza Urtuzuastegui. Flora Tristan. Book 58 Capitalism, Monopolies, and Dependence. Ismael Vinas. Book 59 The Origins of the Labor Movement. Julio Godio. Book 60 Social History of Our America. Luis Vital. Book 61 The International Brief History of the Labor Organization in Argentina. Text selection. Book 62 Imperialism and Armed Struggle. Mariela, Marulanda, and the School of the Americas. Book 63 The Life of Miguel Enriquez Pedro Naranjo Sandoval. Book 64 Classism and Populism. Michael Lowy, Agustin Tosco and others. Text selection. Book 65 Dialectics of Libertad. Herbert Marcuse. Book 66 Epistemology and Social Sciences. Theodore W. Adorno. Book 67 The Year One of the Russian Revolution. Victor Serge. Book 68 Socialism to Build. Lowy Thompson, Anderson, Mike Seanswood and others. Text selection. Book 69 What is Class Consciousness? Wilhelm Reich. Book 70 History of the 20th Century, First Part. Eric Hobsbawm. Book 71 History of the 20th Century, Second part Erich Hobsbawm Book 72 History of the 20 Marks Maximilian Rubel Intellectual Biography Test. Book 77 The Right to Laziness. Paul Lafargue. Book 78 What is the capital for? Inaki Gil de San Vicente. Book 79 Dialectics of Resistance. Pablo González Casanova. Book 80 Ho Chi Minh. Text selection. Book 81 Reason and Revolution. Herbert Marcuse. Book 82 Culture and Politics, Essays for a Culture of Resistance Santana, Pérez Lara, Acanda, Hard Davalos, Alvarez Somoza and other. Book 83 Logic and Dialectic Henry Lefebvre. Book 84 The Open Veins of Latin America Eduardo Galean Dialectics Betty Ciro, Cesar Julio Hernandez, Leon Vallejo Osorio. Book 88 Colonialism and Liberation Truong Chin, Patrice Lumumba. Book 89 The Condemned of the Land Frantz Fanon. Book 90 Tribute to Catalonia George Orwell. Book 91 Speeches and Proclamations. Simon Bolivar. Book 92 Violi Monsive, Vedrine, Kaplan and other. Book 93 Criticism of the Dialectical Reason Jean-Paul Sartre. Book 94 The Anarchist Idea Bakunin, Kropotkin, Barrett, Malatesta, Fabry, Gilliman, Goldman. Book 95 Truth and Libertad Martinez Heredia, Sanchez Vazquez, Luporini, Hobsbawm, Rosichner, General Introduction to the Criticism of the Politic Economy Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. 102 Rosa Luxemburg and Revolutionary Spontaneism. Selection of texts. Book 103 Armed Insurrection. A. Neuberg. Book 104 Before May. Pina Miltiades. Book 105 Libertarian Marx. Maximilian Rubel. Book 106 From Poetry to the Revolution. Manuel Rojas. Book 107 Social Structure of the Colony. Sergio Bagot. Book 108 History Compendium of the French Revolution Albert Sobol. Book 109 Danton, Marat, and Robespierre. History of the French Revolution Albert Sobol. Book 110 Los Jacobinos Negros. Toussaint L'Ouverture and the Revolution of Haiti Cyril Lionel Robert James. Book 111 Marcuse and the 68 Selection of Texts. Book 112 Dialectics of Consciousness, Reality and Alienation José Revueltas. Book 113 What is Freedom? Text selection Gajo Petrovic, Milan Kangraga. Book 114 War of the People, Army of the People v. Guyanjip. Book 115 Time, Social Reality and Knowledge Sergio Bagot. Book 116 Woman, Economy and Society Alexandra Calmte. Book 117 The Union Hierarchis Jorge Correa. Book 118 Toussaint Louverture. The French Revolution and the Colonial Problem Aime Césaire. Book 119 The Situation of the Working Class in England Federico Engels. Book 120 For the Second and Definitive Independence of Red Estrella, Revolutionary Army of the People. Book 121 The Class Struggle in the Ancient Rome Spartaquistas. Book 122 The War in Spain Manuel Azana. Book 123 The Sociological Imagination Charles Wright Mills. Book 124 The Great Transformation. Criticism of Economic Liberalism Karl Polanyi. Book 125 Kafka. The Ernst Fischer Poetic Method. 126 Journalism and Class Struggle Camillo Tawfik. Book 127 Women, Race, and Class Angela Davis. Book 128 Against Technocrats Henry Lefebvre. Book 129 Rousseau and Marx. Galvano della Volpe. Book 130 The Peasant Wars, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany Federico Engels. Book 131 European Colonialism Carlos Marx, Federico Engels. Book 132 Spain. The Revolutions of the 19th Century Carlos Marx, Federico Engels. Book 133 The Revolutionary Ideas of Karl Marx Alex Kalinikas. Book 134 Karl Marx Karl Korsch. Book 135 The Working Class in the Era of the Multinationals Peters Mertens. Book 136 The Last Fight of Lenin Moshe Lewin. Book 137 Theories of Self-Management Roberto Massari. Book 138 Rosa Luxemburg Cliff Book 139 Los Rojos de Ultramar Jordi Soler Book 140 Introduction to Political Economy Pink Luxemburg Book 141 History and Dialectics Leo Koffler Book 142 Blanqui and the Blanqui Counselors, Luxembourg, Gorder, Panicoke, Femford, Ruhl, Wolfheim and other Book 143 Marxism, 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 Marxism Henry Lefebvre Book 144 Marxism Ernest Mondale Book 145 La Commune of Paris and the Spanish Revolution Federica Monsanelli Book 146 Lenin On His Own Feet Rudi Dutschke Book 147 Bolshevik Larissa Reisner Book 148 Wild Times Pier Paolo Pasolini Book 149 God Save You Bourgeois The End of Hope Juan Hermanos Book 151 Marxism and Anthropology György Marcus Book 152 Marxism and Feminism Herbert Marcuse Book 153 The Tragedy of the German Proletariat Juan Rustic Book 154 The Brown Plague Daniel Guerin Book 155 Science, Politics, and Scientism, The Ideology of Ideological Neutrality Oscar Varsavsky, Adolfo Sanchez Vazquez Book 15 Praxis Ilyankov Survival Strategy, Cossack, Adorno, Horkheimer, Sartre, Sacristan and others Book 157 Karl Marx History of His Life Franz Mehring Book 158 Will Not Happen Upton Sinclair Book 159 What Every Revolutionary Should Know About the Repression Victor Serge Book 160 Sex Against Sex or Class Against Class Evelyn Reed Book 161 The Comrade Takaichi Kobayashi Book 162 The Prolonged Popular War Mao Zedong Book 163 The Russian Revolution Christopher Hill Book 164 The Dialectic of the Historical Process George Novak Book 165 Popular Army, War of the Entire People V. Guyanjip Book 166 Dialectical Materialism August Thalheimer Book 167 What is Marxism? Emil Burns Book 168 Authoritarian Max Horkheimer Book 169 On Colonialism Aim Cesaire Book 170 Criticism of Capitalist Democracy Stanley Moore Book 171 Campesino Trade Union in Bolivia Cana, Xatsib, Cobb Book 172 The Origins of the Civilization Veer Gordon Child Book 173 Crisis and Theory of the Crisis Paul Matic Book 174 Tomasz Munzer Theologian Ernst Bloch Book 175 Manifesto of the Commoners Graco Babiuk Book 176 The People Anselmo Lorenzo Book 177 The Socialist Doctrine and the Workers Enrique del Valle I Berlosisha Book 178 Old and New Democracy Moses I Finlay Book 179 The French Revolution George Rood Book 180 Activity, Conscience, and Personality Alexei Leontiev Book 181 Philosophical Essays Alejandro Lipschutz Book 182 The Italian Communist Left Text Selection Book 183 The Origin of Abstract Ideas Paul Lafargue Book 184 Dialectic of Praxis The Marxist Humanism Mihailo Markovic Book 185 The Masses and Power Pietro Ingrao Book 186 Claim of the Rights of Women Mary Wollstonecraft Book 187 Cuba 1991 Fidel Castro Book 188 The Artistic Avant-Garde of the 20th Century Mario de Micheli Book 189 Che A Biography Hector Oesterheld, Alberto Breccia, Enrique Breccia Book 190 Criticism of the Gotha Karl Marx Book 191 Phenomenology and Dialectical Materialism Tran Uc Thao Book 192 Around the Intellectual Development of the Young Marx George Lukács Book 193 The Function of Ideologies, Criticism of the Instrumental Reason Horkheimer Book 194 Utopia Tomasz Moro Book 195 Thus the Nikolai Ostrovsky Steel Book 196 Dialectic and Revolutionary Praxis in a Key Guild de San Vicente Book 197 Justicieros y Communists Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and other. Book 198 Freedom of la Libertad Rubenserd. Musto, Song Jinzhong, André Walaki Bolivar Echeverria, Daniel Benset Jorge Vareza Urtuzuastegui. Book 199 The Anarchist Movement in Argentina. From its beginnings to 1910 Diego Abad de Santillan. Book 200 Vigilance. The Juan del Pueblo Peasant Revolution 201 Dialectical Materialism and Psychoanalysis Wilhelm Reich. Book 202 Oliver Cromwell and the English Revolution Christopher Hill. Book 203 Autobiography of an Emancipated Woman Alexandra Conte. 11. Book 204 After the Footprints of Historical Materialism Perry Anderson. Book 205 Against Postmodernism, An Anti-Capitalist Manifesto Alex Kalinikas. Book 206 Dialectical Materialism According to Henry Lefebvre Eugenio Worden. Book 207 The Communists and Peace Jean-Paul Sartre. Book 208 How They Sell Us the Motto Noam Chomsky, Ignacio Raymonid. Book 209 Clandestine in Action Alexei Fyodorov. Book 210 Women and Socialism August Babel. Book 211 Stop Thinking Carlos Fernandez Liria and Santiago Alba Rico. Book 212 The Theoretical Expression of the Practical Movement Walter Benjamin Rudy Dutch Jean-Paul Sartre Bolivar Echeverria. Book 213 Before the Pain of the Other Susan Sistog Night for Workers, 1 ER Grade Popular Editor Commission. Book 215 The Critical Discourse of Marx. Bolivar Echeverria. Book 216 Notes on Marxism in Aquí Gil de San Vicente. Book 217 For a Libertarian Marxism Daniel Guerin. Book 218 The German Ideology Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Book 219 Babeuf Ilya Ehrenberg. Book 220 Miguel Marmol, The Events of 1932 in 1932 El Salvador. Roque Dalton. Book 221 Simon Bolivar Political and Military Driver of the Anti-Colonial War Alberto Pinzón Sanchez. Book 222 Marxism and Literature Raymond Williams. Book 223 Sandino, General of Free Men Gregorio Seltzer. Book 224 Dialectical Criticism. Essays, Notes and Conferences Karol Kosik. Book 225 Revolutionary Policy. Essays, Notes and Conferences. 12. https://elsudiamericano.wordpress.com. The World Network of the Children of the Social Revolution. 13. The Roots of Latin American Thought. 1. Social thinking, that is, the reflection of a society about itself, arises with class societies, but only arises where a group or class experiences the need to promote or justify its domination over other groups and classes. It can be an ideal construction, such as the Republic of Plato, where the segments that form society are identified and they seek to articulate them harmonically in a corporate system, or a comparative investigation, such as Aristotle's Policy, where classes and interaction are taken as an axis of the analysis, in the perspective of balance and social harmony. In any case, theorization is aimed at ensuring or transforming a certain order of things, from a class view. When it comes to societies that are based on a relatively simple economic organization and that social differentiation is still incipient, social thinking tends to justify the existing order by resorting to external factors, which would impose that order as necessary. These factors can be of a divine, supernatural nature or refer to obvious natural or cultural differences, such as those of racial and religious nature. Theocratic regimes, corresponding to the so-called Asian production mode, the European medieval society and, anywhere and at any time, slavery-based societies are prodigal in examples in this regard. Not because of the prerogative of humanity, it was raised as a problem for the Catholic Church, with respect to the enslaved Indians and blacks in America. Capitalism and sociology. As the economic system becomes more complex and that society favors the deployment and contrast of class interests, social thinking becomes contradictory, promoting the emergence of divergent currents. This is how capitalism, from the moment in which industrial development engenders and advances towards maturity, drives the class that directs it to raise its purposes and claims in the theoretical and ideological level. The bourgeoisie will do it, first, against the ruling class, the landowner aristocracy. To do this, he begins, with the physiocrats, for denouncing the parasitic nature of that class. It continues, with Adam Smith and Bois-Guilbert, stating that work is the source par excellence of wealth, and arrives, with Ricardo, to identify capital as the unique origin of value. 2. The bourgeoisie must pay the radical price of its criticism of the feudal order. In a process that begins with cooperative ideologues and neo-Ricardian theorists, as well as the French socialists, such as Sismondi and Saint-Simon, the political economy becomes against capitalism itself, to consider, with Marx, as a criticism of itself and revolutionary expression of the class interests of the proletariat. It will not have bourgeois thought but to give up the political economy. To do this, it will try to build a science that excludes the economy as an explanatory factor of the social order. Comte will fit, when creating sociology, denying that science any scientific character and proclaiming the social order as the order itself, a perfectible but immutable organism, definitive expression of normal, against which any opposite action is indicative of a deviation, that is, a pathological manifestation. Durkheim will follow his steps, trying to base the study of society essentially on the empirical observation of social phenomena, taken as things, whose frequency determines its normal or pathological character. This rules out the revolution, which goes to the category of social disease. Under Darwin's influence, Spencer will emphasize the notions of evolution and natural selection in the new discipline, which consecrate the thesis of the survival of the most suitable, providing to the world capitalist expansion the justification that she required. 3. Later, it will be the same economists who will abandon the political economy, which prioritized the problems of production and distribution, to focus, with Marshall and the neoclassical school, in the study of the market, while the governing element of economic activity. The market, as Marx points out, is the paradise of the rights of man, disconnected from his class and taken as an isolated individual. There, exploitation relationships and inequality between those who have the means of production and those that only have their workforce are darkened. 4. View from the market perspective, society represents a set of free and equal individuals before the law, who act moved by their personal, selfish interest, subordinated only to the objective movement of things, which is expressed in laws such as supply and demand. The investigation of the processes and regularities that characterize a given economic system, object of study of the political economy, thus becomes the apologetic exaltation of the blind laws of the market. Liberalism, doctrinal expression of this new position, then reaches its fullness. At the moment in England, it is affirmed as an indisputable capitalist power on the world. The world market and national states. It is in this context that the nations of Latin America are formed and that the inquiry they make about their own nature begins. The colonial order had ultimately been an episode in the process of constitution of the world market. When, following the Industrial Revolution, it is consolidated, it favors the rupture of the colonial order. But there are not many alternatives that open to the region. She must continue exporting her natural resources, with a minimum of elaboration, instead of the European manufactures provided by importation. In turn, the formation of the new countries will largely derive from the socio-political structure inherited from the colony and will not be mainly departed from the articulation around the commercial and administrative centers and subcentros that she will leave: Mexico, Lima, Buenos Aires, Montevideo, Rio de Janeiro, Santiago. Almost all are ports. When they are not, the new leading groups attach the exits to the sea they need, such as Veracruz, or contract alliances with the merchants who dominate them, such as the one that gives rise to the Santiago-Valparaiso axis. But its national viability is indissolubly linked to its ability to be dynamic to the world market, through exports of goods that can be called solvents, that is, the market requires. It is usually new products. Centuries of predatory exploitation have exhausted traditional goods, precious metals, which only here and still retain some importance, or sugar cane. Some time will be needed, at least 2 to 3 decades, so that the young nations meet the conditions to identify and be able to produce those solvent goods. To do this, it influences the fact that, turns with successive economic crises, which go until the 1830s, and priority absorbed in its expansion by the near European market, the new metropolis, England, may not grant too much attention to Latin America. Do not forget, either, that only from 1830 and in a relatively long period, steam navigation begins to be imposed. Particular geographical situations, such as Buenos Aires and especially Chile, will allow some countries to take advantage of the commercial situation that arise in the United States, following the Secession War and, then, of the Western conquest, using the Pacific route. These are not, however, absolutely determining reasons to determine the times and modes of insertion of Latin America into the world market. This depends, fundamentally, on the ability of the new Creole leading groups to impose their hegemony on local oligarchies and ensure their power over a given territory, while proceeding to submit to the unintegrated sectors, usually indigenous. In fact, this, which represents a second original accumulation, differs from the one that took place in the colony, the extent to which the base of national states is oriented. The creation of the state, whose last ratio is the monopoly of force, is therefore a sine condition for the emergence of nations apt to the world market, an integration that, in turn, reinforces the tendency to the centralization of political and military power. The early successes obtained by Chile and Brazil in that sense check this assertive. 5. This is how the alliance between the landowners and the administrative elite of Santiago with the merchants of Valparaiso will do what had been a relatively marginal area, under the colony, and which presented, therefore, a weak development of local oligarchies, a state that, since 1833, with the Portalian Constitution, affirms its presence, while undertaking the conquest of the Indian territories, to the south of the country. The war to the Confederation formed by Peru and Bolivia. The exploitation of copper, to the north, without major requirements in the field of investment and technology, a certain validity of silver and cereal production, added to the aforementioned circumstances that opened the North American market, will make Chile, already in the 1840s, a stable, prosperous and warrior nation. The world crisis of 1873 will find, however, the country in the middle of great difficulties. The easy copper exploitation would end, silver was increasingly scarce, cereal production was unable to compete with that of other regions that were incorporated into the market, such as Argentina, Australia, and the United States themselves. Peru and Bolivia, countries that had been delayed in the national training process, would be forced to pay the Chilean hardship and, in the Pacific War of 1879, they would lose for that country extensive saltpeter territories. However, despite the victory, Chile then begins a trajectory that will have deep implications in the future, distributing half to half the property and exploitation of the saltpeter with England, which supported it in the war. The Chilean state becomes, thanks to the concession and customs rights, in lieu of a bourgeois oligarchy that forgets its business capacity and becomes increasingly parasitic. When, at the beginning of the 20th century, the second expansion of copper takes place, it will be made on the basis of the large capitals and the tip technology contributed by the North American companies, which will complete the transformation of the country into an enclave economy. Brazil constitutes a different case. The various economic stages through which it passes in the colony, the cycles of sugar, of gold, of cotton had constituted powerful oligarchies, particularly in the northeast and the center, to which the scholars of the south were added, wrapped in constant conflicts with their Platense neighbors. The new country could only maintain its territorial integrity, at the time of independence, to the extent that it was nothing but a unique transition, based on the maintenance of the imperial regime and slavery. Its first ruler was his former regent, which meant that the administration remained practically in the hands of the Portuguese colonial elite for 9 years. The appetites of power of the oligarchies led, in 1831, to the abdication of Pedro I and the establishment of the regency, which, exercised by them, allowed them to give free rein to their conflicts of interest. For a decade, the country was shaken by uprising and separatist movements. It seemed inevitable that a disintegration similar to that of Latin America came to impose there, when, in 1840, joining forces, the oligarchies of the North and the Center adopted two high-reach measures. 1. The blow of the majority, empowered the heir prince assume power at age 15, providing the state with a visible symbol of power. The other, military centralization, put in hands of the state a considerable army that, in successive campaigns, gave a bloodbath in the country, which went down in history under the name of pacification. At that time, a new economic cycle began to make its way, that of coffee, which in 1830 represented a third of exports, preferentially directed to the United States, and that would only increase its importance, until it conferred to Brazil a situation of quasi-monopoly at the end of the century. By 1850, with the suspension of slave traffic, the country normalizes its relations with England, until then conflictive, which definitely gives access to European markets and in particular to its investments. The alliance on which the system of domination is based and that gives prominent role to the slave oligarchy of the Northeast, despite the decline of this, will postpone until 1888 the abolition of slave labor. But, once this is done, a fact that consecrates the hegemony conquered by the bourgeoisie of the Center-South within the alliance, the following year is reached, the replacement of the empire by the republic, in a childbirth without pain. The cases in which political and military centralization is later only confirm its decisive importance to ensure national viability. Let's not talk about countries like Bolivia, where the powers of the state are scattered between Sucre and La Paz, the Queen Caudelage. The territory continues to shrink still in the 20th century and even the key to export development is lost, the exit to the sea. Let's talk about national processes finally successful. Deluged by intestine wars and subjected to foreign interference, in particular of Brazil, Argentina will only begin its economic and political takeoff after the victory of the Buenos Aires bourgeoisie in the Battle of Pavon, in 1860. From then refrigeration technology in its storage and transport. Argentina then puts itself at the head of Latin American economic development and only recognizes the United States as a rival in the continent. Mexico, on the other hand, put under American pressures and interventions, suffers to the middle of the century successive losses of territory at the hands of the United States, while dilating in racial wars in the North and in the South. The 50s will be the scene of a violent civil war. Filed around a liberal reform, which only concludes in 1861, when Juarez conquers the capital. However, since 1864, the country is again in the war, now against the French occupation, from which it emerges divided by the confrontation between military leaders. It will be until 1875, after the lifting and victory of one of those leaders, Porfirio Diaz, which Mexico may finally give a stable political order and ensure its insertion in the world market, thanks to solvent products such as silver, henequen, sugarcane and, later, oil. Liberalism and racism. Whatever the mode and time for which Latin American nations are constituted, the reflection that will take place on common points in common. Of course, when settling on export economies, which are inserted into a simple international division of labor, industry versus primary production, there are no weight reasons for liberalism to reject. What might seem to adopt protectionist policies, such as the Alves Branco rate, with which Brazil, in the 1840s, imposed heavy import taxes and that gave rise to some industrial development, cannot be understood outside its context. First, the difficult relationship with England, before the suppression of the Negrero traffic, which suggested retaliation measures. Second, and more importantly, the state's hardship, which could not be alleviated with the resource to external credits, due to the very character of relations with the metropolis. This is, in effect, a norm in the tax policy characteristic of the export economy, where the dominant class politically is also economically, imports are taxed, not exports. The reasons are obvious, The export tax dislikes to the capitalist center as well as the one that falls on importation. Once the second can mean limitation to its sales, the first implies raising the price of its purchases. In the dilemma, the exporting economy will always opt for the latter, either because exports would be taxed to the ruling class, at whose service the state is, either because, in competition conditions, the position of the product would be deteriorated in the market. Let's point out that, in the case of enclave economies, tax logic is inverse. The ruling class, whose income comes substantially from the export taxes collected by the state and are spent priority in imports, has an interest in the first to rise and that the tax burden regarding the latter is reduced. Of course, having interest and being able to do so are different things. Among the economies of Latin American enclave, only in Chile the state had the force to proceed in that way and, even so, in normal situations, since, in case of economic crisis, demand and prices collapsed, cancelling that possibility. However, Chile did not. On the contrary, under the inspiration of the French economist Gustave Courcelles-Senoil, who, in his capacity as technical consultant of the Ministry of Finance, guided the country's economic policy for 7 years, the broadest freedom of commerce was adopted and even the free issuance of currency by national and foreign banks was adopted, a practice that remained until the end of the century, when the state was reserved. 7. However, beyond economic determination, liberalism imposed itself as the doctrine par excellence of the Latin American state and with even more force after the emergence of the neoclassical school, which resumed the theory of comparative advantages from Ricardo. This had an implication that, transcending the economic, molded the consciousness of the nations of the region, being good and natural that there were industrial economies and primary economies, and resulting in the benefit and privilege for the ruling class. It does not hesitate to proclaim the agricultural vocation of Latin America, assuming as a historical destination what was only the fruit of the division of labor. In this perspective, the cause of clearly verifiable diversity between European centers and young Latin American countries in matters of political, social, and cultural development should not be sought in the nature of our productive structures or in the character of our relations abroad. Of course, the Creole ruling class is not considered responsible for this. We could define civilized America saying that it is the Europe established in America. We, which we call ourselves Americans, are nothing other than Europeans born in America, the Argentine Juan Bautista Alberti proudly affirms. Analyzing Argentina of then, in his Facundo, Sarmiento will better specify what you have to understand by civilized America. The 19th century and the 12th century lived together, the one inside the cities, the other in the countryside. Sarmiento will call one civilization, the other barbarism. 8. The past had become accustomed to depending on Europe to reflect on our reality. The colony had no one to think, the metropolis did it for her. The maximum to which he could aspire was to form his lawyers, his educated men, in the metropolis, according to the cultural patterns prevailing there. Independence, with the consequent insertion in the international division of labor and the formation of national states, forces us to an effort for which we were not prepared. We lacked, for this, of their own springs, schools, universities, cultural tradition, as well as industries and technology to ensure the reproduction of our economy. In other words, we did not possess the material and spiritual conditions to create an original thought. Under these conditions, what our countries will do is import the finished products of European thought, in the same way as we imported manufactures and even the necessary men to the reproduction of our economic base. Liberalism told us that it should be like this and we believed it. There was, then, the justification for why our societies, our states, our culture differed both from their European congeners. Regardless of the penetration between us of idealism, positivism, social Darwinism, and socialism himself, the ideologues of our ruling classes ended up bowing towards the only factor that, really, seemed to explain those differences, the race. The more convenient explanation than our Creoles, by mixed that were, had excluded from political life to the bulk of the population, this one confessedly mestizo. The adoption of political liberalism, with the introduction of the division of powers of the state, the creation of representative systems and the implementation of political parties are imposed in countries of greater relative development, as national power was structured, coexisting without problems with strictly oligarchic political regimes. The best proof is provided by the monarchical Brazil, with its slave base and the parliamentarism of Fancaria that characterize it, in the last decades of the 19th century. Actually, it was in the presence of exclusive and repressive states, which marginalized the bulk of the population from political life. Ignorance, delay, barbarism, in short, were, in the eyes of the oligarchy, the attributes of the people. The most kind will worry about that situation and will see in education the means of rescuing the masses of the degradation in which they were mired. We will not separate the people more than the separate one that is found, Bilbao exclaimed. Let's educate it in the theory of individuality, law, and honor. 9. But the vast majority will see that social distance as a fact without the possibility of overcoming, given the original sin of the people, its race. From 1840 to the first decade of the 20th century, the racist approach will dominate Latin American social thinking. Perhaps only in Brazil, where colonization had already fulfilled the task of deciming in large scale the native groups and laying the basis of the economy about African slavery, racism did not become a problem. The blacks were, by their own condition, excluded from civil society, that is, they could not be citizens, while the indigenous people, few and scattered, were considered, almost with benevolence, as minors and, as such, equally deprived of the right of citizenship. The wild character of contemporary Brazilian capitalism cannot be understood, if we abstract that historical reality. However, as, after the abolition of slavery and the increase in European immigration, towards the 1880s, the racial issue is exacerbated, the problem will be raised in Brazil in terms similar to Latin America. This perhaps contributes to explaining the early development of modern sociology in the country, which begins in the 20s to culminate with the creation of the first Latin American center specialized in the field, the Free School of Sociology and Politics, founded in São Paulo of a pre-sociological thought. 10. The Brazilian solution differs only by its theoretical and methodological sophistication with respect to which Spanish-American social thinking had been raising since the middle of the last century. Indeed, those countries, mostly turned with a significant indigenous population, had not hesitated to blame the evils of their social, political, and cultural delay, sometimes extremely brutal. Both impure, he said, referring equally to mestizos and mulattoes, both atavistic anti-Christians, are like the two heads of the fabulous hydra that surrounds, squeezes, and strangle, between her gigantic spiral, a beautiful and pale virgin, Hispanic America. 11. The remedies proposed by the Creole ruling class to face the problem vary. There are those who, as engineers, are mounted in a cynical pragmatism to affirm how much is done in favor of the lower breeds is anti-scientific. They could be protected so that they are pleasantly extinguished, facilitating the provisional adaptation of those that by exception can do it. 12. Others, although without hiding their contempt and even their hatred for the excluded, are more inclined towards self-flagellation, to load with that curse, that original sin of belonging to mestizo nations. It is not surprising that, in the literature of the time, they abound titles such as Manual of Political Pathology, by Argentine Agustin Alvarez, The Sick Continent, by Venezuelan Cesar Zumeta, Social Diseases, by Argentine Manuel Ugarte, and The Sick People, of the Bolivian Alcides Argutas. Less desperate response is the one that raises education as an instrument capable of rescuing the nation and building a new culture, as Lastaria did in Chile, rolled in Uruguay, giving origin to a more optimistic culturalist current throughout the region, Aerialism - Justo Sierra and Antonio Caso in Mexico. 13. Or the one that sees in the injection of white blood, that is to say European immigration, the possibility of overcoming the congenital inferiority of our nations. This thesis, which we find already in the middle of the century in Alberti or Sarmiento, 14 will drain in the exaltation of miscegenation, in right-wing versions, such as that of the Brazilian Raimundo Nina Rodrigues and her thesis regarding the whitening of the race, already of the left, as of the left, such as that of the Mexican José Vasconcelos and his concept of cosmic race. Counted are, however, the authors who try to discover in the same population qualities and resources deserving of admiration and precursors of a better future for our countries. It is, for example, the case of Manuel González Prada, who rejects with energy the notion of lower race applied to the Peruvian Indian, highlighting its potentialities. It is also that of Euclid de Cunha, who, in his exciting study on the rebellion of Canudos, in the Brazilian Northeast, in the turn of the century, part of the analysis of the hostile geophysical conditions of the Sudden to highlight the remarkable ability to adapt its inhabitants, essentially mestizos, the Sertanjo is first of all a strong. Even less will be the thinkers, who discard, of departure, to the racist ideology in the reflection on their countries. Thus, Alberto Torres, in his book The National Problem, will seek the explanation of Brazilian specificities in history, political structures, and national culture, rather than in the blood or color of the skin. And José Martí, with the idealism and integrity that characterizes him, will affirm without surroundings. The 20s involve, for Latin America, changes in all planes of social life. Framed in the context of the prolonged capitalist crisis, which disorganizes the world market based on the simple division of labor and that will end up leading to the 1939 to 1945 war, spaces are open to begin an industrialization process, whose counterpart is the creation of the domestic market, with its impact on the differentiation of classes and the awareness of their interests. Middle class and working class will impose new socio-political alliances, radicalizing the contradictions between the agricultural commercial oligarchy and the industrial bourgeoisie and carrying, in most countries, new types of state, based on nationalism and less exclusive social pacts. 16. At the same time, commercial and political relations between the countries of the region intensify, a necessary support for an autonomous concept of Latin Americanism. Until then, the idea of Latin America had outlined from Europe, while simplification suitable for ignorant schematism, both by governments and the left, not because of the Communist International. When the colonial issue is raised, the particular study of our countries will elude and will prefer to address them as members of what calls China of the end of the West. In another perspective, the conception of the subcontinent as a true region will be formulated, from Washington, within the framework of an expansionist policy, inspired by doctrines such as Pan-Germanism or Pan-Slavism, then in vogue. 17. But this will change. Using Marxism, although not only of it, and starting with regional interpretations and proposals, as in Ramiro Guerra, or continental, as in Haya de la Torre, as well as the generalization of original contributions that tried to explain national situations, such as those of Maria Tegui, Latin America will be occupied after the reconstruction of its history, coming to produce studies such as Caio Prado Jr., Sergio Bago, Cesar Jobit and the authors who strive to understand the Mexican Revolution, which establish on firm bases an original and independent tradition in the theorization of the region. The parallel institutionalization of social sciences, sociology, economy, and history, coupled with the advances of Marxism, will provide, from the 50s, high-quality and methodological work. Works such as those produced by Silvio Frondizi, Pablo González Casanova, Leopoldo Zia, and José Revueltas, among others, mark the maturity of our social theory and culminate with the contributions made by the thinkers of Eclac and, then, of the theory of dependence. The difficult gestation of a critical social theory, focused on the problem of our economic, social, political, and ideological structures, had finally concluded. From there, Latin American theoretical production will impact, for its wealth and originality, the large centers of culture in Europe and the United States, reversing the meaning of the currents of thought that had prevailed in the past. On the other hand, new and rich currents of thought will arise on that floor paved, opening extensive perspectives for the integral understanding of our reality. Thus, the new generations today have a valuable instrumental to deal with the new problems that life has raised us. The recovery, update and deepening of that theoretical tradition put them in a position to interpret this new world and, more than that, transform it, aiming at an economy focused on the needs of our peoples, a full and participatory democracy, to the overcoming of prejudices and exclusions based on ethnic and cultural factors, to the construction of an integrated and solidary Latin America. The story, Marx said, only poses problems that can be solved. The theoretical autonomy we have achieved allows us to trust that we will know how to respond to the great challenge that has been held. At the end of the 60s and in the course of the 70s, social sciences experienced an unprecedented boom in Latin America, which manifested itself in the production of numerous significant works in the field of economic, sociological, and political literature. Motivated in part by the instability that characterized the political life of the region, then accused by military blows, and in part by the economic expansion through which it passed, which implied the allocation of resources appreciable to universities and research centers, favoring the realization of congresses, seminars, and other events of that nature. The Latin American intellectuality intensely debated their ideas, worked together and insisted on controversial. Overflowing the regional framework, that vitality stirred the academic and political media in Europe and the United States, motivated the search for new lines of analysis in African and Asian countries, and even broke the enclostration that characterized social thought in the socialist world. The comparison of this extraordinary intellectual flourishing with theoretical poverty and academic formalism that today mark the scientific reflection on our reality causes perplexity, as perplexed we also remain when we confront the originality and freedom of creation of that time with the current subordination of our thinking to the American and European patterns. That reversal of trends, that anemia of creative capacity, that return to cultural colonialism reflects, by the way, to a large extent, economic stagnation and social disaggregation that the last decade brought to Latin America. But, if it relates to material life and is influenced by it, thought does not stop having its specific logic and its own history, also contributing to determining the circumstances in which men live. It is that logic, that story, those that concern us here, convinced as we are that the recent development of ideas in Latin America constitutes one of the key elements to understand how we have reached this point. Our goal is to examine, even if that aspect is briefly, seeking to establish some lines of explanation. In the course of the 19th century and in the first decades of the 20th century, Latin American thought was generally assigned to liberalism and positivism, giving rise to what the Brazilian sociologist Alberto Guerreiro Ramos called colonial or reflection, 19, that is, an imitation of the currents that predominated in Europe. Since the end of the 19th century, thanks to the same mechanism, Marxism also became present at the scene following the emergence of the socialist movement, being significant in this plane the contribution of Juan B. Justo, in Argentina. On the other hand, depending on the emergence of American power and its projection on Latin America, the hatching of anti-imperialist thought, formulated by intellectuals linked to the bourgeois oligarchy, which maintained close ties with European powers, is recorded. This is particularly visible in Argentina. In Brazil, a representative work of this current is that of Eduardo Prado, originally confiscated by the Brazilian government, as the author recounts in an appendix included in the second edition, published in Portuguese, in Paris, by Armand Collin. Already influenced by another matrix, the renewal through which Marxist thinking passes after the Russian Revolution of 1917, Marxism and anti-imperialism converge in the 20s towards the attempt to elaborate an original reflection on the region, particularly with figures João Maria Tegui and Hayat La Torre, both Peruvians, to which we can also add, at least, the Cuban Julio Antonio Mella. The ideas of these authors are dispersed in works of different scope and varied claim, linked how their intellectual activity was to political militancy. But that process, which José Arrico has come to consider as a first flowering of the theory of agency, 20 was truncated by the political repression unleashed in the 20s and 30 years, in parallel to the doctrinal enrichment of the Third International, factors that lead to a setback of Latin American Marxist thinking. What we will have, in the subsequent period, will be an eminently historiographic works that, with a new theoretical and methodological instruments, seek to rebuild the national history of the countries where they occur, of what results are valuable contributions although they do not become a school. Among the most significant works of this period. Indeed, you can only speak of the emergence of a structured current and, under many aspects, original of thought in the region from the report released by the Economic Commission for Latin America, of the United Nations, in 1950. The importance of the theorization that begins there resides in the novelty of some of its approaches, although, sometimes, they only seem new because of the ignorance of Marxism that then characterized our intellectual life, and in the great impact that she has achieved, both in the academic and political level. The analysis of Cepelina's conceptions is thus indispensable to those who want to know the evolution of modern Latin American thought. To understand ECLAC, it would be useful to consider, first, the intellectual biography of its main exponents, mainly of the Argentine Raúl Prebys, followed by the Brazilian Celso Furtado and the Chilean Aníbal Pinto. To them can also be added the Argentine Aldo Ferrer and the Mexican Victor Urquidi. As Prebys, which had been director of the central bank Bajo Perón, most of them have had active participation in the policy of their countries. His training, in general, is Keynesian and some have an appreciable mastery of classical political economy, particularly Prebys and Furtado. Their incursions in the field of Marxism are usually, however, unfortunate. As an example is the unhappy mode with which both Furtado and Pinto address the elementary concept of the Marxist economy, that of surplus value. 21. What really is ECLAC? In fact, it is an agency to disseminate development theory that, at the end of World War II, had emerged in the United States and Europe. That theory, for that moment, had a key function, given the large-scale emergence of new nations, a phenomenon that is also now being observed at the world thanks to the decolonization processes. Its purpose is to respond to the concern that they express when they realize the enormous inequalities that characterize international economic relations. In this sense, central capitalist countries become theories destined to explain and justify those disparities, which benefit them scandalically, and to offer perspectives to new states. Those theories, under the denomination generic of development theory, are born in government organs or instances to them, are disseminated in universities and research centers and are transferred to international agencies. As significant works of this period. 22. The development theory will essentially try to build a concept of economic development, based on the idea that it corresponds to the unfolding of the productive apparatus according to its well-known classification in three sectors: primary, secondary, and tertiary. In order to explain why advanced countries are those in which this unfolding has gained full expression, the theory takes the economic development process that has taken place as a general order phenomenon, considering that the position they occupy corresponds to a higher stage of an evolutionary continuum. The different economies that make up the international system would be located in lower phases of that process, framed in an initially dual scheme, development/underdevelopment, which would end up giving rise to a more sophisticated scale. Thus understood, the concept of underdevelopment is identical to that of pre-industrial situation, a situation prior to full economic development, existing between them the time of takeoff, in which the economy in question would already gather all the conditions to initiate a self-sustained development. Recapitulating, the central element of development theory is the idea of development as a continuum and underdevelopment as a stage prior to full development, accessible to all countries that will be determined to create the appropriate conditions. A second aspect to highlight in the theory of development is the idea that it implied the modernization of the economic, social, institutional, and ideological conditions of the country, being modernization, in the last instance, the approach to the patterns in force in the central capitalist countries. This, in addition to bringing with it the possibility of tensions and crises, would manifest for some time through a structural duality. The issue of modernization and the notion of structural dualism inspired the bulk of the sociological and anthropological production of that period. Finally, a third aspect to consider is the projection of that theory in the methodological plane. To the extent that development and underdevelopment were, in the background, the same thing, that is to say constitutive moments of the same reality, the industrialized capitalist economy could only be differentiated by quantitative criteria, the only ones appropriate to place an economy in this or in that degree of the evolutionary scale. Thus, underdevelopment would be defined through a series of indicators: real product, degree of industrialization, per capita income, literacy and schooling indices, mortality and life expectancy rates, etc. Aimed at classifying the economies of the world system and registering their progress in the development process. The inconveniences of that methodology are evident. Being essentially descriptive, it does not allow explanatory possibility of where the result to which it reaches constitutes a perfect tautology. An economy presents certain indicators because it is underdeveloped and underdeveloped because it presents those indicators. Turning in a circle, the analysis can only aspire to establish verifiable correlations, which do not shed any light on the issues referring to cause and effect. However, it was from the theory of development where Eclac left. To understand the reason for this, we must resort to a line of analysis that has to do with the role of the United States in the construction of the post-war world. We will go aside the consideration of their initiatives at the political, economic, and military level, to occupy only what it did in the ideological level. Special mention deserves the creation of regional economic commissions, subordinated to the United Nations Economic and Social Council, with a seat in Europe, Asia, and Far East, and Latin America. Subsequently, 2 more were created, for Africa and Western Asia. Its objective was to study regional problems and propose development policies. In fact, the fundamental mission attributed to these commissions was to be agencies for the elaboration and dissemination of development theory, in the context of the ideological domestication policy that went on to demand the pressures of what would be called the Third World. Formally starting his work in 1948, in Santiago, Chile, Eclac does not shy away the mission that had been confident, but does so as a true creator of ideology, that is, attending to the specificities of Latin America. And those specificities, in front of the new countries that decolonization was creating, were indisputable. Indeed, in addition to its early political independence, Latin America had for then a century of capitalism, which had led to the formation of complex consolidated national classes and states. In addition, in many of its countries industrialization, which began between the 2 world wars, had modified class alliances and turned to the industrial bourgeoisie in full of the bloc in power. In this way, the Eclac, when constituted, is born linked to the internal reality of Latin America and expresses the contradictions of classes that characterize it, particularly interburger contradictions. In truth, she will be instrumentalized by the industrial bourgeoisie, both based on internal social and political struggles and the conflicts established in the world economy. And this will cause Eclac, based on development theory, in the terms in which it had been formulated in the great centers, introduce changes that will represent its own, original contribution, and that will make Latin American developmentalism a product, yes, but not a simple copy of development theory. Developmentalism. The most important theoretical contribution of Eclac is its criticism of the classical theory of international trade. Based on the principle of comparative advantages, according to which each country must specialize in the production of the goods in which it obtains greater productivity, which ensures better competition conditions, that theory argues that, put in these terms, the transactions that are made in the world market will be beneficial for all parties. Eclac will say that, in fact, this does not happen. On the one hand, it will empirically demonstrate that from 1870 a permanent tendency to deteriorate the terms of exchange, to the detriment of the export countries of primary products is observed in world. On the other hand, it will affirm that this encourages entry transfers, of fact, value transfers, a concept that ECLAC does not handle well, which imply that underdeveloped countries that export these assets are subjected to a constant bleeding of wealth in favor of the most developed, which entails their decapitalization. For ECLAC, the deterioration of the terms of exchange is due to the fact that the world market confronts industrialized countries with primary export economy countries. The latter, not developing their industrial or manufacturing sector, are not enabled to produce technologies and capital means capable of raising labor productivity. At the same time, the absence of that sector limits the expansion of the job offer in the economy, leading to the registration of an surplus workforce that hinders productivity elevation and reduces its price, that also results in the formation of surplus labor in the services sector, where it generates the same effects. Reason that explains the low wages observed in underdeveloped economies, which slow technical progress as well as preventing the expansion and dynamization of the domestic market. Conversely, developed countries would be those that, based on an expansive secondary sector and a dynamic demand for labor, hold high wages, which induce the introduction of technological innovations aimed at reducing the participation of work in production and, therefore, the impact of costs on costs. The rise in productivity that results would not be transferred full and immediately to the prices of the goods that these countries export, leading to the fact that, in international trade, these prices were maintained at a high level, which would favor the translation of wealth of the underdeveloped periphery to the developed center. The truth is that ECLAC, although correctly captured the empirical phenomenon of the deterioration of exchange relationships, interpreted it badly. Sooner or later, the increase in productivity and the consequent reduction in costs have to be transferred to prices, except if abnormal situations are verified in the world market, such as those that configure a monopoly situation or those that are derived from wars and natural catastrophes. In addition, and ECLAC did not ignore it, the development of capitalism in dependent countries has involved, from the beginning, the introduction of new production techniques and the increase in labor productivity. Already the question of the remuneration of the workforce was a formidable intuition, although poorly established, since it was not simply a consequence of low productivity, as life would be responsible for demonstrating. However, with its central periphery scheme, that is, when taking the world economy as an analytical starting point and the relationships that are established there between national economies, ECLAC went far beyond development theory and assured for the whole of its thesis a validity of principle, until then exclusive privilege of the Marxist theory of imperialism. In fact, pre-BIS's statement in the sense that the economic development of peripheral countries is another stage in the process of organic development of the world's economy 23 suggests irresistibly in Bukharin. The limitations of Cepelino thought are an effect of its umbilical link with development theory, in addition to representing a cost derived from the class position from which ECLAC made its approaches. This is how ECLAC, faithful to the idea of economic development as a continuum, did not consider development and underdevelopment as qualitatively different phenomena, by antagonism and complementarity, as will do so, in its time, the theory of dependence, but as quantitatively differentiated expressions of the historical process of capital accumulation. This implied that, based on corrective measures applied to international trade and the instrumentation of an adequate economic policy, underdeveloped countries would see open access doors to full capitalist development, ending the situation of dependency in which they were. This thesis, that of autonomous development, constitutes one of the registered trademarks of Cepelino thought. The requirement of an economic policy focused on overcoming underdevelopment rested on another key element of the Seclan ideology, the conception of the state as something located above society and possessor of its own rationality. Supported by it, ECLAC jumped from the plane in which it placed its economic analysis, which was dealing with objective laws and identified interests in struggle, to an idyllic vision of the world, in which, In the field of relationship between flat states, the confrontation of negotiation and economic laws could be replaced by the desire for cooperation. For Eclac, if the economic policy was the instrument, the essential objective to which she should aspire to overcome underdevelopment was industrialization. We already saw how, according to his understanding, this would be able to promote a better placement of the workforce between the productive sectors, would raise salaries, making possible the domestic market, and would induce technical progress and increased labor productivity, ending international value transfers. Industrialization would take place through a deliberate policy for replacing imports of manufactured goods. The faith that Eclac deposited in industrialization, as long as sufficient extent to overcome underdevelopment, extended to the virtues that it would have as a lever for social transformation. Admitting that certain reforms were necessary in the institutional and political level, Eclac underestimated the distributive measures, comprised of the agrarian reform, except as a provision of secondary interest. Already in the 1949 Prebis report he had affirmed that the essential problem of Latin America is to increase its real per capita income, thanks to the increase in productivity, since the elevation of the standard of living of the masses, through the redistribution of income, has very narrow limits. 24. And on one of the few occasions in which he cares about agrarian reform, he points out that certainly, the increase in land performance depends fundamentally on the improvement of the productive technique and capital investment. But there are numerous cases in which the property form is one of the obstacles that will be necessary to remove before these measures can fruit. The tax system could be one of the most effective means to do so, without neglecting the direct measures of fractionation that the circumstances advise. 25. In the thought of Eclac, which is why he deserved the qualifier of developmentalist that has been given, industrialization assumed the role of a deus ex machina, enough by itself to guarantee the correction of imbalances and social inequalities. Developism was the ideology of the Latin American industrial bourgeoisie, especially that, responding to a greater degree of industrialization and already sharing the power of the state with the exporting bourgeoisie, tried to expand its space at the expense of the latter, resorting to the alliance with the industrial proletariat and the middle wage class, offering to expand the offer of jobs and better salary of the international labor division. It demanded from the great capitalist centers the establishment of a new type of relations. However, although rejecting the primary export model and opening fire against the old ruling class, it was reluctant to raise agrarian reform as the premise of the industrial model since the social alliance did not pass through the peasantry, doing so would mean the interburge conflict uselessly. In the course of the 50s, together with the progress of the industrial bourgeoisie both in countries where it was already strong, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, Brazil, Mexico, and in others, which then accelerate its industrial growth, developmentalism becomes the dominant ideology and matrix par excellence of public policies. However, after a decade of expansion, the Latin American economy leads to the 60s in the crisis and stagnation, putting naked the perverse characteristics that industrialization had assumed. This could not fail to have a deep impact on the eating circles, giving rise to a theoretical crisis of broad proportions. The crisis of development. The economic crisis that, at the beginning of the 1960s, hits most Latin American countries, is simultaneously a crisis of accumulation and realization of production. She manifests, on the one hand, in the strangulation of the ability to import the necessary material elements to the development of the production process and, on the other, in the restrictions found to make that production. Both phenomena derived from industrialization will be carried out on the basis of the old export economy, that is, without proceeding to structural reforms capable of creating an economic space appropriate to industrial growth. In advanced capitalist countries, industrialization occurred in an organic way, leading to the growth of the consumer goods sector immediately generating the expansion of the offer of capital goods immediately, without which the process had been blocked. In Latin American countries, Import substitution operated on the basis of a pre-existing demand for consumer goods and led to the fact that the obtaining of capital goods rests essentially in importation, forming an intrinsically dependent industrial reproduction mode of abroad. The continuity of a process placed in these terms meant the constant growth of the ability to import and, therefore, a growing mass of currencies. However, where did those currencies come from? Primarily, of exports, but since the old productive structures had remained intact, exports continued to consist of traditional primary goods, subject to the secular tendency diagnosed by the lack of the deterioration of the terms of exchange. The manufacturing sector had not worried about conquering foreign markets and allocated its entire production to the domestic market, which means that it continued to depend on the primary sector to obtain the necessary currencies for the acquisition of capital goods that its expansion demanded. In that way, the industry that ICLAC will announce as the autonomous development lever, only boost the expanded reproduction of the Latin American dependency relationship with respect to the world market, without leading it to an effective overcoming. The second currency source is represented by the contribution of external capitals, derived from direct investments, loans, financing, and donations. In addition to revenues of relatively stagnant exports, Latin America requested from the United States a generosity similar to that expressed in the Marshall Plan, conceived in favor of European reconstruction and that had involved the mobilization of considerable help, materialized in public loans and government donations. The last serious attempt in Latin America in this regard had been that of the President of Brazil, Juscelino Kubitschek, in the late 50s, when he launched the Pan-American operation that ended up being supplanted by the U.S. initiative of the Alliance for Progress, at the beginning of the 1960s, marked by its marked assistance character and the emphasis that put in foreign investments. Such investments had begun to penetrate the Latin American industrial sector since the beginning of the 50s, winning strong impulse in the second half of the decade. In that period, industrialization will find in them a support and an acceleration factor. Completed, however, the maturation time of these investments, that is, when the time for real obtaining of profits, they revealed their contradictory nature, the profits had been obtained in the domestic market, thus being carried out in national currency but, to become effective, susceptible to reintegrating into the assets of the foreign matrix, they should be able to become an international currency, that is, currencies that should be subtracted from external transactions. That puts us in front of a problem of fulfilling the surplus value that no longer consists in its change from the merchandise form to the money form, but in the change that the same money must suffer since it is not about world money. 26 In other words, which previously allowed Latin America to expand the ability to import, it now appeared as an element that constrained it. While it was an expanding domestic market, the entry of external capitals exceeded the exits, masking the problem. But the domestic market would soon find its limit. The great migrations from the countryside to the city that caused the fact of maintaining traditional production structures, which in fact industrialization encouraged, translated into the rapid growth of the urban supply of labor, becoming increasingly greater in the productive sector, would end up leading to unemployment or forms of underemployment poorly disguised in the services sector. In the root of this inability of the industry to create employment was, more than the use of inappropriate technologies, as the ICLAC maintained, since it is inherent to the technical progress to save labor, the brutal overexploitation of the work that was practiced there. Combining low salaries with the extension of the day and the intensification of the work rhythm, the industrial capital mobilized substantially greater work masses than those that, under normal conditions, would correspond to the sum of money destined to pay them, 27 thus disabled to assimilate a good part of the new workforces that were incorporated into the market. Worse still, it ended up creating an extremely perverse income distribution since it condemned the immense majority of the population at miserable levels of consumption, many times under the minimum subsistence pattern. With this, it restricted the domestic market, limited the creation of investment areas and dismissed the introduction of new production techniques. To complete the picture, the preservation of the old agricultural structure and the concentration of investments in the industry. They caused a lag between the supply of food and urban growth, promoting agricultural prices up and unleashing inflation. Since the beginning of the 1960s, ECLAC modifies its approaches and, rectifying the merely developed approach that characterized them, goes on to give more emphasis to structural reforms. But it's too late. The social struggles that had marked the previous decade already flowed into the Cuban Revolution, which shook to the foundations to the American domination and sowed panic among the ruling classes of the continent. When the cycle of military dictatorships is opened, developmentalism, Cepelino definitely enters a crisis that becomes visible after the pre-broke, who, in 1963, leaves the ECLAC for UNCTAD. In 1964, Celso Furtado insists on demonstrating that the Latin American economy structurally tends to stagnation, not caused by this or that economic policy, which acquitted ECLAC, but the result of the very dynamics of the economic structures of the region. 28 In 1965, in a reflection on the recent evolution of Latin America, Aníbal Pinto confirms the formation of a great industrial bourgeoisie, highly concentrated and linked to foreign capital, which would have differentiated from the other bourgeois layers and would tend to operate through monopolistic practices that did not favor economic development and even less a balanced development, committed to the equitable distribution of the wealth. Pinto's conclusion is even more desperate than that of Furtado. It would fit the state, consistent by ECLAC, as we saw, as a parasocial entity, intervene in favor of what he called underdeveloped pole, restricting the expansion of the modern sector, that is, acting against the economic development itself, in the terms in which the ECLAC had raised it. 29. The crisis of developmentalism meant for ECLAC the loss of the privileged position it had achieved during its first decade of functioning, when it became the ideological agency par excellence of Latin America. From its new position, as respectable technical organ, ECLAC continues to conduct studies and produce reports of the best quality, but the process of Latin American thought left it behind, giving rise to new theoretical manifestations. The dependency theory. Grant part of the crisis of developmentalism was the criticism that was exerted on him in the course of the first half of the 60s, by an intellectuality formed under his influence but that did not belong to that current of thought. This point, however, must be treated carefully, since the mistake of taking the development of ideologies as a mere unfolding of themselves should not be made. In fact, the thought that will be structured later, in the second half of the decade, does not constitute a simple response to developmentalism but has also been to a wide measure, the result of the struggles that were recorded within the left. Talking about the left, since the 20s, was to talk about communist parties. Moving, at first, in a framework of theoretical flowering, which opened new perspectives for the understanding of Latin America, the communists came to strengthen their vision under the impact of police repression and Stalinism. In that context, the conceptions of the Third International are imposed, for which Latin America was identical to Asia, being entirely applicable the theses related to the colonial issue. From that perspective, the Latin American communists launched the slogan of the democratic bourgeois anti-feudal and anti-imperialist revolution, while postulating the existence of a national bourgeoisie capable of carrying it out. The rise of the industrial bourgeoisie during the post-war period and, mainly, the brightness of their ideological expression, developmentalism, take the unarmed communists. The weak development of Marxism in the previous period, confined above all to historiography, leads to the thesis that the bourgeoisie proposes. This is understandable, in a period in which the communist parties beaten for a single anti-imperialist front, based on the alliance between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. ECLAC offers them, in the same dish, a national bourgeoisie and a theorization of international exploitation mechanisms close to the theory of imperialism. However, in the course of the 50s, a non-communist left will be constituted throughout Latin America, general exit of the ranks of populist movements and with strong incidence, in their social composition, of students, intellectuals in general and young military. Under the generic name of revolutionary left, she goes down in history thanks to expressions as significant as the July 26 movement, in Cuba, the Sandinista movement in Nicaragua, and the movements of the revolutionary left, in Venezuela and Peru, among others. Valuing revolutionary practice and armed struggle methods, these forces begin to establish contacts with each other and generate a new ideology that has characteristic the link between anti-imperialism and anti-capitalism, although not yet explicitly assume the ideals of socialism that will only happen later, progressively, giving rise to the fight against the monopoly of Marxism by the PC, phenomenon that crystallizes the magazine Praxis, in Argentina, headed by Silvio Frondizi, the operating political organization in Brazil, and the Communist League, in Mexico. The formation of the Latin American revolutionary left cannot dissociate itself from the exacerbation of social struggles, the emergence of the peasantry as a social movement and that of a poor proletariat in the cities that has given rise to theorizations on urban marginality. At the same time, the tissue of the city of the middle class became denser and its saltization accelerated, leading to a rapid increase in students and young professionals, increasingly unhappy with the lack of perspectives presented by the development undertaken by the industrial bourgeoisie. In their ideological struggle against communist parties, it is natural that the revolutionary left repaired the Eclac thesis since, as we saw, the communists used them to base their reformist gradualism. However, it does not then formulate systematic alternatives to those theses. This will be a task that will be carried out, later, by its organic intellectuals and the vast majority of the young intellectuality that sought an exit to the development crisis. As a structured current of thought, the theory of dependency is configured in the mid-60s, based on a set of work elaborated or published between 1964 and 1967, which give rise to an extremely rich debate within the Latin American intellectuality. The 1964 military coup in Brazil and, then, the repressive wave that is unleashed throughout the continent, involuntarily create favorable conditions for it by promoting physical displacements of exiles. Thus, puts in Brazilian intellectual contact, Argentines, Uruguayans, Chileans, Peruvians, Venezuelans, Central Americans, establish an intense exchange of ideas and a fruitful confrontation of experiences. As of 1968, concomitantly with the generalization of military blows and the progress of repression in the continent, the leftist intellectuality begins to converge towards Chile, which kept its democratic regime intact and ends up becoming the privileged locus for the elaboration of the new theory. As in the case of Eclac, the theory of dependency starts from the notion of capitalism as a world system but does not consider development and underdevelopment as stages of a continuum. These are seen rather as different and opposite realities, although structurally linked. Here, underdevelopment is not a stage that precedes development, both are a specific product of the development of world capitalism. In other words, underdevelopment corresponds to a special form of capitalism, which is exacerbated based on capitalist development itself. To this corresponds the discussed Frank formula regarding the development of underdevelopment. Conceived in the light of the distinction between growth and economic development, the formula does not imply that the dependent economy cannot grow but, the more it grows, the more sharpens the particular features that separate it from the capitalism existing in advanced countries. Deriving from there an alleged inability to growth of the dependent economy, which would condemn it to stagnation, is a rude mistake that vulgar critic usually incurred. The formula points to the idea that, for such economies, the greater the capitalist development, more dependence. In this line of reasoning, the theory of agency led to discarding the notion of autonomous capitalist development, in the face of Cepelino's ideologues, and to consider that dependence could not be overcome in the frameworks of capitalism. This idea is implicit even in the most warm ideologically written works that were written at the time. For the most radical authors, she led to explicitly linked anti-imperialism and anti-capitalism, making the fight against agency necessarily conceived as a struggle for socialism. On the strictly economic level, the new theory argued that dependence should not be mainly and essentially a view through commercial relations, as Eclac did. Although it went farther than this in its criticism of the exploitation mechanisms that relieve international trade, the theory of agency attributed greater importance to the international capital movement, especially to direct investments, as well as to financial and technological dependence. The action of these different mechanisms promoted, in their view, a superior integration of Latin America into the world economy. For the theory of dependence, imperialism, in the extent to which one and the other are the result of the development of world capitalism, is not something external to dependence. On the contrary, imperialism permeates the entire dependent economy and society, representing a constitutive factor of its socio-economic structures, its state, its culture. To affirm that analysis direction opened new perspectives to historical and sociological studies in Latin America. In the early 70s, the theory of dependence centralizes the intellectual debate in Latin America and begins to radiate its influence towards the great American and European thought centers. Simultaneously, the divergences that will mark its further development, whose main reason resides in that, originally linked to the theory of imperialism, the new current advances in the sense of assimilating Marx in its analysis, will emerge to the surface. And even if it coincided with the rise of European Marxism, it was not an imitative attitude, as many times happened in Latin American intellectual life, but of the culmination of a natural movement. Conceived from the theoretical struggle within the left, the theory of dependency will replace the vision of the world that Eclac had, marked by eclecticism and the commitment provided by the Marxist theory of imperialism. On this aspect they all agreed, using their members freely to Lenin, Bukharin, Hilferding. However, only those characterized by their Marxist training and their political militancy were used directly from Marx for the analysis of Latin American social formation, deriving explicitly socialist propositions. The divergences that this raised weakened the movement, leading it to lower the guard before the attacks from which it would be white in the following period. Endogenism and neodevelopment. Just as the military coup in Brazil precipitated the crisis of developmentalism, the defeat of the Chilean Popular Unity, in 1973, negatively impacted the theory of dependency without for this being a direct reason, although the Chilean Communist Party, especially through its young intellectuals, was permeable to the dependentist influence, as well as the Socialist Party. It cannot be legitimately affirmed that the government of Salvador Allende would base its conception and political actions in the theory of dependency. However, the events of Chile put in crisis the intellectuality of the Latin American left, opening gaps for the questioning of what appeared as the ideology of the left par excellence. The center of that elaboration was Mexico, where the immense mass of exiled intellectuals and politicians had concentrated after the Chilean blow. His first public expression took place in the Latin American Congress of Sociology, carried out in 1974, in San Jose de Costa Rica, which became true trial of the dependentist thesis. Among the works presented there, the Ecuadorian sociologist Agustin Cueva was highlighted, which, essentially, reproached the theory of dependence to give excessive emphasis to the relations between nations, to the detriment of the relations between classes. 30. The accusation was not new. 31 and not fair either. It is true that the dependentists, based on the vision of capitalism as an international system, have focused on the study of the exploitation mechanisms put into practice by capital at the world and to the forms of domination/subordination that were recorded there among the ruling classes. However, it is no less true that they also worried about how this affected internal exploitation relations and, therefore, class. 32, which contributed substantially to the understanding of Latin American social and political life, building for it a different matrix than offered by functionalism and systemic sociology. Already in 1972 F. H. Cardoso listed a good number of works to exemplify the multiplication of analysis of the state, on local bourgeoisies, on unions, workers, and social movements, on ideologies that, in one way or another they are inspired by the framework of reference of the studies on dependency. 33. However, the events of Costa Rica were the starting signal to proclaim the need to rethink the analysis of Latin American reality from another point of view, in which the emphasis was put in the process of formation of capitalism in the region and its internal dynamics. Thus arises the endogenist current, where, at the side of Cave, the least endogenist and the most dependentist of all, form ranks above all historians, such as Mexicans Enrique Semo and Roger Bartra, the Argentine Carlos Sampaio and the Brazilian Ciro F.S. Cardoso, among others. 34. In general, endogenism represents the reaction of what we can call historical Marxism, that is, of the intellectuality linked to the communist parties of Soviet or Maoist orientation, which had lost positions in the left for the theory of dependence. If we remember the role of historiography in the replication phase of Marxism, before the 60s, and the influence it had on the formation of the intellectuals of these parties, it is not surprising the importance of that discipline in the development of the new current. Endogenism affirmed the need to consider the development of Latin American capitalism itself, putting aside, at least at first, the question of imperialism. In that perspective, for the analysis of Latin American social formation, it would be necessary to rigorously abide on the frame of reference established by Marx for the study of capitalist mode of production. The starting point for endogenism is, well, the original accumulation of capital in those economies, which they follow, always according to the Marx scheme, the manufacturing and manufacturing phases, in a process that is intertwined and articulated with other modes of production pre-existing capitalism. Imperialism would be a variable to be introduced ex post, once the peculiarity of the social formation studied was determined. There lies the main point of rupture with the approach of the agency, since, for this, the constitution of the dependent capitalist economy is theoretical and really inseparable from the world process that begets imperialism. In addition, endogenism incurs an obvious confusion between the concept of a production way in which Marx places his analysis and the social formation, which opens the door to dogmatism and generates analytical difficulties of all luck, such as the requirement to find correspondences between the scheme of development of capitalism, in the manner of Marx, and the historical development concrete of national economies submitted to the historical impact of the historical process of capitalism world. In a social formation, even the most developed, the dominant mode of production coexists with relations of production of another nature, which are for it refunctionalized but not entirely suppressed. Moreover, in the world economy created by capitalism, it is articulated with other modes of production, which can be dominant in other social formations, and on them it exerts its transformative effect. This is the case, for example, of the Brazilian manufacturing, whose possibility of development, in addition to limited by the predominance of non-capitalist relations, was altered by the metropolitan state, in the 18th century, in order to meet the interests of English manufacturing. Not considering the action of a social formation on another can also induce errors capable of affecting, not only the study of concrete social formation, but the same analytical scheme. Thus, in relation to the original accumulation, it is not enough to apply for it as a general phase of capitalist development in the region, since there we find different processes of original accumulation that respond to diverse causes and produce differentiated effects. It is essential to distinguish what is carried out by and for central capitalism, in the 16th and 17th centuries, of which it takes place in the 19th century, already attending to the demands of the nascent Latin American capitalism. Not doing so implies, many times, to propose a kind of permanent primitive accumulation, which ends even to incorporate into the same capitalist accumulation, with its expropriatory movements of concentration and centralization. Parallel to endogenism, another current of thought that has a different origin arises in the second half of the 70s. Its root lies in the fact that, surpassed the crisis of the 60s and inaugurated the new economic boom, the Latin American industrial bourgeoisie is reinforced, readjusting conditions to resume the offensive in the ideological plane. However, it was not now about disputing supremacy inside the dominant bloc, what she had already achieved, it was rather to seek the consolidation of her internal hegemony, together with a greater statement at the international level. It contributed to this the crisis through which the advanced capitalist countries passed and that became evident from 1973. One of the demonstrations, and also one of the causes of that crisis, was the exacerbation of economic competition between large centers, which came to modify the bases on which Latin American international policy was established. In addition to the increase in the negotiation capacity of countries such as Brazil, for the time, excellent investment field for international capital, the reinforcement of the states benefited by the rise in oil prices, such as Mexico and Venezuela, is observed. In the Brazilian case, the rise of the industrial bourgeoisie gives rise to an aggressive national affirmation project, to the abandonment of automatic alignment with the United States and the exacerbation of its sub-imperialist policy. In that line, the military dictatorship implements a new import substitution, now focused on capital goods. It accentuates its South American policy based on the exploitation and arrogance that is mainly exercised in relation to Paraguay and Bolivia, and signature, through the then American State Secretary, Henry Kissinger, a mutual consultation agreement with the United States, an instrument until then reserved for major powers. At the same time, he manages to access sophisticated technologies that had previously been denied, such as nuclear, signing an agreement on the subject with Western Germany, in 1975 to 1976. The Brazilian project was reflected in the two National Development Plan, launched by the government of General Geisel, where the idea of Brazil power was consecrated. Meanwhile, Mexico was projected more determined towards what its area of influence always considered, Central America, in what was followed by Venezuela. From there, for example, the recognition by Mexico of the Salvadoran revolutionary leadership, together with France, as well as the San Jose Agreement, through which Mexico and Venezuela facilitated the sale of oil to the Central American and Caribbean countries with subsidized prices. The two countries assumed growing autonomy in relation to the United States Central American policy that, in a less favorable further phase, would end up leading to the formation of the Accountant Group, together with Colombia and Panama. The culminating point of this whole process is the formation in 1975 of the Latin American Economic System, regional body from which the United States was excluded. The national affirmation projects and the need to convene behind them to the nation as a whole lead the Latin American bourgeoisie to lead the creation of a new ideology. For that, he resorts to the recruitment of former developments, such as Prebis, Figueroa, Pinto, Ferrer, Maria de Councilor Tavares, Francisco de Oliveira, and dependentists such as Fernando Henrique Cardoso, among others, in addition to new paintings that emerge to academic life. The phenomenon is concomitant to the emergence of endogenism and, as well as in the 50s, a certain correspondence between the thesis of the communist parties and those of ECLAC will be verified. There will also now be recorded margin of agreement between endogenism and the new current, which we can call neo-developmentalist. Among the most relevant works produced by neo-developmentalists, Prebis's works can be cited in his last period as well as Furtado, 1975, Cardoso, F.H., 1975, Cordarello, 1981, and Castañeda, 1982. For both currents, we must emphasize, first of all, the national internal conditions in the analysis of the development of capitalism in Latin America. Imperialism is already in parentheses, already introduced into reasoning as the last variable, as the endogenists prefer. Prebis and Furtado constitute exceptions, always starting from the world economy. But they join the neo-developmentalists in their central thesis, the possibility of autonomous capitalist development, thesis that expresses the most felt aspiration of the Latin American industrial bourgeoisie. Endogenists, in turn, can, without discomfort, shy away the discussion of this point once, by assuming as a premise that Marxist analysis applies to both mode of production and social formations. They also assume that all capitalisms are rigorously identical. Like endogenists, neo-developmentalists are inclined towards a capitalist development of a social democratic court. To the extent that the bourgeoisie needs to affirm its hegemony, repeating its domination for that time especially in the use of force, is forced to accept the debate on the redistributive issue and to flirt with the masses with the perspective of greater participation in the fruits of development. It is significant, in this sense, that neo-development marks strength in Brazil from the literature produced on the subject of income distribution, when, known the results of the 1970 census, which had accused strong deterioration in that plane, takes place animated controversy among the ideologues of the dictatorship and those of the bourgeois opposition. 35. This is, by the way, one of the specificities of neo-developmentalism regarding developmentalism itself. In the latter, the distributive issue always appears as a subaltern theme. The second relevant difference lies in the theoretical and methodological instruments that neo-developmentalists use. This is, in effect, much more sophisticated and open to Marxist concepts and procedures, although it generally prefers, within the immense arsenal that Marxism offers, to the authors more easily assimilable by bourgeois theory, such as Kalecki, Hilferting, Steindl. Next to these, the influence exerted by non-Marxist authors, mainly American. The brightness that the American Academy is in the eyes of Latin American intellectuals is the result of a cultural policy that, as we saw, during the 50s, gains new brios in the wake of the counter-revolution unleashed in the 60s. In that new phase, its central axis has consisted of the degradation of university education, which forms the whole of the regional intellectuality, for the benefit of an ultra-university reserved for a small elite. That ultra-university was initially based on scholarships for studies abroad and postgraduate courses that revolved around of American academics and, secondarily, Europeans, initially, and then, nationals trained in the big centers. In this way, the elements that will then open the doors to the penetration of neoliberalism will be infiltrated. The phenomenon was found even by Prebys. When in the United States they saw the danger that our ideas represented for their consecrated truths and did not achieve the fusion of a claque with the similar services of the OAS, they undertook in the 50s a systematic action to counteract and chose Santiago de Chile, headquarters of the ACLAC, to develop their campaign, which extended to the entire Latin America, through the free sending of teachers or the generous granting of scholarships. Launch base was neoclassicism. 36. Endogenism will be depleted by itself as neo-developmentalists are affirmed, but will leave an appreciable contribution to the development of Marxist studies in Latin America, enriching the collection of empirical knowledge and throwing new lights on national historical processes. Neo-development will remain active until the beginning of the 1980s. The moratorium on external debt decreed by Mexico in 1982, and then by Brazil, as well as the consequent submission of their governments to the IMF, have been an irrebatable demonstration of the inability of the Latin American bourgeoisie to access a real autonomy at the international level, not remaining the neo's development in silence. The difficult conditions created by the economic crisis through which Latin America went between 1981 and 1983, favored the accentuation of the neoliberal offensive that began its rosary of victories in 1973, after the Chilean coup. In the course of the 1980s, while neoliberalism, reselected by the United States and international credit organizations, collected new triumphs that have led him to become today in the dominant ideology in the region, the left saw his crisis sharpened. In fact, after the ideological battles of the second half of the 70s, in which the intellectuals of left entered divided, giving space to those who responded to the interests of the great bourgeoisie, Latin American social thought has failed to resume the critical and original elaboration that it had been developing, which has become unfeasible the formulation of a leftist alternative against the pressures exerted against the peoples of the region. In Latin America, neoliberalism corresponds to the imposition of imperialist interests in the context of the economic conversion that she is called to make before the changes that have taken place in the international economy. However, it cannot be ignored that the Latin American bourgeoisie, where it is more developed, has its own interests and, although it is subject to imperialism, tries to defend them. This is perceptible, for example, in the concern of some governments about the issue of regional integration, which, according to the way it is carried out, can reinforce its position in the negotiation with the economic blocs configured around the large centers. On the part of the progressive forces, who seek to express the aspirations of the great masses, what is being verified is the resource to the national development and to certain dependentist theses, which, in the absence of a dynamic theoretical referential, tends to represent, most of the time, a simple return to the past. This can be observed in the labor fixation that encourages Brizolism, in the rehabilitation of the cardinal ideology, in the apparent vitality of Peronism, in the resurrection of the Christian democratic current in Chile, while the young forces that have emerged, such as the Workers' Party in Brazil, have not revealed themselves to revolutionize the ideological political scenario of the region. At the base of that phenomenon is bourgeois hegemony in the polyclassist blocs that have been formed in most countries and the inability of leftist thought to offer elements for the formulation of an appropriate political strategy at the time the peoples of Latin America live. Reversing that situation is, today, a priority task. To do this, it is necessary to resume the thread of the critical thinking of the left where it reached its highest point. It is imposed, in fact, determine the construction of a Marxist theory of the agency, recovering its first flowering of the 20s and the one that was recorded from the mid-60s. After that, Marxism has developed among us in an extraordinary way, producing a lot of information and knowledge about our reality and opening the wide path to its theoretical elaboration. Retaking the thread of dependency theory means to meet the best of left-wing thought, without this implying sufficient response to the current problem. Therefore, it is necessary to assume the theory of dependence in a creative way, that is, submitting it to a radical review, which begins with the criticism of the methodological concessions to functionalism, which send the work of some of its authors, as well as that of certain theses imported to Arsenal, developer. But this necessarily continues with the reconsideration of a series of ideas and concepts that, going beyond particular currents of thought, impregnate our vision of the world and seem to refer to the natural order of things. It is evident, for example, that the theory of dependency corresponds to a world economy in which exploitation relations ultimately assume the form of relations between national states. This is a real fact, which mixes the nature of imperialism but that is not overcome, as the endogenists intended, avoiding the international analysis framework to limit themselves to the consideration of national class struggles. However, on that fact, trends begin to operate that seem to point towards a totally new historical dynamic. The overthrow of the powerful ultracentralist Soviet state and the affirmation of a set of new nations, within and outside the current community of independent states, are given as opposing the emergence of a politically unified Western Europe, where, violently or pacific, a series of nationalities claim its autonomy. Following the development of the American common market, no one can ensure that autonomous national movements do not come to threaten the territorial integrity of Mexico, with their contrasts between North and South, of Canada, of weak national consolidation, constantly challenged by the Quebecois movement, and even from the United States, where ethnic heterogeneity is accused every day. Assumptions of that order are valid for the community in gestation in the Southern Cone, especially in Brazil, lacerated by the differences that deepen between the southern and northeast regions and amazed by the international interests that are projected on the Amazon. Of such obvious, we will put aside similar considerations with respect to regions such as the Middle East, Black Africa, and Asia. Everything happens as if we were attending at the beginning of the end of the staging, forced expression of affirmation and denial of the nationalities that the development of capitalism put standing. Instead, together with an increasing economic and cultural internationalization, which is based on capital movements and new transport and communications technologies, the tendency to the constitution of larger international entities and, in apparent contradiction, of minor national entities and more closely linked to the historical and cultural roots of each people. International integration and law of nationalities to full autonomy, it seems to be the framework in which tomorrow begins to forge. the inequality of the subjects that are confronted in that context and the exploitation relations that underlie the entire process require a formidable effort to renew the theory of dependence and Marxism itself to open perspectives of success to peoples, the more so that, in their development, the same socialism has been questioned. And yet, it seems to be highly unlikely that this new course of history can move forward without the overcoming of capitalism, that social regime that is based on inequality and exploitation. Thus, we will review our conception of socialism and, abandoning its identification with the Bolshevik Revolution and its avatars, return the key idea of Marx according to which socialism is a historical era, the result of a long period of struggles and transformations. In that line we must resume, in our view, the thread of Latin American critical thinking and proceed to a theoretical elaboration capable of accounting for the changes we are living and the new perspectives that they open to us. The correct understanding of the present depends our future as Latin Americans and, even more, our ability to travel to a higher stage of development, an original, democratic and libertarian socialism. The crisis they entered, in the mid-last decade, European socialist regimes can be subject to two considerations. The first is not to lose sight of the fact that this crisis is part of a theoretical and practical process, in which the different movements are articulated that, in the level of ideas and social and political struggle, made the criticism of capitalism, as a way of organization of social life. From Sismondi to the Ricardian left, from Owen to Marx, from Koski and Hilferding to Rosa Luxemburg, Lenin, Trotsky, and Gramsci, the socialist theory undressed the foundations of the capitalist economy and of bourgeois society, evidence they fought against that. And there have been many those peoples, from the Parisian workers of 1871 and the obrero campesinos detachments of Russia to the plunged masses of China, Cuba, Vietnam, Angola, Nicaragua. More than a third of humanity opted, at the time, for the rejection of capitalism and for a social development oriented to the suppression of class inequalities and the implementation of a radical mass democracy. Under those slogans and still supporting international isolation and aggressions, even based on an economic and social delay without parallel between the Western powers, the Soviet Union conquered in just over 30 years a prominent position on the world scenario. In all the countries that took that course, the basic needs of the population in education, health, and food have been satisfied and the famines and unemployment are over. It does not represent, therefore, a simple task to erase the socialism of the memory of the peoples and much less convince the vast majority of humanity, for whom the solution of these seemingly elementary issues is still pending, that socialism has been nothing more than a mistake of those who had not understood that history has ended. For that exploited and lacking humanity, history has not even begun. The Nordestino farmer of Brazil seeks to enter her every day, pile up in the Pausterer that lead him to the most prosperous regions of the South, to discover, in the favelas of Rio or São Paulo, which continues to be refused. The second consideration referring to what happens in the socialist world implies asking whether the crisis of the so-called real socialism, or more precisely European, invalidated and ends that search for superior forms of social organization, which we attended almost 2 centuries ago, or if it represents one more of these moments of radical self-criticism that pull the history of socialism and that have allowed it to resurface with a renewed creativity. It was thus after the defeat of the Commune of Paris and the dissolution of the International Workers, which would then give rise to the dissemination of socialism in Europe and the foundation of the Second International. It was so when, in the face of the events of World War I and the division of the International, the first victorious socialist revolution was attended in Europe and the creation of the Communist International. It was like that after Yalta, when, insurgating against the limits tried to impose the commitment established between Americans and Soviet, the Yugoslavs and the Chinese proclaimed their right to the socialist revolution. It was like this in Latin America, until the Cuban people give to the fret with theoretical and geographical improbabilities and, throughout the world, until Vietnam pointed out with their finger the nakedness of imperialism. It is because he knew that Marx was able to compare the socialist revolution to the mole that passes a good part of his life working the entrails of the earth. That is why, in a period like this, Marx sharpened the weapon of his criticism, dedicating himself to his main work, while committing himself entirely to the new forms that, with the workers' parties, then assumed the development of socialism in Europe. The way in which the question of capitalism and socialism tends to be raised, as if they were two abstract, dissociated systems of the class struggle processes and susceptible to comparison in terms of pragmatism and efficiency, it is totally misleading. That procedure ignores the real interests that inspire the two systems and ignores its historicity. This has nothing to do with Marx's point of view, which linked socialism to the emancipation of the working class and conceived it as a new historical stage. This stage would correspond to the recovery at a higher level of individual property, which represents the supreme act of affirmation of man against the world that is close to it and is so much more effective the higher the degree of cooperation on which it is based. 38 That was not the approach adopted by Lenin, who, based on the notion of socialism as a historical fact, assumed it as one of the central characteristics of the new era in which humanity entered and that he defined as the era of imperialism and the triumphant proletarian revolutions. 39. If things arise so, that is, if we assume the optics from which history appears to us as the development of forms of social organization and coexistence that tend to the full emancipation of man, it is useful to resort to the analysis of socialism, based on analogy and contrast, in relation to the historical era that precedes it, that is to say the capitalist era. This will allow us to capture its most marking differences in relation to it and approach, therefore, to which it constitutes its deepest nature. Configuring in the mid-16th century, the capitalist era does not enshrine the hegemony of the form of capital that would later confer its main attributes, industrial capital, which then has the character of manufacturing capital. This is still subordinated to commercial capital, even if it is where trade, and especially foreign trade, more strongly drives its development, that is, in England, that capitalism will engender more quickly the phenomena that will lead to its maturity. These phenomena are, first, the bourgeois revolution, which will allow the owners of capital to reduce the obstacles that the old feudal world opposes and create the mechanisms of protection and stimulus to the development of the new mode of production, and then, the industrial revolution, which accelerates the metamorphosis of the manufacturing industry in the manufacturing industry and leads to industrial capital to subordinate the other existing capital forms. During the manufacturing phase, the massive transformation of individual private property, the result of own work, in private capitalist property, through the expropriation of small rural and urban producers by the bourgeoisie and the conversion of these into salaried workers, forced to sell their labor force in the market. The gain progressively ceases to be the result of value transfers caused by commercial relations that were made between different modes of production, to derive from the part of the product of the work that is appropriate by the capitalist. In other words, the gain, in its different forms, is no longer the appearance form that covers the fruit of the exploitation of the work carried out by industrial capital, i.e., surplus value. This is born, essentially, from the prolongation of working time beyond the necessary time for the worker to reproduce the value of his workforce, crystallizing in absolute surplus value. But, from the beginning, as evidenced by manufacturing cooperation, surplus value also occurs in its relative form, that is, by reducing the work time necessary to reproduce the value of the workforce. 40. The commercial capital could live with different modes of production, since it was in the sphere of the circulation that he appropriated the fruit of foreign work. That will not be the case of industrial capital, which operates in the plane of production and needs to create a special economic organization there. It is understood, thus, that, to the extent that the manufacturing bourgeoisie is strengthened, capitalism becomes incompatible with the feudal mode of production and ends up applying its transformation. But it is also understood that the bourgeois revolution, which leads to the conquest of the state by the bourgeoisie to proceed to that transformation, can only take place once capitalist development is already relatively advanced. This is what will be seen in England, in the mid-17th, in the period between the 1648 revolution, which gave rise to the Cromwellian dictatorship, and the so-called Glorious Revolution of 1688–89, which established the constitutional monarchy and made it an institutional expression of the classes between the bourgeoisie and the feudal nobility, or the fraction bourgeois of it. Such an alliance was purified, until it reached, with the predominance of the House of Commons on that of the Lords, to the crystallization of bourgeois hegemony inside the dominant bloc. For the same dates that the bourgeois revolution takes place in England, France is dilated by a civil war in which two fractions of the nobility face. The emerging bourgeoisie participates in that divided process. The result of the Fronde is the strengthening of real power, which, placing itself over class conflicts, embodies in the absolute monarchy of Louis XIV. This, sustaining feudal privileges with one hand, grants with the other benefits to the bourgeoisie, through an industrializing and protectionist policy. For a century, while the French bourgeoisie conforms to the framework that was drawn, the manufactures of state, overseas trade, and state and feudal administration, peasants remain oppressed by an increasingly parasitic system and cities see the small merchants and artisans grow, next to a mass of professionals lacking perspectives. The 1789 revolution will force the bourgeois direction to ally, at first, with those classes and class fractions, which, raising social and political claims that exceed a lot to the specifically bourgeois interests, promote it to bring to the limit the confrontation with the nobility. In the middle of efforts to form a new dominant bloc, the bourgeoisie will launch the country in political instability and the radicalization of class struggles for almost a century, until the defeat of the workers of Paris in 1871. These processes, in some way paradigmatic, are complemented by that of the frustrated bourgeois revolution in Germany, in the mid-19th century, which culminates with the subordination of the class to the nobility, which constrains its development to a framework marked by militarism and the need to conquer foreign markets. All of them are showing that the statement of capitalism in their original space, Europe, resulted in diversified social and political processes, which were carried out at different historical moments and were based on different class alliances. If we consider the way by which the bourgeoisie became a ruling class and nationally imposed its mode of production in the United States and Latin America, we would have before us a mosaic of situations, which only at the level of a high abstraction can be treated as phenomena of the same strain. What matters to point out here is that the transition period of capitalism was extended for more than 2 centuries and was only overcome once the bourgeois domination was established and the Industrial Revolution is completed. In that period, capitalism rehearsed different political forms, centered around the idea of representative democracy, and promoted a cultural revolution, which consecrated some key concepts: individualism, political representation, market, progress, science. From the second half of the 19th century, history becomes in fact history of capitalism, in the end of universal system, and the horizon of human thought corresponds more and more to the framework that the bourgeois world sets. 61. Socialism as a transition period. Socialism can be understood as the transition period towards a new historical era and is characterized by overcoming private property in favor of a new form of individual property, based on the socialization of the means of production. This corresponds, on the political level, to an expanded and participatory democracy, referring to the vast majority of society. Being a period of transition, socialism is also an integral part of that new historical era, in the same way that commercial and manufacturing capitalism integrates the general history of capitalism. It does not apply, therefore, consider it as a simple articulation of production modes, as the French structuralist Marxism intends, as well as some Latin American theorists. A transition period has to be seen from the new, the mode of production that is emerging, and that does so, not through the combination with those who precede it, but mainly through the confrontation and the fight against them. The history of that period is that of the successes and failures of the new mode of production and the class that represents it, in its projection towards the future. If it is socialism, this is even more true. Indeed, capitalism, whose foundation is a variant of private property, begins its existence within the feudal mode of production. Some time is required for the feudal order to be presented as an obstacle to its development. Only then the bourgeois revolution, the conquest of power, is raised as inescapable. And, even so, if the existing social conditions make it difficult for it, capitalism can follow its path, although by more tortuous roads, until the total extinction of the previous regime. Different is the situation facing socialism, since for him the conquest of power for workers is a sine qua non condition of their existence. It is true that capitalism puts the premises of socialism, by concentrating the property of the means of production and thus favoring the expropriation of capital and the socialization of the work process, by proletarianizing the broad masses of the population and preparing them, thus, materially and ideologically, for individual property based on the collectivization of wealth sources, when developing productive forces and making possible, in that way, the domain of man over nature and the transformation of work into a fully creative act. However, until the proletarian revolution occurs, all these processes only increase bourgeois power and make the chains that workers tied to capital more rigid. The conquest of power by workers makes it possible to print a seal other than these processes, but in no way replace them with others, overnight. While transition period, socialism implies the continuity of them by some time and their gradual transformation into something different. Even a measure of crucial importance for the proletarian revolution, the suppression of the bourgeois class, can only be the result of an evolution, hurried and oriented by revolutionary measures, such as the extinction of the right of inheritance. 41. With even more reason, the transformation of the material base of the bourgeois society only in a very limited scale can be subject to acts of will and superstructural decisions, conditioned as it is to the development of the productive forces. The drama of real socialism derives from that it started from very poor material and spiritual conditions and tried to overcome them prematurely. It is what happened as much as it tried, for example, to supplant market mechanisms by centralized planning or integrated conflicting ethnic groups in a single state. This does not imply undervalue the subjective factor. Essential element in a period of transition is the ideological struggle, through which the emerging class conceives and imposes on society a new scale of values, a new morals, a new worldview. For the bourgeoisie, which settled on conditions of existence different from those of the nobility, there was no greater difficulty in opposing aristocratic ethics, justifying idleness and social parasitism, a philosophy of work, market, and gain. He could even do it because, possessing wealth, it was possible to build his own educational system, in addition to putting at his service part of the intellectual, scientific, and artistic elite native to the nobility. In England, where the bourgeois revolution occurred when that situation was not yet verified fully, the bourgeoisie had to contract a commitment to the nobility and delegate many of those cultural functions, commitment that left deep brands in its political and administrative system. The proletariat, however, whose conditions of existence are derived from capitalism, in the same way as those of the bourgeoisie, holding almost non-transponable obstacles to transcend bourgeois culture, even after conquering power. This seems to be one of the most arduous tasks of the transition period, as Lenin understood when the issue of the Cultural Revolution was raised. 42. There is no doubt that the failure in this field constitutes one of the main causes of the crisis that overthrew real socialism, therefore, stood out in Marxist reflection. Capitalism is characterized, since its origin, by its international vocation, which makes the world market privileged instance for the development of its contradictions. This corresponds to a leakage forward, which means that capitalism cannot count on the world market to effectively overcome these contradictions, but only to expand the space in which they occur and, therefore, to make them more and more universal. The conquest of new territories and the extension of its empire to a growing number of peoples, a process that begins in the phase of primitive and continuous accumulation throughout its development, allow it to entertain the accentuated profile that their contradictions acquire in the system centers, at the expense of the transfer to the periphery of their explosive and self-destructive potential. This is the reason why the break with capitalism and the passage to socialism began in the most delayed countries, where capitalist exploitation dispenses artifices and costumes, in addition to exercising on a mass of workers still little made to bourgeois ideology. This caused two consequences for the nascent socialism: to be implemented on an incipient material basis, little trained to deal with competition with the capitalist world, and depend on the mobilization of peoples that did not yet access the fullness of the bourgeois culture, although they already presented many of its vices. The latter was possible because those peoples were not, as some intended, a blank page. On the contrary, their culture was marked by inequality and change value, then easy to assimilate what capitalism offered them. Worse, the possibility of oppressed and exploited mutually, moved by the ambition of the possession of goods and, above all, of money. 43. Bourgeois citizenship and socialist citizenship. In these terms, the conquest of power does not entail the possibility of transforming socio-economic structures and, what is even more serious, puts a class whose development, within the previous society, did not allow it to mature ideologically, through the conquest and overcoming the bourgeois culture. The current crisis of socialism forces us to reflect on that problem, and that reflection points towards the rethinking of the question of the avant-garde, or the party, and its relationship with the masses. In fact, in an inverse movement that Marx made between the failure of the revolutions of 1848 and the creation of the International Association of Workers, the revolutionaries have been carried, under the influence of the Russian Revolution of 1917 and the need to fight against the rigid political structures of the backward countries, to found their strategy in the dynamics of the avant-garde and to trust that the gestation of a new ethics and a new culture party would ensure the realization of socialism. Life has shown that, even if it keeps its ideological strength and its revolutionary vocation intact, the party cannot replace the class in the construction of a new society. This is a task that fits fundamentally to the collective practice of the masses and that obeys the general laws of social processes. It is not about denying the validity of the party as an instrument of struggle of the masses or their conductive and educator role. It is just about understanding that the maturation of the revolutionary capacity of the masses depends, first of all, on their own life experience. It is fair and correct that the party exerts the role of yeast and lighthouse in social struggles, which develops agitation and propaganda, which worries about the formation of paintings, which strives to formulate tactical and strategic approaches that centralize the scattered actions of society. But, ultimately, the fate of the revolution depends on the real consciousness that the masses acquire with respect to the obstacles that capitalism puts to human realization and the limitations inherent to the reformist methods. To do this, agitation and propaganda are not enough. The masses have to educate themselves practically and, in this sense, they must be stimulated to try to overcome the evils of capitalism through the broad exercise of the mechanisms that the bourgeoisie claims to serve that end or those to which it cannot be opposed without unmasking the discriminatory and exclusive nature of the system. To master the productive forces, to distribute the one in just the wealth, to exercise the conduct of society in socialism, it is necessary that the masses know how to use the means used by the bourgeoisie and that subject them to their practical criticism. This path must lead them to take place in fact of the great democratic conquest that meant the advent of the bourgeois era, the concept of citizenship, exempt in theory of the exclusions with which it has tried to restrict it to define social, ethnic, and sexual groups. Although the struggle of workers, ethnic and sexual minorities, of women and young people has been expanding the real validity of that concept, he still suffers in capitalism the limitations imposed by class inequalities and economic differences. Socialist democracy, to the extent that it is aimed at suppressing these inequalities and differences, aims to fully carry out the concept of citizenship and give it an effectively universal forum. This is one of the great contributions of socialism to human history, which radically differentiated it from capitalism, which is unable to lead to that result. Socialist citizenship, expression of perfect political equality, is the necessary condition for men to fully develop their individual diversity and establish each other's social relations of an unparalleled wealth and complexity in the past. It is in that sense that, with Marx, it is possible to speak not of the end, as some intend, but of the beginning of the story, in short that prehistory of exploitation and oppression of man by man who touches us still to live. In the history of ideas, socialism and democracy they do not have the same origin or necessarily tend to identity. Both Plato and Saint Simon were able to imagine socialist systems of a markedly authoritarian nature, in the same way as bourgeois ideology, even in their most advanced expressions. The question of democracy has been raised without linking it to socialism. It is modern socialism, which arises as criticism of the process and the idea of bourgeois society, with Babeuf, Blanqui, the Ricardian left, and culminates with Marxism, which intimately relates the two concepts and makes them inseparable. Inseparable, but not identical. In its superior expression, that is, as a government of the majorities, democracy supposes socialism, in the quality of social organization that, foresetting itself in the collective property of the means of production, ensures political equality to the mass of producers, although, as Marx pointed out, does not yet guarantee economic equality. There are more. Full democracy not only has socialism as a premise but also leads to it, unless a majority could be conceived that will govern for the benefit of the minority, that is, against itself. The interdependence that is established between democracy and socialism should not, however, hide the fact that, far from constituting an identity, both correspond to two concepts, and, if the concepts are good, to two realities, perfectly different, although united by an indissoluble link. As a dialectical relationship, the realities that are enrolled there, although mutually determined, have their own life, being able to develop asymmetrically and even contradictory. This is how, in the course of the proletarian revolution, we provide situations in which the defense of socialism was made at the expense of democracy or the demands of democracy imposed limits on socialization. In general, the wrong, right, or left criticisms, to proletarian revolutions they are born from the non-understanding of the dialectical nature of the socialism-democracy relationship. Worse, they do not perceive that this relationship is done through national processes, which, by their peculiar determinations of socio-economic and cultural nature, as well as by the correlation of international forces in which they are framed, they affect the mode. 67. Whereby she develops, in the same way as historical time, the particular moment in which each revolution occurs. Regarding the socialism-democracy relationship, confusion regarding what is essential or contingent, to what corresponds to the concept or reality to which it refers is not, however, exclusive to its critics. There is in each particular process the temptation to turn into general laws or imperatives what are nothing but specific characteristics. That temptation becomes even stronger the more controversial these characteristics are, that is, the more necessary its justification seems. This happened with the forced collectivization in the Soviet Union, which, being only the result of the country's international isolation and the class struggles that were fought there, was elevated by its most enthusiastic supporters to the condition of effect of a hypothetical law of original socialist accumulation. The reality is that the violent expropriation of the peasants, in addition to the fact that it did not occur in the revolutions that followed, was in the USSR the expression, and in a certain way the historical moment of solution, of the contradictions that were verified within the Peasant Workers' Alliance, which had already given rise to the grain requisitions, typical of the community of war. When Lenin formulated the new economic policy, which restored the market game for peasant production, he did precisely to open the development of these contradictions a peaceful way, that is, democratic. Class alliances. This is, without a doubt, a central element in the concept of democracy and that confers its specificity, regardless of the economic system with which it coexists, the recognition of divergences and clashes of interest between the political actors, but also and above all, as a means of action of socialist democracy, an educational element, which poses objectives and that explains them, fits the state applying them through persuasion. The ideal law in socialist democracy is one that contains more preamble than articles and that serves as a tool for agitators and propagandists to induce revolutionarical behaviors. 44. On the limit, the law is nothing more than a more developed form of political education. 45. Alliances and commitments. The persuasive government method is presented as something possible when exercised between classes that face a common enemy and share historical objectives, therefore being able to act based on consensus. Relations of classes of this nature constitute an alliance and its political expression is democracy. Different is the situation if these are classes whose relationship is based on oppression and exploitation of each other. In this case, the par excellence method is coercion. No matter how much the resistance and struggle of the dominated class originate the ruling class to make concessions and resort, if not to persuasion, at least to deception, with the purpose of limiting the indiscriminate use of coercion. In fact, any state can operate exclusively by coercion. Even the slave state, which rests in a relationship of oppression-exploitation almost indidente and that, for this reason, is always with weapons in hand, that state is still forced, to exercise its power, to use non-coercive means, tradition, the idea of the inferiority of the slave, etc. With the advent of the bourgeois society, this is accentuated, since the ruling class is forced to reconcile the oppression and exploitation that it exercises on other classes with the historical project that she proposed to them and that is based on the notions of freedom and equality, as well as progress. It fits the bourgeois ideology to perform that task. Privileged weapon that represented for the conquest of political power, ideology also constitutes, for the bourgeoisie, a fundamental instrument to exercise it. No class in history, before it, gave the ideology such a decisive role in its domination mode. Using ideology, the bourgeoisie made a gigantic effort, in order to turn equal subordination of all before the law, to freedom, in the free disposition of the workforce itself, and to progress, in the individual perspective of social promotion. The cornerstone of this ideological construction was the concept of citizenship or, what the same, the individual ownership of civil and political rights, through which the bourgeoisie escaped the social classes and allocated to each one the role of isolated participant in the life of the state. In this way, the individual has been confronted entirely disarmed to the state, fuente and guardian of the established order and based its existence on the monopoly of force. 46. Socialist democracy, which breaks with bourgeois individualism and is assumed as an expression of class struggle, also renounces ideological mixing as an instrument of domination. We already saw the RUY frankness that reigns within the Labor Champion Alliance, based on the common interest of ending oppression and exploitation, although in it divergences still remain regarding immediate class interests. In relation to the bourgeoisie, with which he does not share any historical objective and from which he separates his general class interest, the proletariat cannot practice an alliance policy. On the contrary, he is obliged to submit it by force, by coercion, to his society project. It is understood, therefore, that, at a time when the world correlation of forces favors it, the bourgeoisie firmly opposes the national movements of socialist revolution, by promoting internal resistance and external aggression. In that context, democracy duality, as Lenin formulated, is valid. Persuasion and coercion are presented, in that perspective, as two clearly differentiated lines, opposite and complementary poles of state action. But neither the resistance of the bourgeoisie is exercised constantly and uniformly nor the worldwide correlation of forces has preeminence about that which, internally, the revolution is building. Thus, either because the bourgeoisie hesitarily falters in her opposition struggle, either because she is forced to accept de facto situations, socialist democracy can, from a clear position of strength, to make concessions, well as sectors of other classes to her linked. These concessions are not confused with those that occur inside the Labor Champion Alliance. These are unlimited in their content and time, therefore determining the character, rhythm, and duration of the socialist transition. Concessions to the bourgeoisie, inversely, are conditioned by the demands of the transition, which contributes to fix its nature and deadlines. However, if they are successful, they open the possibility of specific agreements, which, without configuring an alliance, since they exclude common historical objectives, they are defined as commitments. Leninist politics practiced commitments without any costume. An example of this is the 1918 decree regulating commercial advertising, which, as Lenin himself stressed, clearly indicated that the Soviet government did not occur as immediate task the total socialization of industry and commerce. Another, the privileges granted to the technicians, in the period of the NEP. The Chinese Revolution assured the survival of national capitalist companies, for the life of their owners. Cuba kept small trade in a long time. And the Sandinista Nicaragua, in the line outlined by the Chilean Socialist Government of the Popular Unity, consecrated three forms of property in its legal status: state, cooperative, and private. 73. On this plane, the concept of dictatorship, as a regime of open violence of one class against another, does not apply fully. The commitments represent a form of exercise of power to some extent consensual, even if they have as a premise the capacity of material coercion of the state. Unlike alliances, they do not imply issues related to common historical purposes, but refer to immediate classes' interests, clearly identified and duly equated by the parties. However, the importance for the development of socialist democracy transcends the merely tactical plane and goes beyond the environment atmosphere to proletariat-bourgeois relations. Indeed, to get to practice a policy of commitments, the proletariat must have previously solved, correctly, its alliances policy. Only a solid revolutionary bloc ensures a strong state, a sine condition that is not, as we already indicated, of the commitment. In other words, the policy of commitments is not possible if democracy is not fully exercised within the alliance, without which flank would open to the enemy's maneuvers. In this perspective, the policy of commitments represents only the irradiation of the democratic practice of the revolutionary bloc to the whole of society. Through it, even the domination based on coercion assumes softer nuances, allowing the limited extension of democratic practice to the same bourgeoisie. 47. She opens the way thus, to the universalization of persuasion, particularly with respect to the new generations originally from the bourgeoisie, supporting the conquests that are achieved through the Cultural Revolution. Therefore, the use of commitment, whenever possible, prints a more democratic character to the whole of the socialist transition, which, in that context, and only in it, it can widely adopt pluralism. It is for a socialist transition that privileges the commitment that Marx conceived the program presented in the Communist Manifesto. After more than a century of class struggles, most of the points included there have been totally or partially applied within capitalism, at least in the most advanced countries. They are wrong, however, those who believe that this was the program of the democratic bourgeois revolution. It is enough to verify that, among those points, is the suppression of the right of inheritance, to realize that the program aimed to make the support column of every bourgeois society disappear, the private property of the means of production. The apparent modesty and gradualism that are expressed in the program of the manifesto have to see with the way Marx conceived the advent of communism, that is, as a result of the same historical development. At a higher level of abstraction, he raised it in his preface to the contribution, where he presents the passage of capitalism to communism as an almost natural succession of modes of production. Capitalism creates, in this framework, the premises of communism, and it is about them that the proletariat supports to promote the socialist transition. This does not exclude, in any way, the fact of the revolution, that is to say the conquest of political power by the proletariat. Indeed, for Marx, the state is the shovel that the proletariat must take in their hands to remove the capitalist forms that obstruct the passage of history. This idea covers all his work, is present in Capital, in his controversy with the cooperatives and, above all, in his reflection on the Commune of Paris. By recognizing in this the first historical expression of the proletarian state, Marx only said to reaffirm what the manifesto exposed, without leaving a doubt, the need for the proletarian revolution as part of socialism. 75. The paths of the revolution. Is that necessarily violent revolution? Marx admitted the possibility of the Pacific Road, based on commitment, in countries without great development of bureaucracy and army, that is, in countries where the bourgeois state would not yet reach its full maturity. In her analysis of the problem, Lenin part of the vision of capitalism in her imperialist phase to maintain that the peaceful path was cancelled precisely in those countries where Marx judged her most practicable. Lenin's reflections, later retaken by the International Three, will make imperialism the cornerstone of the violent revolution strategy, particularly in Third World countries. History has given Lenin right. However, there is no reason to assume that the possibility of the Pacific Revolution cannot be rethink, although on the basis of those established by Marx. In a framework that was characterized by the constant reinforcement of socialism and the permanent advance of the world revolutionary movement, the correlation of international forces would become entirely unfavorable to the bourgeoisie. This would lay the premises for peaceful revolutions, capable of practicing in broad scale the commitment and pluralism, which would save social costs and suffering of the peoples that were in a position to do so. Obviously, this is not the situation we are living. Worse, we go through a period that does not favor an offensive strategy by the socialist forces, which makes, at least for some time, unlikely the violent revolution. See you, then, forced to look for new forms of action, aimed at putting workers in a position to solve the dispute over power, in current circumstances. These forms of action, as Marxists know, cannot be the result of a mere invention, but have to represent the conscious expression of the spontaneous movement of class struggles. 70 years of triumphs and defeats of socialism provide a wide range of experiences, whose wealth our reflection is still far from exhausting. There is no doubt, however, that they raise a fundamental demand, to apprehend in their concrete and particular expression the specificity of the socialism-lismocracy relationship and understand, in each case, as the contradictions that it implies were configured. 76. In particular, we are required to analyze the causes of the socialism crisis in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, without regretting the overthrow of regimes that we knew unable to perform the tasks of the socialist transition. It is necessary, however, go further. It is, for us, to investigate and discover the perspectives of social transformation that the current development of the productive forces is opening, to the extent that it tends to overcome the differences between the countryside and the city, homogenize worldwide the technical conditions of production and internationalize the work process. It is also to determine to what extent that development, which privileges intellectual work and productive services, affects the concept of proletariat, due to the differentiations introduced to the interior of the working class. It is, above all, to understand the new forms of action and the participation mechanisms that the masses are creating to intervene more actively in the level of business and political management. Labor control, co-management and self-management of companies, the electoral struggle and participation in parliament and local governments, popular participation and control over budgetary, educational, health, public transport policies, together with the claim of greater regional and local autonomy, the democratization of the media and the rejection of censorship, the criticism of the inequalities of economic, ethnic, or sexual base, these are some of the instruments that the masses are giving hand, here and there, to defend their interests, raise their political culture and mature their revolutionary spirit. It is in that way that they are being trained for, unlike what has happened so far in socialist revolutions, assume themselves the direction of the socialist transition process. What, after all, is the only safe guarantee of its success? 77. The transformations and challenges that this end of the century is raising throughout the world, beyond the ideologies and economic and political schemes adopted by the peoples, are the result of a process that began more than 2 decades ago. Apart some exaggerations, as those who have wanted to present it as the end of the so-called Western civilization or as the final crisis of capitalism, that process has been correctly analyzed by the Marxist authors, who resorted to it, within the rich analytical arsenal that this current of thought provides, to the theory of long cycles. The thesis we hold here is that we are entering a new cycle of that type, which necessarily implies drastic changes and the search for new solutions. Our concern revolves around what, in this context, is happening in Latin America, since, like no other in the recent past, the moment we live is decisive for the formation of our future. The U.S. recession of 1967 ended the expansion period that the capitalist world economy lived since the end of World War II. It is possible to distinguish 3 phases in the Great Crisis that opens then. 49 in the first, which culminates with the abrupt elevation of oil prices, in 1973, indications of economic disturbance in the central countries are observed, in particular a persistent salary rise, motivated by the growing claiming capacity of the labor movement, itself derived from the sustained capitalist expansion which presses down the profit rate and leads to the retraction of industrial investments. At the same time, imbalances are manifested in the balance of payments in the United States, due to the growing loss of competitiveness of the country in the trade of industrial goods and its conversion into an energy importer, while concluding the movement of large American investments in Europe, all leading to the dollar crisis and, consequently, of the international financial system. The increase in concurrence between large capitalist centers and growing financial availability generated by the fall in productive investment leads to capital overaccumulation. A significant result of this is, as a strategy for the struggle for markets and for investment fields, the recycling of the financial surpluses and productive capacity to countries of the capitalist periphery, contributing to accelerate industrial development there and to promote the emergence of which it has been called new industrial countries or NICs. In Latin America, Brazil and Mexico fit in that category, but, in general, that phase corresponds to an expansion process for most countries in the region. After 1973, and, particularly, after the great battles that, in the mid-decade, defeated the labor movement in the central countries, the situation is modified. The salary-grade relationship is stabilized at a lower level and productive investments also, being that these, in a natural reaction in such situation, seek to preserve the average profitability of large financial groups and industrial corporations through sectoral diversification and speculation. The recycling of petrodollars towards the large centers aggravates capital overaccumulation, only partially padded by transfers, direct investment, loans and financing, to the capitalist periphery, as well as to socialist countries. Based on the exacerbation of overproduction and persistent growth of public debt, the situation is characterized by stagnation and inflation. The second oil clash, in 1979, coupled with the elevation of interest rates, while precipitating the central countries in a new and violent recession, generalizes the crisis in the rest of the world. International prices collapse and world trade retracts, while foreign investments stagnate and loans and financing become scarce and expensive. With this, Latin America and, in general, the capitalist periphery are also dragged to the crisis, even the NICs, the same as socialist countries. The 80s begin, then, with an acute recession, which, initiated in the central countries, lasts there until 1982, throwing in the period an average annual rate of variation of the real product of the order of 0.8%. As of 1981, the recession reaches dependent countries, extending until 1983, and hits Latin America with special rigor. In those 3 years, the average annual rate of real product variation is, for all subdisa countries, 79. Rubled, 1.7% and, for the region, of -1.1%. The recovery begins in 1983, for the central countries, and arrives, the following year, the dependent countries, Latin America inclusive. At the same time, world trade, whose average annual rate of variation, between 1980 to 82, out of -0.6%, reaches an average annual growth rate of 5.3%, in the 1983 to 85 triennium, which is maintained in the following triennium, expanding, according to GATT estimate, by 7% in 1989. The characteristics that this recovery presents seem to aim to deep transformations in national economies, particularly in central capitalist countries, as well as no less drastic changes in the international labor division and throughout the world's economic system. This is how, if we stop in what happens in the central countries, we observe that unlike the precarious recoveries that were presented there, throughout the period 1967-79 it rests on the sustained growth of the gross formation rate of fixed capital. Based on IMF data, in the face of average annual growth of 3% for the 1971-80 period, that rate grows annually to 5.6% in the 1983-85 triennium and remains at the high level of 5% in the 1986-88 triennium, for the set of developed capitalist countries. Regarding the main industrialized countries, that means, throughout the 1983-88 period, the annual assignment of GDP percentages that vary between 16 and 17% in the United States, 20 and 21% in Federal Germany and 30 and 35% in Japan. In current values, and only in 1988, those three countries mobilized for that purpose a sum of more than $1.5 billion. In addition to achieving considerable levels, the investment in fixed capital of developed countries has connotations that are worth highlighting. First, the part corresponding to machinery and equipment increased in it. Comparing the investment made in this line, in 1988, with the annual average of the 1976-80 period, it is seen that she passed, in the United States, of 45.2% of the total to 53.2%, in Japan, from 45.9% to 59.3% and, in Germany, from 37.1% to 41.8%. Secondly, in investment in machinery and equipment, which corresponds to high-tech goods, the part referring to high-tech goods represented about 3/4 of the total investment in machinery and equipment in the United States, in the period from 1986 to the first half of 1988, according to the IMF. Third, the relative reduction of the prices of high-tech goods implied that the investment related to them, and, therefore, to the total machinery and equipment, has been even greater, in real terms, according to the same source, from 1987 to the third quarter of 1988, in the United States, the price deflactor of those goods was lower in 14% to the PNB prices deflator. 51. These three characteristics indicate a qualitative change in the recovery phase that we are considering, mainly to the extent that they involve the devaluation of fixed capital, sine qua non condition of a long-range recovery. This is completed with the phenomena that occur in the plane of circulating capital. Thus, on the side of raw materials, the production of new materials has led to the expenditure in that line has been considerably reduced per unit of product, mainly in high-tech industries. It corresponds to a maximum of 3% in a semiconductor microchip, against 40% in a car vehicle. 52. Regarding the variable capital, the outstanding feature is the growing substitution of intensive production in labor with intensive production in knowledge, that is, in research, development and tests. In the total cost of a microchip, the spending in labor affects 12%, compared to 70% of expense in knowledge. This trend is also manifested, although with less force, in the industries of high index of technological absorption, leading to the fact that, in a robotic automotive factory, the cost of labor does not go beyond 20 to 25% of the total production cost. 53. These new trends in capitalist accumulation in central countries are based on the increase in labor productivity and investments in research and development activities, which drastically alters the structure of the workforce and its employment situation. In industrialized countries, R&D spending revolves around 3% of GDP, which currently implies for the three most advanced, mobilizing a sum of approximately $225 billion a year. This entails the increase of a layer of highly qualified workers in the manufacturing and universities' manufacturing centers, which presupposes serious transformations in the educational system as a whole and affects the whole of the industrial workforce, marginalizing increasing masses of non-qualified or less qualified workers, regardless of, or more exactly due to, the resumption of accumulation. It is what explains that, according to the OECD, in industrialized countries, in the previous recovery, that is, between 1975 to 80, the unemployment rate was 4.3%, while, in the current one, between 1984 to 88, it is 7.8%. 54 Information from the United States realized that, between 1973 to 85, 5 million blue collars of the manufacturing sector will be unemployed, although, between 1973 to 86, employment in that sector has passed from 82 to 110 million people, increasing by 34%. 55. To deal with these transformations, which ultimately tend to affirm the primacy of high-tech industries in production, large capitalist centers have had to use an immense mass of financial and material resources. In that sense, in parallel to the concentration of capital, that is, to the growth of individual capitals that accompanies accumulation, the crisis has favored the formation of large capital masses through centralization, achieved through subordination, absorption, and expropriation of some of the capital by others. Purchases, agreements, and mergers of companies to attend every day in the area of the electronic, automotive, telecommunications industry and others are just an indicator of that phenomenon. Beside him, we must consider that the same capital flows at the international level are showing a growing centralization of world capital in favor of large capitalist centers, which is also expressed at the capital market level, that is, the barter involved in international trade. This implies, for dependent countries, not only the loss of external capital contributions capable of energizing their accumulation process, but also the net transfer of financial resources to the central countries, together with the deterioration of their commercial position in the international context. According to the IMF, yes, in 1982, direct foreign investments were allocated by 53.6% to industrial countries and in 46.4% to underdeveloped countries. In 1986, the Great Recession in the central countries, these remained with 76.7% of the total, leaving the countries underdeveloped only 23.3%. In the same years, the relative participation of Latin America in that line fell from 11.5% to 4.6%. Considering capital flow, that is, movements for direct investment, private credit, and official credit, underdeveloped countries still receive, in net terms, $10.5 billion in 1982, reach a dead point in 1983 and begin to transfer net resources, from 1984, reaching $24 billion in negative terms, in 1986. Of capital of Latin America implied a net transfer of $203 billion, equivalent to 49% of its total gross external debt as of December 31, 1989, being that, in this last year, the nearly $25 billion transferred correspond to 3% of the GDP of the region. 57. To these forms of expropriation we must add, following the GATT, which is carried out through trade and that implied that the prices of primary products, except oil, will enter declination from 1977, maintaining that trend except for light interruption in 1983-84 throughout the 1980s, a phenomenon that also affected the manufactured goods produced by the underdeveloped countries, even the oil. After the abrupt recovery initiated in 1979, had its depressed prices from 1983 and, at the end of the decade, showed a loss greater than 10 that would conquer at the juncture 1979 to 1982. 58. It is not surprising, therefore, that the participation of underdeveloped countries in the total value made by exports has decreased, moving from the 28.6% that represented in 1981 to 83 to 20.8% in 1986. This trend affects the countries of all exporting regions, except for Asia, being particularly strong in Africa and the Middle East. Regarding Latin America, its low participation from 5.5% to 5% in the two moments considered. 59 still stresses that, in 1989, the region increased by 57%. The volume of its exports in relation to 1980, but the deterioration of the terms of exchange determined that, expressed in value, that increase has been only 24%. 60. This loss of participation of underdeveloped countries, in addition to taking place in the framework of the expansion of world trade, as we have seen, is meaning. In fact, its gradual expulsion of the markets constituted by industrial countries, as well as those made up of the same developed countries, in 1981 to 83, 69.6% of the exports of the former occurred between them, a figure that passed to 76.5% in 1986. They exported for their own markets 29.7% and 27.6%, respectively, at the time considered. 61. It is worth highlighting two features of world trade that allow better to understand the marginalization process that dependent countries are suffering. First, as regards the flow of merchandise, the increase of 56 to 73% presented by manufacturers in general, compared to a decline from 15% to 13.5% of agricultural products and Rengan most affected by the production of new materials, from 29 to 13.5% of mineral products, between 1980 and 1988. If they are taken under the concept of factorial services, that is, flows of services related to capital and technology, which are counted even if they do not give rise to import and export transactions or, which is the same, flows that include the sale of services by foreign companies installed in the country. 63. Under the first aspect, that is, as commerce strictu sensu, the services represented, in 1985, for the United States, $80 billion in exports and $66 billion in imports, leaving a positive balance of $14 billion. Under the second aspect, in the same year, the United States reached revenues corresponding to $96 billion and had expenses of $67 billion, raising its positive balance to $29 billion. Latin America presents an inverted picture, according to the approach adopted, in 1985, with $19 billion in exports and $22 billion in imports. It presents a negative balance of $3 billion, but, with revenues of $10 billion and exits of $46 billion per concept of factorial services, its negative balance amounts to $36 billion. 64. In services, activities related to banks, telecommunications, administration, consulting and tourism stand out, leading to benefits or income, licenses, royalties and fees. In the wake of the transformations through which the world economy passes, with the development of new technologies and the empire of financial capital, their weight in central economies has only increased. In relation to GDP, they represented, in the United States, 62% in 1970 and 68% in 1987, in Japan, 47 and 57% and in federal Germany 44 and 60%, in the 2 years considered. In Brazil, on the same dates, they had not moved from the 51% figure, in addition to opening considerable space to lower rank activities, such as personal services. 65. 2. We are, then, to the transition of the world market towards a higher stage, marked by the predominance of manufactures and services linked to new technologies, which privilege to know, and to the decline of the importance of primary or manufactured products that are based on cost differentials, determined by intensive employment of cheap labor. In the terms in which it is raised, this transition implies a growing technological homogenization of the production processes, obtained through the leveling above and translated into the manufacture of highly standardized goods, regardless of the country in which the productive plants are located. This confers a high degree of universality to the merchandise, to effectively interchangeable in the level of production, which leads to the internationalization of the work process and requires that the qualification of the workforce be effectively equal to. With this, cost differentials become essentially dependent on productive specialization, which, without excluding them, depends less and less on natural comparative advantages to rest and work productivity more and more. They arrive, in these circumstances, foreign investments that, taking advantage of customs protection, were destined to attend to closed markets, which explains the redirection of capital to the central countries. On the other hand, the mass of resources required by technological reconversion, if we have seen, to the centralization of capital, leads, on the other, to an intensification of market struggle. Thus, for example, the cost of development of a telecommunications center requires, to be profitable, a slice of 6 to 10% of the world market. 66. This transition from the world market to a new stage is carried out through two contradictory movements, which point to a single purpose, to ensure industrial centers the necessary economic space to the circulation of the goods and services that produce on the basis of technological modernization. The first movement has to do with the modification of the fields of forces that make up the world economy, whose result is the emergence of new economic blocks. The second refers to the transformation of legal relations that govern the international flow of goods and services, a transformation that aims to make their circulation freer in the whole system. As in any process of that nature, the emergence of new economic blocks occurs through a process of disintegration and reintegration. Thus, under the pressure of the external debt service and bogged down in stagnation and inflation, the Latin American countries have seen the purposes of autonomous and solidarity development fail, which they had raised in the 1970s and that responded by initiatives such as the CELA, as well as by the national affirmation projects at the regional and global level, which designed countries such as Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, and Venezuela. Isolated and weak is how the United States and other capitalist centers want to negotiate with them. The same is happening to the countries of Africa, where even the South Africa sub-imperialist project has not been able to be maintained. The Soviet field of influence has not resisted either. The world economy tends to consecrate, in the next period, the empire of the great capitalist centers, being few countries, in these circumstances, which have sufficient potential to prevent their economic annexation for them. In that context, the European bloc stands out, which today extends its radius of action beyond Germany and threatens to even take pieces from the same Soviet Union. Having, until yesterday, as a support axis, federal Germany and France and, in contrast, to England, that bloc sees its balance threatened by the resurgence of the Great Germany. By simple addition, it enters the billionario GDP club and hopes to count, as soon as the situation is stabilized, with the formidable reinforcement of qualified and disciplined labor that will contribute its eastern side. Irradia its influence mainly on Africa and South Asia. The New Europe tends, by tradition and right, to establish special relations with the Soviet Union, pays that, due to its characteristics, constitutes in itself a true economic bloc, as well as China. Japan has its area of natural influence, Southeast Asia, and tries to expand it to Australia and New Zealand, as well as Chile. It will not be a surprise that also takes your interest to Peru. Finally, the United States, which against the Europe-OSS relationship with a similar preference for Japan already has the inclusion of Canada and Mexico in its area of direct influence and already announced the intention of extending it to South America, through the so-called Initiative of the Americas. This rearrangement of the world system, expression at the economic and political level of the impulse that the centralization of capital gains, does not imply, as we have indicated, the constitution of closed fields, but the meeting of adequate conditions to deal with the fight for markets, as proposed today in the new international economy. To create that broader space, the other indicated movement plays, relating to the legal superstructure of the world market. It should be noted that, as of 1980, the United States has managed to assume the initiative on various fronts, especially through the institutionalization of what, since its inception, it had been constituting in practice of the government of Reagan, to use the external debt of the dependent countries to force them to contribute more actively to the overcoming of the crisis in industrial countries and, in parallel, readjust their economies to their interests. Through the IMF Bill, 1983, as well as the reports of the Treasury Department, 1982 and 1984, the American policy expressly defined its short-term support for programs. 87. Of stabilization, aimed at controlling aggregate demand and generating exportable surpluses, aimed at enabling countries indebted to serve their external financial commitments, and, in the medium and long term, to programs based on privileging the private sector and foreign investment, within the framework of the so-called market forces. 67. With the exception of Chile, which adopted that development pattern since the mid-1970s, the North American initiative constitutes one of the main factors for neoliberal policies to have generalized throughout Latin America. Next to the advances achieved in the difficult relations with its preferential allies such as the Agreement of the Five Group, at the Plaza Hotel, New York, in 1986, for the coordination of its macroeconomic politicians, in order to mold the norms that govern the international flow of goods and services, readjusting them to the interests of large economic centers. The issues related to intellectual property and foreign investments were left out, for which the United States used its political force. In relation to investments, we have seen that the advantages granted to them by dependent countries are a necessary condition to have American support in negotiations related to their external debt. The question of intellectual property, in turn, in addition to being discussed in the appropriate instance, the World Institute of Intellectual Property, became an object of government pressure, bilaterally exercised, and revolves around three demands: creation of new forms of protection for integrated circuits, application of legal institutes already existing to new industrial processes, and the extension of protection given to a process in relation to their products. The United States already obtained good results in that field, particularly in regard to the protection of softwares, as shown by the changes introduced in Japanese legislation, in 1984, Koreana, in 1987, and Brazilian, in 1988. 68. Decisive factor to achieve the transformation of the legal institutional apparatus that governs international economic relations and to promote the readjustment of the world economy to the interests of large capitalist centers, at the time they start the new technologies and reach a high degree of competitiveness. It has been the ideological offensive launched by the United States in the 70s, based on neoliberalism. Pointing to the recovery of a full freedom for the circulation of goods and capital, the neoliberal ideology, as liberalism had done, particularly at the time of unstable hegemony of England, between 1860-80, it has once again raised as central issues the collapse of the protectionist barriers that protected, in the post-war period, to the industrialization of the periphery of the state, which implies, through the privatization of public companies, to open the most profitable areas of the dependent economies to foreign capital and, in general, reduce the ability of these economies to external pressures, capacity that only the state, so much concentrated force, ensures. The result of the application of neoliberal policies tends to be the destruction of entire economic sectors, for the benefit of a growing productive specialization. 3. It is in that framework that Latin America has had to rethink the perspectives offered by the world tomorrow. The unfeasibility of national statement and regional integration projects, to which we referred, led, towards the mid-80s, to the rethinking by some countries of their alliance policy, with a view to constituting a field of forces that, although more restricted, would provide its members better conditions to negotiate with the large blocs their integration into the new world economy. This was how the integration agreement between Brazil and Argentina was born, to which Uruguay would later be added and which is sought today to incorporate into Chile, in order to constitute an economic nucleus capable of placing the issue of regional integration on more realistic basis. The generalization of political regimes that enshrine parliamentary democracy favors that purpose, to the extent that it attenuates the problems that created Latin American relations military dictatorships, although the economic reconversion of the countries involved is the main issue to be resolved, to bring it to fruition. 89. Latin American economic reconversion, with a view to greater specialization and efficiency, is a requirement that cannot be questioned and is unquestionable that it goes through the end of protectionism, in the way it had been practiced, and by redefinition of the role of the state in economic and social development. In fact, the conversion only in part is the result of the pressures from abroad in that regard, conditions that play to accelerate and define its form, since the same dead end to which Latin America arrived in the 80s made it impossible. Urged to seek commercial balances capable of guaranteeing transfers abroad, Latin America has contributed to inflate to the world supply of primary products, with the consequent fall of prices, while compressing internal consumption, created exportable balances of non-traditional goods in a totally artificial way, many times even at the expense of subsidies. With this, along with the bleeding represented by the debt service, the countries of the region must transfer even more wealth, via prices, which, depressing the standard of living of its population and subtracting resources into savings and investment, sank them in stagnation, inflation, and misery. Leaving that vicious circle has become an imperative. It is absurd that, by the force of protectionist barriers, Latin American consumers remain faced at higher internal prices than international prices, to ensure capitalists who operate high rates of profit in the country. It is absurd that the state has the limited resources that starts the population to lower the prices of export goods, subsidizing consumers in rich countries, while further reduce their resources by taking their companies to practice artificially low prices, and to guarantee high profit rates required by internal capitalists, already to keep low export prices. It is absurd, in short, that, under the pretext of maintaining external competitiveness and creating exportable balances, workers' wages are constantly reduced, while, given the reluctance of the state to implement consistent social policies, they see their unsatisfied needs to increase. 90. What must be questioned is, therefore, the conversion of the Latin American economy, but the interests that encourage it and the path that it begins to travel. Regarding the former, and without talking about those who guide the action of large capitalist centers, it is possible to distinguish three nuclei or fractions, all referring to the great bourgeoisie, whose development, and even its existence itself, occurs unequally in the different countries of the region, according to the degree of industrialization that each one presents. First, the nucleus that corresponds to the industries based on new technologies, special, microelectronics, computer science, fine chemistry and the pharmaceutical industry, the telecommunications industry, the aeronautical and aerospace industry, whose future is linked to the transformations through which the world economy passes and that has interest not only in the opening of the region to the outside, but also in its reconversion, but also in its reconversion, but also in its reconversion. Internal, the groups that make up to that fraction, whether national or foreign, seek to establish conditions, favorable for negotiation with international giants that hold the technological monopoly in its branches, conditions that pass through the suppression of tariff protectionism, the institutional readjustment of their countries, in a way to make possible the technological and financial linkage with the exterior, which constitute the natural market for their production and without which they would not have an internal basis. The second bourgeois fraction corresponds to export groups, linked mainly to mining or agricultural activities, which depend fundamentally on the external market. Unlike the aforementioned nucleus, it does not have greater interest in the conversion itself, but only in indiscriminate opening abroad, as well as in export promotion policies. In countries where this fraction predominates, there is a risk that reconversion in fact means a simple return from Latin America to the economic form and international role that were theirs in the 19th century, residing the difference in the most frankly capitalist character that the groups that constitute it possess today, in terms of the forms of exploitation of work and business management, as well as the importance they grant to productivity. 91. Finally, the third fraction, the most numerous and stronger, is constituted by the business groups created throughout the industrialization process to 70, going from the textile and food industries to the electrical, mechanical, and automotive industries. Major beneficiaries of import substitution policies, and, in general, of the value transfer scheme at the expense of other groups, the state and the working masses, they represent the main force of resistance to reconversion and, especially, to the opening abroad. Its contradictions, perfectly defined in relation to the primary export fraction, are manifested in ambiguous way in relation to the most modern fraction, which focuses on high-tech industries, since, if it presses them in the sense of modernization, it is supportive with them in the search for formulas capable of ensuring the interests of the national economy in the process of opening abroad. The game of these contradictions is particularly strong in countries of greater relative development, mainly in Brazil, although it can also be perceived in Argentina or Mexico. Only in Chile, where the modern fraction takes place after the opening abroad, carried out in the 70s, the three nuclei act with relative harmony, although not so perfect that does not provide the basis to differentiated political groupings. Neoliberalism has been the main weapon of the capitalist centers and the modern fraction of Latin American bourgeoisies in the ideological struggle to impose their hegemony at the level of the ruling classes and to fully subordinate the working masses of the region. The attempts of the traditional industrial fraction for maintaining their hegemony have been expressed in confused economic formulations, which were behind heterodox policies or shocks, a mixture of applications and developing and liberal instruments, which have been raised in the second half of the 80s. The end of the decade has also marked the end of heterodoxy, giving rise to the prevalence of orthodox liberal policies achieved in the interburger struggle for the modern fraction, allied to the international bourgeoisie, or simply to the unequivocal imposition of the interests of the latter. Interburger conflicts have been fought in the context of the democratization processes carried out in the 80s, which have meant the overthrow of military regimes, in most countries, or political flexibility where these regimes did not exist. The central characteristic of these processes has been the affirmation in them of the bourgeois direction, under the leadership of the traditional fraction, on a renewed mass movement, which will be created in the anti-dictatorial resistance. Using old instruments, such as Peronism in Argentina, Cardenism in Mexico, Vargism in Brazil, or the Christian democracy itself in Chile, the sectors of the traditional bourgeois fraction most linked to the domestic market and with greater weight of the medium and small industry have managed to form significant political movements. Only in Brazil, however, decisive battles have occurred between radically new political forces, opposing, on the one hand, the only great mass party that emerged in the period in Latin America, the Workers' Party, and, on the other, a new generation of politicians and technocrats clearly linked to the modern fraction of the bourgeoisie. The latter was victorious, thanks to the alliance contracted with the export groups and to the paralysis that undertook the traditional bourgeois fraction, given the possibility of the triumph of the PT. In all countries, this process has culminated in the adoption of similar economic policies, which consecrate the neoliberal postulates and begin a deliberate reconversion effort, in the terms set by the large capitalist centers. We have indicated that the conversion itself is not questionable, but that is the form that it adopts. In fact, when proceeding to open abroad and consider the pure and simple privatization of public companies, central doges of these policies, which coincide in other even more important issues, such as the reduction of wages, the reduction of social expenses, the decrease and rationalization of the state apparatus and the impulse to technological modernization a process of great implications for Latin American societies is being implemented. To visualize them, just consider what is happening in industrial countries. We verify their three simultaneous movements of social transformation. First, with respect to the working class, the growth of a category of highly qualified workers, with a higher level of 93. Culture and technological training and with higher salary patterns, which brings it closer to the middle class, for its living and working conditions, next to the reduction, in relative, more absolute terms, of the traditional working class, that is, of workers who have a greater or lesser degree of direct intervention, manual, in the production process. At the same time, the mass of workers who, displaced or without access to industrial production, replicated in handmade activities or in the provision of personal services, in the so-called informal economy, or go to live with small files that social security makes possible. Similar phenomenon passes with the little bourgeoisie, whose members, after seeing the space for the performance of autonomous activities and enrolling in a growing scale as employees, now suffer a qualification process disqualification and begin, also, to swell the ranks of the informal economy. This runs in parallel to the centralization of capital, which forms large economic groups, but has as a counter-participation to the multiplication of small industrial companies or service providers, which highlights the minimum capital required in the branches in which they operate, act in the orbit of the informal economy, where they will find the workers expelled from the production process and generate a contribution of the capitalist labor market. These three movements, inherent in the march of capitalist development itself, are accentuated in the central countries, as they advance in the ongoing economic and technological modernization, causing countless mismatch and social imbalances. In the countries of Latin America, such trends have been present, since the industrialization process was accelerated in the 40s. Productivity increases, combined with the superexploitation of work and barely reasonable investment rates, caused serious decompasses between population growth and labor market, giving rise to the formation of an immense poor proletariat in cities and surpluses of labor in the field. In that context, any increase in productivity implied aggravation of open or disguised unemployment, as observed in the assortments of technological modernization, particularly in the 50s progressively assumed the forms of organization and struggle of the working class, evolving towards a true proletariat of services. 94. In the course of the 80s, characterized by the loss of capacity for savings and investment in Latin American countries, under all of the value transfers abroad, the fall in productivity and investment, compensated by the increase in superexploitation, accelerated the growth of unemployment, while the informal economy, assuming forms no longer simply extreme, but frankly illegal, as the drug trafficking, began to cite the economic and political system, a phenomenon that, in countries like Colombia, assumed dramatic. Simultaneously, since the mid-70s, entire layers of the wage middle class entered a process of pauperization, releasing troops that intensified competition by employment with the working class or derived from marginality. The state's hardship carried, in turn, the decline of the educational and health system, further deteriorated social security and led the housing issue to the crisis. It is in that context that the conversion is being raised today. The destruction of capital that she implies, particularly in the most lagging sectors, and the resulting unemployment may assume great proportions, as happened in Chile, particularly if the high transfers of value abroad are maintained, once this depresses the internal investment capacity and since, especially in a first phase, foreign investments will tend more to absorb and modernize than to expand the productive apparatus. The difficulties that this can entail for the population will be even greater, if the current conception of what should be the shrinking of the state, which, in addition to extending unemployment due to the mass dispensations of workers and officials of the state, implies the containment of social policies. 95. V. The reconversion process, as it has been developed in the recent period, has given rise to three forms of resistance: the one that opposes the traditional industrial fraction, or, more precisely, the groups that integrate it, which, unable to build a coherent option, are limited to creating obstacles, provided that their interests are affected, imposing a slower pace to the opening abroad, that of the workers of state-owned companies and public officials, who defend their sources of employment, but increasingly doubt the convenience of sustaining a statist ideology, and that of employees in general, who fight against the depreciation of their salaries, in markedly claiming mobilizations. With this, in addition to its dispersion, the opposition, or oppositions, to the reconversion project lacks a true political and ideological alternative. An example illustrates that situation well, when, in Brazil, the newly formed government Collor announced its stabilization plan, indispensable in the gear of conversion, supported by the modern industrial fraction and the bourgeoisies of the central countries. Economists not linked to the government manifested curious reactions. The traditional bourgeoisie criticized the plan based on alleged technical errors, those that respond to popular forces, such as Brizolism and PT, applauded him with enthusiasm. Politicians such as Brizola and Lula must, therefore, throw themselves against the plan without any theoretical or ideological foundation, moved only by their political instinct. The situation of the Argentine and Peruvian left does not differ much from that, and even the Chilean does not have an approach capable of thoroughly modifying the performance of the state, in the new conditions created in 1989. This ideological disarmament, both of the traditional bourgeoisie and of the popular forces, is the result of the neoliberal offensive, which unleashed in the 70s, initially taking as white to the theory of dependence, and that stifled above all the attempts of the traditional bourgeoisie to replace it with a dyed neo-development, in the political, of social democratic dyes. The same international social democracy, from the Brandt Report to the recent work of the South Commission, has not been able to go beyond partial contributions, which, detached from its context, are assimilated and refunctionalized by neoliberal projects. 96. These are those who are presiding over, throughout Latin America, to the reconversion process, under the leadership of the modern industrial fraction and, or, in their absence, of the bourgeoisies of the central countries. Therefore, it is necessary to rethink the current Latin American problems, distinguishing what corresponds to unavoidable imperatives and what corresponds to class optics from which these imperatives are being visualized. Of starting, the search for integration to the New World economy, which simultaneously imposes a greater specialization at the national level and the constitution of supranational complexes, capable of ensuring greater rationality in the use of resources, as well as the expansion of the market scale, cannot be questioned. Latin American integration, which cannot be restricted to Brazil and Argentina, but must start to make a broader, in the medium term and progressively, make specialization even more necessary, once it can only be integrated into complementary economies. This implies the destruction of the sectors not, or less, competitive from some countries for the benefit of more competitive sectors of others, but, above all, the joint development of new sectors, mainly from those based on new technologies. At the level of integration, however, there is an even more relevant issue, that of withdrawing the character of exclusive initiative of governments and bourgeoisies, through the development of the initiative and control of the popular forces, to be achieved through the coordination of efforts in the union, social and cultural area, as well as parliamentary and party. Integration must cease to be a simple business, destined only to ensure investment and market areas, as well as high profit rates, to become a great political and cultural project, in the best tradition of the Latin American left. This implies that workers, students, women, intellectuals, parties of Latin American countries, starting with those who have already initiated the integration process, advance in the creation of skill for being created to implement integration policies. 97. Productive specialization is not, as we have seen, an issue that interests only integration. It is necessary to rationalize or suppress the sectors of low productivity, which survive at the expense of protectionism and public treasury, introducing distortions in the price structure, of what others use to practice extortion prices, which lead to marginalized consumption to wide layers of the population. This, which implies expulsion of the labor used in these sectors, must be compensated with public financing and incentive policies, as well as the creation of material and technological infrastructure, for the expansion of a renewed productive park, capable of producing competitively, reducing its costs and, at the same time, raising wages. To achieve this objective, the state reform proposal that is in progress in Latin America has to be reviewed. It is not about defending the indiscriminate presence of the state in the economy or ultranza protectionism, which have not served, in most cases, but to transfer value to private business groups. It is, first, to postulate that the state assumes the governing role in that new stage of development of the region, as it did in the past, to guide the process and to bring the greed of transnational groups. It is, above all, to ensure that the so-called austerity policies in fact meaning the end of transfers to the private sector and, simultaneously, the redirection of state spending for social policies, related to education, health, basic sanitation, mass transport, and the popular room. If any priority fits there, in addition to health, it will have to be attributed to education, a sine qua non condition so that the Latin American population is able to adjust to the demands that scientific technical changes carry for production and services, in addition to being an indispensable instrument to the political and cultural elevation of workers. Ensuring this content to conversion is a task that also depends on the organization and struggle of workers, in pursuit of a definite project of economy and society. It is illusion or pedantry to assume that this project has to be elaborated before, to be implemented later. Without removing intellectuals their responsibilities, and before considering that they assume them for the wide majority, the definitive formulation of that project will only be achieved when he is being carried out. 98. It is the practice of the masses, obtained through their direct participation in social struggles and in the organs and institutions linked to these issues, which will allow the people to print their seal to the reconversion. Democracy thus becomes the main lever in the hands of Latin American workers, since it is in that framework where they can raise their levels of organization and struggle. Latin America is located at the crossroads. His luck is being played, at this end of the century, and the result is still uncertain. The difficult moments we are living are the ones that occur in every great historical shock. Understanding that the victories so far achieved by international and Creole bourgeoisies are nothing more than this, partial victories, and not the veredictum of history, it is the true path to replace them, tomorrow, by victories of the peoples, steps for the building of a better society, different from the rotten fruit, made of dependence and misery, that the bourgeoisies offer us. 99. Our effort is aimed at proposing a reflection on the emergence and development that the revolutionary left has experienced over 3 decades. We will try to establish the factors that imply this process and why, at some point, a crisis of the revolutionary left is raised. We can set the birth of the revolutionary left in Latin America in the second half of the 20th century. In the immediately previous period, a series of factors are emerging to give that left the characteristics that it presents in the 50s and that will mark their subsequent development in a certain way. In the 50s we can appreciate 3 major determinants that allow us to try to explain the emergence of a new left in the continent: an economic factor, a social order factor and an ideological order factor. 1. The 50s, imperialist and anti-imperialist penetration at the birth of the revolutionary left in Latin America. The 50s are going to mark in Latin America the consolidation of the effective exercise of the hegemony that the US had won after the 30s, particularly after World War II. At the beginning of the 40s, the US displays a series of initiatives in relation to Latin America in order to integrate it into its political military scheme, specifically the DIA and the TIAR in the context of the Cold War. But it is really from the 50s that we observe a massive penetration of American capitals in Latin American economies that changes the basis of previous capitalist development. The new post-war fact is that a series of countries, among them Argentina, Chile, Mexico, Brazil, have gone through some industrialization in the interwar period. It is true that industrialization is previous, since there was already the development of the industry. Argentina before World War I had its light industry of consumer goods already constituted. Chile also had a certain development, together with Uruguay and Brazil. This is also reflected in the growth of the working class since the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. Mexico also lived a similar process. but it is from 20 and 30 when the industrialization of national capital accelerates. This is truly national, because except for Mexico, where for its territorial proximity with the USA, some penetration of foreign capital is already presented, at that time, in the rest of Latin America the manufacturing industrial sector takes place on an essentially national basis. This also creates, in a way, a national industrial bourgeoisie with very little dependence and influence of foreign capital, due to the international crisis of the 30 period. From the 50s, to the extent that they have higher profitability rates and due to the particular conditions of the U.S. economy, which threw it to export capitals, to export machinery USA presses to penetrate the manufacturing sector through private direct investments. USA concrete in the 60s guarantee agreements of foreign investments with several Latin American countries, which guarantee to locate the space for the penetration of private capital, together with the moderate action of public capital that flowed to Latin America very moderately, limited towards the generation of infrastructure, from the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. In most countries this situation will cause a reaction against foreign investment of sectors of the same bourgeoisie, middle classes, and popular sectors in general. This takes in the 50s to an exacerbation of the anti-imperialist feeling, such as contrarreplica to U.S. pressures to penetrate economies with their capitals and take expansion industrial development. In this way, a very important political factor of national cultures in that period will be the anti-imperialist issue, which had not been raised very strongly in the continent, except in Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean, since the previous period. If we return to the 30s, anti-imperialism arises strongly in Mexico, countries. 101. Central Americans and the Caribbean, which since the mid-19th and early 20th centuries are the object of attacks on the policy of U.S. capitals. We can say that anti-imperialism arises as one of the important components of the political development of Latin America in that period, and that it will be naturally assumed by the youngest sectors on the left, not necessarily linked to the conservative parties, but much more to progressive parties of the moderate left that pre-existed, that came from previous stages. On July 26 and Fidel leave those processes, similar parties, in Venezuelan, Peruvian, and Brazilian cases, had some influence on the formation of the revolutionary left in the 50s in those countries. The anti-imperialist element is one of the factors that will favor, it will push the emergence of the revolutionary left, to the extent that it tries to assume in a non-traditional way, with a stronger, more radical proposal, the confrontation to the imperialist advance. A second element, now of social order, is the development of the peasant movement. If we observe the reformulation, the change of the reproduction pattern that is generated in the 30s, the regimes that are created, the types of states that arise, which have been vulgarly called populists, states of commitment, we will see in them that the pacts, the forms of class alliances, which are generalized practically in all countries, exclude the peasantry. The new political pact, the alliances and commitments that are established between the dominant bloc and the ruling classes imply, on the one hand, the change of the dominant bloc by incorporating the industrial bourgeoisie, and show how a middle class manages to insert itself into the dominant bloc along with the groups identified in the old export pole. On the other hand, agreements, alliances, pacts, commitments to urban middle classes are established, which will become the main kind of support of these regimes together with the industrial working class. There are countries that delay, which take to make the restructuring of the alliance and pact system, such as the case of Argentina, where in the 20s the oligarchy, in fact, responded rather with repression, trying to maintain the old system of power with the military dictatorship. Finally it will be Perón who will achieve 102. Crystallize such alliances. Peronism will activate the working class and establishes with it a certain type of pact from the legitimation of its corporate interests. In the 50s, then, the only exception in the Latin American painting in the relationship with the peasant movement is Mexico, as a product of the 1910 revolution. If we observe from this perspective the years 10 and 20, we will see the emergence in Latin America of more or less radical movements of an urban nature, which will give rise to phenomena such as Alessandri in Chile, Irigoyen in Argentina, Vargas in Brazil. It is observed that the only case where this emergency of urban middle classes, which is included, at that time, the industrial bourgeoisie, is combined with the peasant revolution is Mexico. Thus, the Mexican power system that is formed from 1910, and that in fact crystallizes from 30 with Cardenas, is totally different from those that existed in other Latin American countries. Only there is a system of power in which the peasantry participates subordinate, and it is the peasantry that becomes the main kind of support of bourgeois domination. In the rest of Latin America the peasantry is excluded from class alliances, and in a certain way it will be used, it will be made to pay the cost of industrialization. But at 50 that begins to change. Almost suddenly, the peasantry begins to emerge, to appear in the different countries of Latin America, in some cases assuming leading roles in the class struggle. The first interesting, relevant case is that of Bolivia in the 1952 revolution. It is a labor champion revolution for its social character. This is the first time after the Mexican Revolution that we see the peasant movement emerging as a subject and really transforming into power factor. After 1910, it is the first agrarian reform that is made from below, as the peasants take the land and distribute them. At the same time, a similar process is being developed in Guatemala. He had begun in the second half of the 40s, but he consolidates and charges institutional expression in the first half of the 50s with offense, whose government lasts until 1954. In this experience the peasantry plays a fundamental role and the agrarian question is the central, although because of its peculiarities, this issue is, in this case, linked to anti-imperialism, to confrontation with the USA. 103. But not only in these countries the peasant issue begins to appear strongly towards the second half of the decade, we can see how despite being subjected, isolated, the peasants begin to assume initiatives, to seek forms of organization, to move on to the political level. A typical case is that of Brazil, where perhaps at that time we had the most subject, more exploited in Latin America, without a doubt, because slavery was maintained, which in Brazil lasts until almost the end of the 19th century. That marks the forms of domination and exploitation in the field. However, from 1956 to 1957 a peasant movement begins to emerge that gains strength towards the end of the decade within the framework of the peasant leagues, organized at that time by Julião. In Chile, the peasant problem begins to consider and demand a solution, also in the late 50s, and will be a decisive factor in the 60s, with the great action formula of Christian democracy. The phenomenon also occurs, in general, in Peru and Colombia, where after violence, after the Bogotazo, what we are going to witness is the development of the armed struggle in the countryside. Unlike the armed struggle processes that will be developed in Latin America in the 60s, the process of armed struggle in Colombia in the 50s has an essentially peasant base. It is the peasant movement that fights, that will change later. A decisive element that also helps to understand the factors that will influence and contribute to the formation of the project, strategy, tactics, and even the forms of organization of the revolutionary left is the question of communist parties. In the 50s the weight of the PC in the continental and national left is very large and they have, to speak, the monopoly of Marxism, with very few exceptions in this or that country, especially in those countries where the progressive parties had developed some bases and the experiences of radical mobilization had given themselves. That Marxism appears as a monopoly identified with the PCs in the 50s is the result of the defeats of popular movements in the 20s and 30 years, and the imposition of the Front Populist Pax, which in many cases helped the repression of the most radical labor movements, among them anarchism, and blocked the development of revolutionary thought. 104. All this will give the PC a very large weight, increased during and after World War II, as a consequence of the participation of the USSR and the PCs in the anti-fascist alliance. After 1947 to 1948, with the beginning of the Cold War begins the stage of repression to the PCs, which in the 50s still appear as the owners of Marxism. Of an extremely limited Marxism, because Marxism in Latin America had had a significant phase of growth in some countries in the 20s, but because of the socio-political conditions that occur after 30, Marxism will be very pressed, very contained in its development. It will be displaced by the ideology of populist parties, and in that period there are real changes in its composition, in its relations with the peasant, etc. PCs, limited to a reduced sphere of action, appear with the monopoly of Marxism, which is therefore identified with low-weight matches in the political game. The PCs in the 50s still defend the theses of the democratic bourgeois revolution and, therefore, of the alliance with the national, autonomous bourgeoisie, regardless of whether they have taken a more radical position after the repression of 1947 to 1948. In certain countries, some folded and others tried more radical formations of expression, but the ideology was common in their vision, in their strategy, their criticism. His global project was the same, inherited from the Third Communist International. This had worked its conceptions from the 20s based in Asia. Therefore, the vision provided by the Third International is, above all, that of unvatched countries, where there was no working class and a developed capitalism. Then, they generalize the Asian situation for other continents and national situations. Thus the vision of what we call underdevelopment, dependence, from what they called colonial situation is generalized. This, although Lenin, in his work on imperialism, draws attention to the forms of domination in the world system, from the most complex to the least complex, it even refers to forms of dependence, especially to financial agency, emphasizing what is English domination. Remember that it is not yet in the phase in which imperialist penetration, domination is carried out through investments in the productive sector. Although Lenin refers to that, the Third International will elaborate his vision from what he knows about Asia. As is known, there Lenin played a relatively small role, because the International 105. It is constituted in 1922 and already in 1924 Lenin dies, that is, he had little influence, although he participated in his first formulations. Our hypothesis regarding how that conception of the Third International on the colonial situation is being constituted is that the decisive theoretical weight is from Bujarin. He even raises something that is interesting, because Bujarin really, already in 1922 to 1923, raises similar ideas. He begins to propose the transfer of the revolution towards the revolutionary countries in Europe, with the defeat of the Hungarian, German Revolution, etc., with which the Bolsheviks had to maintain their revolution and extend it. From 1917 to more or less 1921, concern is maintained above all for Europe. For the Third International the key is in the European Revolution, particularly in Germany. In 1919 the defeats of large-scale revolutionary processes in Europe begin, and already in 1921 it coincides with the process of the new economic policy. At this point, Lenin is aware that there are no possibilities to shorten, to hurry the steps of a socialist revolution in Europe that strategically ensure the survival of the USSR. It is at that time that they become the search for another world strategy, capable of ensuring the development of the socialist revolution initiated by them and that they saw threatened. That is what is going to take both Lenin and Bujarin to project the alliance scheme, the strategic model that had triumphed the revolution in Russia, that is, the Worker Corner Alliance. Then those countries, particularly those of Asia, apply the scheme of the countryside in relation to the city, of the periphery in relation to the center, to Germany, England, France. They see how the Asian peasantry and the periphery, of the colonial system, could be allied to the Russian proletariat and sustain the workers' power, the Bolshevik power, and at the same time create new forms of power that would advance the process of the revolutionary world struggle. But in the Third International they are thinking of countries where there is no industrialization process, and there is no proletariat or this is very weak. They are referring to countries that bring the entire brand of the past, more or less feudal societies, fundamentally peasants, with a weak bourgeoisie of an artisanal nature, an internal commercial bourgeoisie, that is why they raise the democratic bourgeois revolution as a task. They assume that these bourgeoisies have a fundamentally anti-imperialist, national, and are capable of leading national revolutions. At that time, Buterin comes to postulate the thesis of the city siege through the countryside, on scale 106. World, thus it would be possible to advance the large-scale revolution. What he called field worldwide were the colonial countries. It was to fence the bourgeoisies in advanced countries, creating conditions, the opportunity for the proletariat to be lifted with a strong international support. That idea, which Mao will apply later in China, the fence of the city through the countryside, is actually born with Buterin within the Third International. With very little rigor, because the truth is that the Third International acts with very little rigor in that case. From there it extends to Latin America the same concept of field and colonial situation. However, our region already had an important capitalist development in the mid-19th century, a strong export sector, and was about to enter the industrialization phase. The Third International mechanically transfers a characterization built for the colonial situation of Asia in the direction of Latin America, so that the PCs will work with that vision of colonial situation. One of the few who rebel against those theses in the 20s is Mariategui. The truth is that before and at the beginning of the Third International there are clashes and resistance. Mariategui himself and other authors who still did not assimilate, did not accept the thesis of the International Leader Center, but the PCs are gradually imposing orthodoxy and Marxist strategy in Latin America. Derived from this vision, from the historical process of a democratic Habsburger revolution that implied a leading role for the national bourgeoisie, there is a wide class alliance, with a base especially peasant. The funny thing is that despite this theoretical vision of the PCs, they do not throw themselves, as would be logical, to peasant work, but are concentrated in work towards the urban working class, because the very existence of a working class presses them towards that, and because in the field of the theoretical struggle, the battle that the PCs give in the 20s is against anarchism, which forces them to focus on work with the working class. Actually, the PCs think one thing and do another, because the real conditions of Latin America in fact demand another type of political action, winning the nascent proletariat and in the process of expansion. There is an obvious divorce here between what political actors are thinking, what they are saying, and what they are really doing. Latin America demanded another type of political action. Urban development was very large, the middle classes and the working class were broader than what is usually supposed, and there it was necessary. 107. Trade union movement. But the PCs reach the 50s with that vision of the revolution in stages, reinforced by everything that was the experience of the anti-fascist front, of the national pacts, although this was already questioned by the Cold War. Thus, their vision of the democratic Habsburger revolution did not allow them to consider a different strategy due to the conception they had of what Latin America was, that inevitably brought them to a policy of collaboration of classes that is expressed not only in the political level, but also in the ideological level. The PCs are not only unable to develop an autonomous policy in the national class struggle, but also lose their capacity for elaboration, to understand what Latin America, its economy, its capitalist development, and, in truth, they become adopted a thesis elaborated by the bourgeoisie in éclat. In those years, decade of the 50s, resistance, friction and clashes between the industrial bourgeoisie and the oligarchic sectors of the bloc in power arise. He had occupied a space and was now pressed by manufacturing capitals. The industrial bourgeoisie initially resists the entrance of foreign capitals and tries nationalist policies, typical cases, Perón, Vargas, and so on. The appreciation of that fact, that there is an industrial bourgeoisie that is resisting, which is seeking to ensure its accumulation space against US pressure, leads PC to convince themselves that their thesis really were correct, there really was a national anti-imperialist bourgeoisie. They are then going to play their cards to that thesis. However, we are seeing how the 50s was extremely agitated, of a clear rise in class struggle in Latin America, in almost all countries, with sometimes spectacular phenomena such as the 1952 Bolivian Revolution, the Guatemalan Revolution that failed in 1954. In the other countries, the popular movement also grew, both because of the weight that the city and the struggles of the labor movement and the middle classes have, and for the growing presence of the peasant movement in the class struggle. In the 50s we will assist in the southern cone to the rise of Peronism. The commitments finally lead to the fall of Perón, to the suicide of Vargas in Brazil, to the choice of Ibanez in Chile. While the problems in Colombia will lead to violence and the guerrillas originated within the bourgeoisie itself. But there are still a good part of the dictatorships implemented in the previous period, because the growing weight of American domination from 30 favors the formation of 108 dictatorial governments. To ensure the interests of the U.S., a growing strength and presence, product of this a series of dictatorships such as Somoza, Batista, Trujillo, Pérez Jiménez, Vargas in Brazil until 1945, etc. will be consolidated, etc. That is, there is a clear support of dictatorial regimes. But, as World War had forced a whole democratic propaganda, democracy fighting against barbarism, anti-fascist propaganda, this leads to favoring the development of democratic struggle in those countries, and, thus, immediately at the end of the war, it is the time when the Argentine dictatorship falls, although the political movement that happens to him assumes the form of Peronism, really based on a popular movement. These types of processes are extended to other countries and are a political factor that reinforces the fight against dictatorships that came from the previous period. These are broad struggles, not of the revolutionary left particularly, but much more general popular struggles, where important sectors of the bourgeoisie participate in taking control of the state, but whose participation favors the climate of political struggle, of ideological struggle of a democratic nature participate. 1952 is the year of the fight against dictatorship in Bolivia. Guatemala's struggle is also an anti-dictatorial process, the attempt to create a democratic nationalist revolution. Things do not stop there, and we will have other processes in Cuba and Venezuela. There are two revolutions that are still in the limits of the 50s, the Venezuelan Revolution in 1958 and the Cuban in 1959. This was a very rich decade from the point of view of the class struggle, of the changes and revolutionary possibilities, but in that context we have to make differences, because the revolutions of 1952 and 1954 of a revolutionary left, of a new left, of an avant-garde, but of forces that came from the most advanced forces of the past, allies to sectors of the progressive bourgeoisie, radical sectors of middle class, etc. They were popular or populist parties, both in Bolivia and Guatemala. In Bolivia that will give rise to the MNR, and in Guatemala the PGT will play an important role in the revolutionary process, although without having the ability to raise an autonomous policy, a revolutionary project. If we observe the two revolutions of the second half of the 109 decade, the above no longer happens. That of 1958, in Venezuela, displays a broad popular action with the participation of bourgeois sectors, but we already observed there the emergence of leftist sectors, broken down from traditional parties, which will assume a great weight and that really give rise to the most advanced revolutionary left in Latin America of the end of the decade, which appeared for the rest of the region with more projection or more weight. Indeed, the MIR has a much more projection at a time than the same July 26 movement, perhaps because of the greatest development of the Venezuelan intellectuality of the time. The concrete thing is that the MIR of Venezuela reaches a very large projection, a great influence on the formation processes of the revolutionary left in other countries. This is particularly true in the Brazilian case. There, the relationship is much narrower with the MIR of Venezuela than with the July 26 movement, between 1957 and 1959. On July 26, which in turn forms in the 50s, also tearing off the bosom of the most progressive parties of the bourgeois political class, will be the driver of the Cuban Revolution. We already have the presence of a strong revolutionary left, with an important social basis. The groups that will be formed in the second half of the 50s are not based on the vision of the PCs. On the contrary, they have clashes with the communists, not only in the struggle for political space but also ideological clashes, although it is not yet clear, towards the end of the decade, the theoretical discourse and the Marxist project of these groups. Some sectors in Brazil and Argentina will try to build a new analysis model from Latin America, because the conditions in which the fight is being given is not yet, although there is an obvious separation between the vision that these organizations have of the development of Latin America and with respect to the forces with which we must count, and what the PCs do and think. For these more radical forces, generally originated in the middle class, in the little bourgeoisie, detached from both the most progressive traditional parties of the bourgeoisie, as well as the left. The PCs will appear more as an obstacle, a stabilization factor of bourgeois domination, than properly as allies. For this reason, the anti-communist struggle is going to be strong, because the conception they have of a democratic Habsburger revolution leads them to fight for the interests of the bourgeoisie, contrary to the possibilities of progress of popular movements in those processes that open and develop in the 50s. 110. The New Left still lacks its own programmatic vision and, above all, Marxism is not yet the key element in the theoretical and political development of the revolutionary left. The July 26 movement was not in its origins a popular socialist guidance movement, or its theoretical guide was Marxism, although some of its leaders were influenced by the thought of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. The Venezuelan left is not a Marxist left, although there are study groups, individual elements with Marxist training acting on the Venezuelan left. Where and when does a Marxist thought begin to form out of the PCs, an attempt of Marxist interpretation about Latin America different from that of the PCs and umbilically linked to the Trotskyists? Apparently, this begins in some Argentine intellectual circles. There had a great weight Silvio Frondizi. From Argentina this influence is transferred to Brazil and, more delayed, towards Chile. In Brazil, the concern for Marxism arises in the 50s, in nuclei of young intellectuality and radicalized university students, together with one other person off the PC. The question of Marxism begins to be discussed as a real theoretical political option for popular struggle in Latin America. The point of greatest elaboration is located in Argentina. Possibly the first important theoretical political magazine in the revolution of Marxism in Latin America was Praxis magazine, which did not properly had an important political organization behind, while the first Marxist political organization that is formed out of and faced with a PC in Latin America is Brazilian, POLUP, founded by a group of political, workers and intellectual cadres. It begins to be constituted since 1950 from three aspects: the working youth of the PTB, together with sectors of their intellectual student youth and elements that had some link with the Trotskyists, rather Luxemburgistas linked to the labor movement and the worker movement of Sao Paulo, and some elements that came from the PC. Such confluence will result in the construction of an organization from 1958 to 1959, together with the publication of a magazine that had enough weight and influence in the consolidation of that movement, Socialist Revolution. 111. Socialism begins to appear in the early 60s as a position, and results in January 1961, the foundation of a political organization, Operating Politics, Marxist-Leninist Revolutionary Organization, which is the first among the political formations of the New Left that will adopt Marxism as its theoretical program's basis. POLUP tries, from Marxism, a reworking of a project, of a program from Marxism, which is going to be called Socialist Brazil. This, although it is presented in the 60s, has been giving as a process since the late 30s and, as a consequence, in the evolution of the revolutionary left we already find a core that is taking a position by socialism, process that will be reinforced when coinciding with the evolution that the Cuban Revolution is taking, which in April 1961 is proclaimed as a socialist revolution. The latter gives a lot of strength to Brazil's operating policy, in the sense that the organization feels sure that there is a revolution walking in that direction. At the same time, This opens a new line of influence of the ideas of socialism and Marxism-Leninism over the rest of the Latin American revolutionary left, particularly in the Venezuelan left, the Peruvian and, later, the Chilean, in fact creating a common base with the Cuban Revolution. Sometimes it is said that the revolutionary left comes from the Cuban Revolution, which is not the strict truth, because it arises and has its roots in the process of class struggle of the 50s. In the late 50s we can find germs, revolutionary left outbreaks in several Latin American countries, some really important such as the Venezuelan revolutionary left. These movements are contemporaries of July 26 and the process of the Cuban Revolution, whose great role was, on the one hand, stimulate and enhance that development already in progress and, on the other hand, generalize and put Marxism as a reference to the revolutionary left, which does not mean at all that Marxism becomes and is immediately assimilated by revolutionary organizations. The truth is that Marxism becomes the central reference point of the ideology of the revolutionary left from the Cuban Revolution. 112. During that transition from the 50s to 60s, it is necessary and convenient to keep in mind the situation by which Latin America is globally. We have on the one hand that the imperialist offensive, with the aim of ensuring the penetration of American capital in the manufacturing sector, has been advancing and conquering spaces, to finally carry, in the course of the 50s, to the bending of the resistance that initially displays the industrial bourgeoisie. The conditions for the association are created, the effective alliance of the industrial bourgeoisie in Latin America, which still appears with the veil of an alleged national bourgeoisie, with the imperialist industry. The investment of foreign capital in the industry does not stop the process of accumulation of the local bourgeoisie, they will not even enter, at that time, in direct competition foreign capitals with the native industrial bourgeoisie, because the U.S. trend is to invest in branches to which the industrial bourgeoisie had not arrived and that had not been raised as an immediate field of accumulation, for example, as the automotive branch and petrochemicals. This was what allowed, therefore, an effective alliance between the Latin American industrial bourgeoisie and the imperialist bourgeoisie. The course of the historical process showed that the potential that the PCs believed in the Latin American bourgeoisie, an ability to behave as an anti-imperialist bourgeoisie according to the theses of the Third International, did not exist. Because the national autonomous burgs did not exist, the local industrial bourgeoisie was not a bourgeoisie capable of developing an anti-imperialist movement. This historical impasse of the PCs and its erroneous interpretation of the nature of the bourgeoisie is what the political initiative to the revolutionary left is transferred, which corresponds to more radicalized middle-class sectors, which have slogans, usually in the city and in the countryside, and that they will look for support in the field through the mobilization of the peasant sector. It must be remembered that the PCs had ended up concentrating on urban work around the industrial proletariat, while from 1930 onwards an objective alliance between industrial bourgeoisie and fractions of the manufacturing proletariat. Thus, the most organized and active sectors of the proletariat appear under the leadership of the PC or the bourgeoisie, so they were a more difficult field to penetrate and attract towards a more radical policy. The peasantry remained, however, as a great forgotten class. In that scenario, 113. It is understandable why the Latin American revolutionary left will be markedly anti-imperialist, and will at first concentrate on the role of the peasant movement. The central axis in the 60s is the peasantry, with very few exceptions, Chile, Brazil, and some groups of Argentina. The bulk of the revolutionary movement really sees the peasantry as a motor force of the revolution. This idea will only begin to change in the late 60s and 70s, especially with the Chilean, Uruguayan and Argentine processes. The inability of the PCs to understand the link between what was the anti-imperialist struggle and the anti-capitalist struggle, that is, the fight against the bourgeoisies, including the industrial bourgeoisies in which they were hopeful, since they revealed themselves unable to bring a consequent anti-imperialist struggle, favored the growing development of the revolutionary left. The bourgeoisie had objectively become a factor that favored the new forms of imperialist penetration in production, he supported the new emerging forms of domination, different from those that existed before the war, when the forms of penetration were much more financial and commercial, only located in primary goods production tasks, but that did not reach the domestic market. They were not established directly within society. This linkage of the anti-capitalist struggle and the anti-imperialist struggle, which becomes internally inscindable since the 50s, will favor the assimilation of Marxism by the nascent revolutionary left. Anti-imperialism leads to anti-capitalism, and this forces to seek other forms of social action, other forms of power. Socialism appears, then, as the element, the natural response. This is also valid for the case of the Cuban Revolution. Although we must not forget that, despite the fact that the presence and Soviet politics in Latin America are very small and even conservative, the USSR plays an important role in the support of the Cuban Revolution. This influence favors the step towards Marxism as a doctrine, which thus becomes a central ideological line of the revolutionary process. It is now convenient to point out what was happening in Latin America, after that process of imperialist offensive and capitulation of the industrial bourgeoisie, in the field of theory, of economic social development projects, of social and political thought. At that time, Eclac had raised a global analysis of what it considered capitalist development in our countries, where it raised as a central issue the 114. Industrialization based primarily on national and private capital, reserving foreign capitals a complementary role and always under state control. Eclac, in fact, is initially radically against private capital are accepted. It is only favorable to the use of public capital, loans made to the state, to ensure above all the large infrastructure investments, which viable the industrialization process. Thus the ideology of Eclac is created and arises. Developmentalism appears as the expression of the industrial bourgeoisie. Eclac raises industrialization as the factor capable of creating large quantity jobs and raising salaries, opening spaces for the development of the middle class and the working class, therefore, creating objective conditions for an alliance between the industrial bourgeoisie, the middle class and the working class. But he sees that all this is done by capitalist development, a little automatically. The developmentalist ideology states that solutions to social problems in general, the agrarian reform, including, appear as social conflicts that do not have to be resolved through political measures, but through economic development. The same economic development will naturally tend to solve social problems, the distribution of income, the elevation of productivity in the field, etc. Eclac believes, therefore, that the improvement of income distribution, reforms in general, and in particular agrarian reform and the development of the field, are rather the result of the accumulation of capital in the industry. From its perspective, the industry would ensure a productivity elevation in the countryside, while in the city it would expand the margin of employment and allow salaries to raise. Agrarian reform is something that must be ruled out in the first formulations of Eclac. Such is the thesis that supports the economic report of the year 1949, published in 1951. In subsequent documents, Eclac comes to accept that it is necessary to take certain measures in relation to the field, to accelerate its transformation, but these are tax reforms. Do not pay taxes to unproductive landowners, so that they are forced to sell the land and invest, but at no time, in this phase, Eclac admits structural reforms. And, above all, it is totally contrary to agrarian reform. This corresponds to the ideology and position of the industrial bourgeoisie, which inherits the populist pact of the 30s, the commitment to the landowner class. The important thing to highlight is that Eclac creates a 115. Complex, sophisticated ideology, well supported by empirical and historical data, which will provide the PCs with the economic interpretation that they lack, and the justification for its support for industrialization to the industrial bourgeoisie and the bourgeois state. In the 60s, as the theoretical struggle against the PC develops, the revolutionary left begins to need the construction of its own theoretical discourse. This phenomenon will occur above all in Brazil, because there the fight will be raised as a dispute for Marxism. What happens is that the monopoly of Marxism is questioned. When an organization that is said Marxist, but is confronted with the PC, it is necessary to fight in the field of ideas and theory. This naturally leads the ideological struggle against developmentalism and against éclat. Regarding this, there are many people who believe that the theoretical result of the thought of the revolutionary left in the 60s, the theory of dependence, is the emergence of the fight against éclat, but this is not true. This theory arises from the fight against the PC, but as it adopts the vision of éclat, its ideology and its conceptions, in that ideological struggle it is necessary to face developmentalism, in the theoretical field, from Marxism. That is what will give rise, in the second half of the 60s, to the theory of dependency. When this comes out of the spaces of the left, the fight in the unions, when it transcends reaching the university and becomes a discourse and a theoretical academic status, its influence expands and attracts intellectuals who are not necessarily linked to the revolutionary left, but that are attracted by the ideas that are being raised. All this will lead to a hegemonic theoretical process of the left in Latin America. In the system of ideas of the theory of dependence and its criticism of the éclat theory, the main one is a perspective of the relationship with imperialism, different from the way éclat poses. This raises what the external dependence calls, in the central periphery system the countries of the periphery have an external dependence in relation to the center. For the theory of dependency, the really central thing in the process of constitution of the dependent economy is that it occurs within the framework of the process of expansion of world capitalism, based on the most advanced countries. In such a way that imperialism is not an external element to the dependent economy, an external dependence that can be supplanted or expanded, but is a constitutive element of the dependent capitalist economy. 116. In such a way that the bourgeoisie in those countries and imperialism are constituent elements of the national economy. This leads to the theory of dependence in its most radical form, in its most left form, they all came to that, only some, in which the settlement of the dependency has to be, at the same time, and it can only be, the result of overcoming the dependency for socialism. For the left wing of the theory of dependency, that overcoming is equal to socialism and links socialists. That is the importance that the dependency theory will have, and precisely this will serve as a basis to theoretically base the attraction towards Marxism that the Latin American revolutionary left has been experiencing. The role of the theory of dependency, of the 60s, was precisely to give the revolutionary left a clearly different frame of reference from that of the left until then, with the theses of the PC derived from the formulations of the Third International. This framework allowed the revolutionary left to have a very large theoretical and ideological force, which leads the PCs to beat in retreat from the theoretical point of view. On the other hand, the result of this process was the theorization of the alliance of the industrial bourgeoisie with the imperialist capital in the late 50s. The dependency theory showed that the depth of the agency, or its new character, is expressed in the penetration of foreign capital in the productive spheres. This situation not only did not solve, but aggravated the problems of the masses and national problems in general. This was because foreign capitals were going to serve the industrial bourgeoisie, at first, in front of static export poles, with few conditions to increase the currencies that the economy needed to import machinery, etc. Foreign capitals will serve to bring for themselves the machinery under direct forms of investment, that is, to bring the necessary currencies and expand the export capacity. However, as they are private capitals, when they are invested in the productive activity, they have a period of maturation, and achieve a maximum of 5 years of maturation and begin to generate surpluses that exceed the possibilities of investment in the domestic economy, since they are not particularly dynamic economies. As they are also local capitals, their surpluses give part of those benefits abroad. To transfer benefits, they will need currencies, so that they press the trade balance and the 117. Payment capacity. Then, the country's import capacity is reduced, since part of the currencies that could be obtained for importation now have to be used for foreign companies so that they can send their benefits. On the other hand, that industrialization, more or less accelerated, which is done in the 50s, instead of solving employment and salary problems, to the extent that it is carried out without the necessary reforms, especially without the agrarian reform it will determine that in front of a stagnant body there is a growth of the accumulation process very rapid in the city, which entails a growing overpopulation. To the extent that the field is not reformed, the earth is monopolized and the farmer cannot work well, achieved only a very low productivity, and that leads to boost migrations to large-scale cities. In this way, we will see in the 50s the rapid growth of cities, simultaneously with the increase in unemployment and underemployment and, therefore, with the construction of a huge industrial reserve army. All this generates a pressure so that salaries in the industry remain low. Thus, in this type of development they are not solved, as expected, the problems of the field or urban workers. In such a way that the end of the 50s is marked by serious problems that manifest themselves in the fall in the growth of Latin American economies and a strong tendency to stagnation. On that basis, they will emerge again clashes with the US, the popular mobilizations will be exacerbated, both the peasant movement and the worker, and also the middle classes. This determines that in the 60s the class struggle process is developed with much more force, now with greater weight of the working class, which is also an important factor also for the same development of Marxism. This composition of workers' struggles, the struggle of urban middle classes and the increasingly active presence of the peasant movement, is reinforced by the character assumed by the anti-imperialist issue, to the extent that direct imperialist penetration in production aggravates the problems of Latin American countries and masses. Together with the new industrialization and to Cepelino thought, in Latin America, the deployment of the economic and social crisis triggered in the second half of the 50s was attended. 118. On the other hand, that crisis was accentuated as a result of the new character that acquired dependent industrialization, but in addition to that, there are important ideological factors. One of them already mentions it, how the Latin American crisis will end up putting in crisis the hegemonic ideology of the left until the 50s and until 1963 inclusive. Only in the face of the objective economic crisis, ECLAC begins to remain unanswered and is forced to introduce new approaches to the original scheme. Developmentalism is no longer the solution to all problems, you have to appeal to the need for reform. ECLAC then incorporates the language of structure reforms, social reforms. In 1963 Raúl Prebys, until then at the head of ECLAC, in truth a great ideologist of the industrial bourgeoisie, leaves the ECLAC and goes to UNCO route, but already really very confused, it is silent for many years and keeps rigid silence about what had happened. Why does the entire scheme created by ECLAC do not lead to development? The economies of the continent have finally resulted in a much worse crisis than that of the end of the 40s. All this is deepened in 1964, with the coup in Brazil, precisely the country that most assumed the ideology of ECLAC at the time. First, Kubitschek even proposes a kind of Marshall Plan for Latin America in 1958, which calls Pan-American Operation. Meanwhile, Latin America is entering crisis, because development is no longer the magical key, it is necessary to find other forms that guarantee development. The 1964 military coup in Brazil ends with everything that ECLAC had promoted and spread in development. This coup has really new characteristics in the continent, which creates great confusion in developing ideologues. It must be seen that, in addition, the Brazilian economy and the coup d'état register in a context of economic crisis, of recession, which had been opened in 1962 and would last until 1967. The crisis of developmentalism will manifest in the work of ECLAC, and a very clear case is the study of Furtado published in Spanish as Stagnation and Underdevelopment in Latin America. This is a very sophisticated work, very well written, in which it is about demonstrating that underdevelopment necessarily tends to stagnation. What happens is that Furtado considers that the cyclic crisis of accumulation, from 1962 onwards, is a stagnation, when it is actually a crisis that will allow a greater leap later. 119. But as a Furidu and the developmentists do not have that Marxist dialectic vision of the capitalist development process, when they see the economy stagnate, when growth rates fall, etc., they interpret that it is a stagnation process, without seeing that this creates the conditions for a new expansion. The consequence of this reasoning is that the political proposals for development for countries called underdeveloped may not have any effectiveness, because the normal dynamics of dependent countries was stagnation. However, the contradictions of developmentalism are maintained in the background. Furtado himself has a very interesting job about the concentration of the fruits of technical progress in Latin American development. There he points out a fact of greater importance: development as it had taken place in the 50s, which was the development that ECLAC promoted, had allowed, as a result, the formation of foreign and national monopolistic groups that, in a certain way, began to concentrate the fruits of the technical process. In such a way that development finally meant unemployment, misery, impoverishment of middle layers and medium and low bourgeois layers, in favor of a monopolistic concentration. We have there the confession of the total failure of developmentalism because, when verifying that, it states that it is widely necessary to prevent it through reforms, but through political reforms and not only through purely economic reforms. Furtado warns that the attack, the destruction of that monopoly capitalism that is forming, means paralyzing, hindering capitalist economic development as it is being presented. That is, ideologues who proclaim development as the key to solving all problems, say goodbye to this concept and begin to take into account that the problem is more political and social reforms. 120. For the theory of dependency, the first effort of global reflection of Latin America from the positions of the revolutionary left. This criticism from the Marxist side will give rise, from the second half of the 60s, to the theory of dependence itself, in its public form, although several articles had already come out. The dependency theory will be based, on a large part, on the advances of the Brazilian revolutionary Marxist left. That era was characterized by an intense class struggle, as was the period of Goulart. Sometimes the appearance of the theory of dependence in an academic, even international form, with the publication of the book of Gunder Frank, Capitalism and Underdevelopment in Latin America, edited in 1967 by Monthly Review in New York, is confused. To tell the truth, most of the work published by G. Frank had also been done in Brazil. G. Frank had been at the University of Brasilia, and throughout the year of 1963 he had participated in the debates and assimilated what was being developed within Marxist sectors critical of the PC and ECLAC. There begins to integrate elements of the theory of dependency. But his first works G. Frank makes them in Chile. The bases of the book are conferences, especially referring to Chilean capitalism, that is not very dependentist. His central thesis is the idea of the development of underdevelopment, but, above all, his works are critical of North American sociologies. The development of underdevelopment is a work of criticism of functionalist theories. In Brazil is where just G. Frank really incorporates those new ideas that are emerging, not yet very systematized, in which he is the first to invest some time for his most serious systematization, and thus project them. From then on, and especially between 1967 and 1969, several dependent works will appear, so that in 1970, without a doubt, and the theory of dependence has a very large weight and the hegemonic thinking has become in the Latin American left. The other important ideological factor of the 60s, from the first half of the decade, is that together with the failure of developmentalism there is a process of destating, and the Chinese-Soviet crisis explodes. These two elements entered to undermine, to withdraw the support bases of the hegemony of the PC. To this is added the almost natural influence of the revolutionary left. 121. As a consequence of the triumph of the Cuban Revolution, in which the PC is rather a marginal and non-central force, it is also possible to consider the way in which the Venezuelan process is configured, where the PC did not have a central participation, on the contrary, was opposed to the deepening of the revolutionary process in Venezuela. The crisis of the international communist movement, reflected in the XXPC U.S. Congress, and the outbreak of the China-Soviet conflict, generates repercussions of different amplitude on the PCs of the continent. In Brazil, for example, the crisis is immediately reflected, the internal struggle is unleashed from 1960 and fractions begin to emerge, and in 1962 the Maoist Party and the Communist Party of Brazil begin frontally. This breaks even more the hegemony of the PC. Similar processes were lived in Peru, Colombia, etc. Returning to Brazil, we can say that during the first half of the 60s it was in this country where the formation process of the revolutionary left reached the greatest amplitude and significant international recognition. At that time there is a generalized process of radicalization of Brazilian youth. This will take particular forms. This ideological displacement and the radicalization of Catholic youth, of church sectors, will result in 1962 to 1963 the formation of Popular Action, which is a leftist party, an organization that lies to the revolutionary left but that starts from a Christian root, of a Catholic political thought that will later become Maoist. Maoism at that time appears as an important force in Brazil, and ideologically will coincide in the claim of the role of the peasantry and the role of the guerrilla war made by the Cuban Revolution. These facts sensitized the attention of the Latin American revolutionary left by the Chinese process, a simultaneous phenomenon to the emergence of Maoism as an alternative to Stalinism. On the other hand, apparently, Catholic thought had more attraction for Maoism than for Leninism. That seems to relate to a certain moralism present in Maoism, with its emphasis on politics being over the economy, and morality about politics. This phenomenon of the attraction of the Church and Catholic thought sector for Maoism is observed in almost in the entire Catholic left, in all revolutionary movements of Catholic origin in the continent and, finally, in Brazil. Parallel, those three lines, which have developed outside the PC, are those that will constitute the main trunk for the creation of the 122 revolutionary left later. Indeed, there are several organizations that are influenced by these lines or leave them directly. Along with this, it should be noted that the peasant movement, particularly that of the peasant leagues, had a certain political organization and even assumes a name, Revolutionary Movement Tiradentes, claiming the entire national tradition in the figure of one of the martyrs of independence in the fight against Portugal. 70. The peasant movement is organized as a political movement and adopts openly, already at that time, the thesis of the peasantry as a motor force and the preparation of the guerrillas, at a time when the other forces that thought of the armed struggle were not immediately worried by the guerrillas, given the amplitude of the mass struggles that the country then crossed and that extended until 1964. The revolutionary left will only the guerrillas' thesis, and will worry about its creation, after 1964, after the military coup, not before. However, the peasant leagues are already, since before, trying to develop the study of the land, the instruction of the people, etc. There is also another force. It is a radicalization of the left wing of the forces that support Goulart, very based especially on the FF.A, which is part of a work that had been done by the Polop, perhaps in that they are pioneers. This is a work very influenced by the experience of the Bolshevik Revolution and Leninist thought. The work done in the FF.A. It is of some importance. An expression of this was the rebellion of the sergeants in Brasilia, with the taking of the city in 1963. Also the association of marinos, a kind of unions, will have a very important role as a radicalizing element due to the amplitude it acquires, and because of the fact that the internal discipline of the FF.A. All this is reflected in the motor of the Marine in 1964. That corresponded to objective internal conditions in the FF.A. That made possible, in a way, the work of the Polop, mainly of the PC, because they had a certain work in the FF.A. This allowed many of their elements of the PC to get to work and were attracted in another line. Objective conditions grow for the product of an ideological work of the insurrectional thesis, which was the conception of the POLIP, the insurrectional conception and not of the guerrillas. This insurrectionist current will have an influence on military sectors of low graduation, among the soldiers and sailors, because Brizola is the one that had the most conditions to give exit, after 1964, to an insurrectional policy, and there all the plans, the studies, the works that were done by the POLIP are going to be directed. Even the POLIP will participate in the failed attempt of guerrillas in 1965 in Campano. From there, the question of the Brazilian left will focus on how to face the issue of armed struggle and, in a way, Foucaultism then becomes the thesis, and achieves a very large advance because it allowed to see very well how to face the problem and gave the magical solution. Let's make the focus on the field and with it we resolve the question. Most of the paintings are summoned, then begins the entire process of preparation of the different lines and organizations that we already point out. In 1968, armed actions begin, which have the city and, in fact, the entire armed struggle of the Brazilian revolutionary left will be done in the city. That is why it will definitely be defeated in the city by the FF.A. and the police, at the height of 1972 and 1973. In the mid-60s, then, this turn of the Brazilian revolutionary left is produced, the same POLIP, which was the most orthodox in the defense of insurrections with classic models, arranging the central role to the working class has to make a balance game to reconcile that with the adoption of the Foucaultist thesis from 1964 and the traditional left itself will enter the common dynamics of Latin America of that period, which will also give rise to the formation of MIR in Chile in 1965, 2. The training process of the Peruvian left based on the rural guerrillas of Luis de la Puente, the Peruvian MIR, to the development of the guerrilla movement of the revolutionary left in Venezuela. It will even be the starting point of the development of the urban organization as in the case of Tupamaros, who start from the countryside, the idea of the countryside as a center, but that they are actually going to fight in the city. Thus, the 60s is, on the one hand, the decade of hegemony of the left, of a Marxist and revolutionary theory such as the theory of dependence and, at the same time, a period of growth of the revolutionary left and the development of the processes of armed struggle, most centered on the idea of the rural guerrillas, the Foucaultismo. 124. In this context, it should be stopped in the formation of the Chilean MIR, deepen a little, because some see it as a simple result of the Cuban Revolution, and it is not so. Of course, the Cuban Revolution introduces a qualitative leap from 1961 for the development of the Latin American revolutionary left. He gave him a boost that he would surely have not had with the success and victory of the July 26 movement. But, despite all the influences of the Cuban Revolution in that process, it is necessary to analyze the particularities of each country, the specific national processes. In Chile, then, the concrete, objective factors, which lead to the emergence of that force of the revolutionary left in 1965. In that sense, we have to consider the problems of Chilean economic development, even more accentuated than that of Brazil or other countries. The stagnation of the Chilean economy tends to be deep and prolonged. However, together with this industrialization process, sectors of urban poor are created, in more or less large cities, which is manifested in Chile since 1956, when on April 2 that mass makes a first public appearance in the political life of the country, to then have a very large weight in the determination of Chilean politics. On the other hand, the position of the peasant movement and the pressure that it begins to exert on the society established in the 60s will have a very large weight in determining the same dynamics of the class struggle. The bourgeoisie will have to respond to a phenomenon and try to do so, also opening the space for a greater performance of those radicalized forces. This is the political struggle in the country. On the other hand, the defeat of the left in 1964, together with the rising factors of the class struggle and the triumph of the Cuban Revolution, influence the birth of the MIR, which is not the result of a crisis due to the ascension of the left, of the youth of the Socialist Party or the enthusiasm of youth sectors by the revolutionary movement of Cuba, but it results from the union of several generations of paintings, of several groups and organizations. In the preceding years, there is a process similar to the one that had been given in Brazil and other countries in the 50s, the rise of class struggle, mass movement, the crisis of the economic model and the larval crisis of bourgeois domination, the growing pressure of imperialism, which acts openly in the 1964 election to be able to stand the revolution in free and the DC 125. This is one of the letters that imperialism played to deal with the Cuban Revolution. In this context, the development of several forces that converge later in the formation of the MIR. This process comes, ultimately, more or less than about 5 lines that converge. There are sectors that come from the currents attached to Maoism, after the crisis of international movement and the Chinese-Soviet rupture, Trotskyist sectors of the period of the communist left of the 30s, new Trotskyist groups, also a detachment of the communist youth and the PC, Christian currents linked to the founder of the CUT, Clotario Blest, a broad sector of young people from socialist youth. Independence sectors influenced by the Cuban Revolution. Socially, the initial base of the MIR was constituted by students, intellectuals, workers' tables, and employees of the service sector. Therefore, although in Latin America the revolutionary left, in general, is born emphasizing the importance of the peasantry and the rural guerrillas, in the Chilean case the MIR, without neglecting these determinants, has to look for a different development course. The urban characteristics of the Chilean society and the influence of sectors that come from one or another political cultural tradition, particularly Trotskyist sectors, force the MIR program and the strategy to maintain the role of the working class and the role of the party as an important element. The truth is that it can be said that the 60s, in the midst of that great rise in class struggle in Latin America, was a decade of hope. Things were more or less clear, the strategy was known, the roads were known, the instruments were had. It was simply a matter of putting them into practice. The revolutionary consciousness did not present major problems, greater complications. From the point of view of the ideological, theoretical formulation, organizations did not have great difficulties. The Cuban Revolution model had a great consensus, a powerful attraction. The question of the revolution seemed more or less simple. The difficulties would appear later in practice, due to the fact that since 1964 the US implemented the large-scale counter-revolution. Although, already in 1961, when Kennedy mounts, the doctrine of the counterinsurgency begins to stand, finally achieving, from the military coup in Brazil, to initiate the counter-revolutionary offensive process in Latin America. From then on, the problem will be raised rather from the question of 126. How to face that new factor. It meant understanding that there was an ongoing counter-revolution, directed by Yankee imperialism, and that we had to look for ways to face it. The characteristics that the thought of the left had at birth, in the 50s, allow anti-imperialism to be accentuated and will tend to highlight the role of the peasantry in the armed struggle. Things become much simpler in appearance and allow the left to move with relative ease from the theoretical point of view. But, in practice, he faced many difficulties because he had to confront the counter-revolutionary action and counter-insurgent action. In the 60s, however, the revolutionary left still did not realize the effectiveness of counterinsurgency in the confrontation of the armed struggle processes, and I didn't perceive her because the processes were still booming. It is true that by the end of the 60s the Venezuelan process was stagnant, but the process in Brazil emerged, as well as that of Uruguay. In Mexico, after the 1968 movement, the September 23 movement will continue and the guerrilla movements of the time, Lucio Cabanas and the Poor Party, etc. That is, there is such a great boom that it is a developing war. When the class struggle does not take into account, even the left tends to reduce war only to its military aspects, which falls little by little in the counterinsurgency trap, and the problem is precisely how to solve military situations effectively to deal with the counterinsurgency acting. It must be understood that counterinsurgency is a military approach to political struggle, because political struggle involves the game of different sectors, different fractions, forces, and victories that do not imply the annihilation of the adversary. Simply, the one who loses goes to the opposition, and from the opposition has the opportunity, through the political struggle, to again assume power. In this model of the political struggle process, conceived and practiced by the bourgeoisie until 1960, the application of counterinsurgency considers political struggle as a process in which it must be annihilated, destroy the enemy. That is why it is a military approach that replaces the politician. The left fell largely into that trap, while he saw class clashes only in the military aspect, and he considered facing the counterinsurgency offensive. 127. Therefore, his concern focused on which were the best instruments, methods, techniques, and procedures to face the enemy. He became a very instrumentalist left, very fetishist of the weapon, of the medium, before the subject and social forces. Now, in that process that is turning to the revolutionary left more and more towards the device, towards the valorization of the pure effectiveness of the methods and techniques, without clearly perceiving the profile or the real strategy of the enemy, the left did not perceive its process of defeat, which had already begun, because it continued to extend, while mass rise was prolonged, despite the successes that the counterinsurgency was achieving. Such is the case of Brazil. The success of counterinsurgency is relative. In fact, the counterinsurgency hit in 1964 and deepens in 1968, but it is precisely in that year when it is launched, it unfolds, the armed struggle. At first, the Brazilian armed struggle caused a lot of shock, generated high hopes and expectations in some sectors, since it gave the impression of a movement of a lot of flight and reach. Meanwhile, they followed the processes of mass struggle in other countries, such as Venezuela and Chile, where in 1970 the popular unit arrives in the government, while in Argentina the military dictatorship begins to make water and the return of Perón is preparing, in a way. There is also the process of Bolivia. The same counterinsurgency is masked in countries like Peru, where he defeats the left. This is not very evident due to the reformism of Velasco Alvarado and what was Velasquezism until 1976. Even in Mexico, at the beginning, urban armed actions are combined with the rise of the rural guerrillas movement, as an important method and within the framework of the mass rise that had taken place in 1968, and which remains latent and gives new jumps between 1970 and 1972. 128. 5. The 70s, ascent and defeat of masses and revolutionary movements. But in the 70s there is a new situation in Latin America, in terms of the formation and development of classes. It happens, in fact, that an armed struggle is expanded that will appear as a force now really impressive, because it combines or coincides with the mass rise, in which the working class and the working class play, as in the case of Chile, Uruguay, and Argentina. This will cause the idea of socialism and socialist ideology to become highly dominant. There is a visible evolution of all organizations of the revolutionary left towards Marxism and towards the socialist project. That was clearly visible in Chile, with the MIR at the up situation. The need for MIR to respond to that mass movement in that new situation really forces this party to make a definitive leap towards Marxism, to become a Marxist-Leninist party and organize as such, overcoming certain unorthodox forms that it had had in the 60s. In the case of the Brazilian left, from the Marxist left of that time, there is a similar phenomenon. This current is also reflected in the progress of Marxism in the Venezuelan left, in Colombia, and in Peru, although in the latter country there is much more Maoism than Leninism. Meanwhile, in Mexico, Maoism will still weigh much more than Leninism. It is interesting to note that in countries such as Mexico and Peru, with an indigenous tradition and large peasant, a very important community tradition, Maoism in general seems to have a better, more effective response of organization of the prevailing left, due to the forms of organization of the peasantry, with a whole previous collective tradition, which seems closer to the Chinese tradition than to countries such as Argentina, Chile, and Brazil, with another type of economic social formation. In the 70s, in the first 5-year period, the revolutionary left enters a stage of setback, both mass movements and armed struggle movements are repressed and defeated, and the advance of the counter-revolution towards the middle of 1975 is unstoppable. In 1975 the process becomes dramatic with the coup in Argentina and the defeat of mass assent and urban guerrillas. There begins the perception of the historical defeat that the revolutionary left had been carried. This phenomenon will coincide in the theoretical ideological field with what is also considered the crisis of dependency theory. Is precisely from 129. 1975 that attacks on this theory begin, from two fronts. On the one hand, a return of the bourgeois initiative that takes the form of neo-developmentalism. There we find the old developmentalists, the ancient eating, prebis is very important, next to Furtado. They express the attempt to want to put developing as an axis of national solution, but it is no longer the old nationalist development, focused on the formation of national capital, putting industrialization as a solution for all problems. It is much more complex in its elaborations. The bourgeoisie takes the initiative in the sense of imposing, in general to society, and also on the left, its conception that Latin America must solve problems through neo-developmentalist ideology. The other aspect of attack on the theory of agency comes from the fact that the defeat of the revolutionary left gives new breath to the PCs. This happened with the Uruguayan PC, the Mexican, and others. The Brazilian PC was also influenced, through Luis Carlos Prestes, for the theory of dependency, but Prestes was expelled from the PCB. Today, the PCB has nothing to do with that theory, because the dependentist wing was expelled from the party with Prestes. The theoretical response of the PCs to the theory of dependency will have as main protagonists the Uruguayan and Mexican PCs, who are going to deal with in coinciding with Maoist sectors. They come together to that offensive, in what we can call the endogenist ideology, which at a certain point is very similar to the developmental theses. Both neodevelopment and endogenism concern, above all, the internal economy, and in a certain way they give less importance, less weight, to the problems of relations between the national economy and imperialism. It is precisely attack to the theory of dependence. Marxism will be thought of by endogenists in a way that we could call orthodox, that is, thinking about the development of every capitalist economy in Latin America as a capitalist economy to try, in itself, to worry about how the original accumulation happened there, how the social division of labor was made, how the working class was developed, etc., without much concern for imperialism, which is seen as something external, which favors to some extent those processes, but it is not responsible for them. 130. It is the opposite of what the agency raised, which saw a close articulation between dependence itself and imperialism. For endogenists, the problem of dependence would be like underdevelopment, the result, on the one hand, of that process of endogenous accumulation and, on the other, its natural consequence. And that there was an articulation of production modes that would continue to coexist, which would constitute the specificity of each country in Latin America, is what it would be about rescuing and studying. Likewise, the endogenists tried to see what mode of production is the dominant and how class relations are established, within each society. There was focused its greatest concern, and also that the relationship between the Latin American economy and the world economy, that is, the dependency, is put in a certain way on the side. Those are the two limits of the theory of dependence that achieve quite a lot of space in the intellectual media of the left. Since then, it can be said that this theory enters decline, loses the hegemonic position that had begun to assume in the second half of the 60s and that it maintains until the mid-70s. That creates a serious problem, which today has to face the revolutionary movement. It is that this withdrawal, that loss of position of the theory of dependence, and a certain stagnation to which it was carried by the loss and dropout of its theoretical paintings, due to the defeat of the revolutionary movement, led to the current revolutionary left not to have its own theory. Tradition and alternative come from the side of neodevelopment, on the side of endogenism. The revolutionary left has not been able to start from what the theory of dependency had accumulated and continue to build a vision of Latin America and the world, a vision of socialism. Of course, for that, our cultural colonialism attended a lot, because it also coincided, in the second half of the 70s, with the failure, the defeat suffered by the European left, with which quite narrow links had been built, especially in the first half of the 70s with the French left. And what happened was that in the mid-70s, that European left, which had been built later to the revolutionary left Latin American, became its main reference. 131. The defeat is a material defeat, that is, the left were hard repressed. The result of that will be the adoption of terrorism as an exit. But it is also an ideological defeat, because they are countries in which the bourgeoisie and the same PCs have a great capacity for theoretical elaboration, since they have an infinitely superior material development and could elaborate responses to the revolutionary ideology that was moving forward in Europe. The development of European revolutionary ideology was even increasing based on the incorporation of dependency theory. There was a great absorption, a state favorable to the reception of ideas. At that time Latin America exported ideas, the theorists of the agency were invited to Europe to conference in universities and culture centers, were widely publicized. There was a great intellectual effervescence that, together with the rise of the struggle of the labor movement, of the class struggle in Europe, favored the development of revolutionary ideology. But all that came into crisis in the second half of the 70s. As we know, they are generalized in the German, French, and Italian lefts. The dispersion, atomization processes, as in the case of Lata continues. The weakening of the revolutionary left. In all the countries in which there was a developing revolutionary movement in the first half of the 70s, these movements enter crisis in the second half of the decade, suffer ruptures, and the remnants begin to make terrorism. Actually, there was very little strength of the revolutionary left in Europe, something in Spain, in Ireland, although Anger was never really a revolutionary left organization, despite being close to the methods, nor was EDA from the revolutionary left properly. All this reflux and crisis influenced the Latin American revolutionary left. On the other hand, today, to reflect on the crisis of the Latin American revolutionary left, on the problems we face in Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, everywhere, we must start from the basis that these problems have a lot to do with that theoretical and ideological loss, with the loss of the ability to reflect the revolutionary left until half of the 70s. This, of course, linked to the defeat of the left, to the defeat of the mass movement in Latin America, but also European influence contributes. However, reality is much more complex and changing. For this reason we have a crisis in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Uruguay, practically throughout South America. Because this is also expressed in Venezuela. 132. Colombia, a more or less generalized crisis. But, on the other hand, at the same time that this crisis occurs, and that in those countries it is reached the deepest points of the curve, the emergence of the leftist movement, mass movements in Central America, which collect the entire tradition of the revolutionary left of the 50s, 60 and 70, for difficult reasons to understand. Central America is able to rescue the best of the development of the revolutionary left in the period 1950 to 1970, and transform the positive political and military accumulation of those years on the political revolutionary line of Victoria. We have the case of Nicaragua, by El Salvador, Guatemala. That is, there is a boom of the Central American revolutionary movement, precisely at a time when the revolutionary left in Latin America, globally, is in crisis. If we analyze the development of the revolutionary left, we see it underway in Central America, rescuing the best of thought, of the experience as a whole, which even, under a certain point of view, recovers the theory of dependence. It is important to realize that the way of reasoning of many of the Nicaraguan leaders is centered, based on a good extent, on the aforementioned theory. In fact, in practice, there were by the Nicaraguan Revolution a search and use of materials, of the conceptualizations of the theory of dependency. In recent years there is a certain refloat of Nicaraguan influence, Salvadoran. In Cubans the situation is not exactly like that, due to the Soviet influence, but even they are open to a revaluation of the dependency theory, they seek to know more, discuss more. It is a reality to face, be able to resume the theory of dependency and develop it, rescuing the best of it for the current era. It is necessary to update a Marxist theory, because the theory of dependency had everything mixed, Marxists, developmentalists. Today we can advance on the construction of a Marxist theory of dependence that is the way to theoretically solve the problem of giving to the left a firm theoretical basis. Today, already entering the 80s, we have to discuss the facts that influence the development of the left, at least describe what is happening more carefully. 133. 6. The 80s, the revolution moves to Central America. The 80s still appears clear for its proximity, but there are a number of elements to consider. On the one hand, the rise of Reagan and its counter-offensive policy, and the attempt to recover hegemony in the international field. Reagan is going to focus a good part of its action on Latin America, after a certain relative failure and an almost abandonment of counterinsurgency doctrine, on the restoration of more or less viable or governable bourgeois democracies. He has not achieved it, but that is the objective that is set from the 1980s. It should be noted that where the U.S. counter-revolutionary offensive has been felt most, it is in Central America, and precisely that is where it has been progressing in the construction of this type of controlled democracies, combined with the counterinsurgency, such is the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, along with the offensive on Nicaragua. On the other hand, another element that we have to consider as a lack of the left is the elaboration of a theory that allows us to have a clear project for Latin America in the international crisis. A third element is the issue of democratization. This problem, in Latin America, corresponds to a change of the American strategy, of the imperialist policy already initiated with Carter in the mid-70s. This was a factor that also weakened to the revolutionary left, because it had no adequate answers. The Carter government assumed, in the depths of the U.S. crisis, after the defeat of Vietnam, a defensive position. A process of reviewing its international strategy is given in the U.S. Carter will launch two lines seeking to resolve this: on the one hand, a shared proposal for the administration of the international crisis, the trilateral, that is, the association of Europe and Japan to the crisis administration process. On the other hand, it is proposed to disarm the foci of possible revolutionary processes. This consists of a report by Sol Leonowitz that served as the basis for Carter's policy to Latin America, where the main problems were indicated and the Panama was placed as central, from which the entire review of the Channel Agreement came from. 71. The truth is that they were wrong, because the problem was not there, it was in Nicaragua, in El Salvador. But the truth is that there was that concern. Along with this, there was the finding that military dictatorships, counterinsurgency regimes, had not solved the problems for which they were conceived, did not ensure state governments that gave some continuity and tranquility to the administration of the crisis in Latin America. In such a way that there is a departure from the U.S. government in relation to dictatorships, even frictions that favor, contribute to the anti-dictatorial democratic internal movements that were being developed at the time. It is not that Americans were really in favor of democratization. What they were looking for, and Carter's ideologues raised it very clearly, was how to manage Latin America in a more efficient way than through military dictatorships, which no longer offered stability and created shock problems, increasingly open friction with the U.S. Then, in the U.S., the idea of the governable democracies is postulated, the vigilated democracies, limited democracies where there was an element of guardianship by the FF.A. About the democratic game. This is what they called viable democracies. Although limited, the American objective was sufficient to conflict with military dictatorships and, in a way, forced or favored certain elements of support for bourgeois oppositions in those countries, so that it favored, opened spaces for democratic struggle in Latin American countries. They did this, anyway, very pragmatically because, for them, governable democracy was an issue in Brazil, and another thing in Honduras or El Salvador. It is something that varies according to the degree of sharpening of the class struggle in each country and the possibility or not of management of the local bourgeoisie in relation to the state and control over mass movements. In the countries of Latin America, in the 70s, from the defeat of the left, processes of popular movements, of mass movements are being given, a recomposition in which the left had an effective participation, not as much as an organization, since it was destroyed, clandestine, diminished in its ability to action, but rather through the pictures detached from those organizations, which acted in the mass movements that maintained their links, which they continued to act. This is what we call the social movements, a 135. Central theme for Latin American sociology, especially for the left, as important elements to consider for the analysis of the class struggle in those countries. These movements, in reverse of what happened in the past, in the 60s and beginning of the 70s, are not social movements that clearly have a leadership of the left, but have enough autonomy, since they are created outside the direct action of the left. This, as an organized force, weighs little for the recomposition of popular movements, but weighs greatly for the amount of paintings it contributes, which were formed by the revolutionary left. This forces the search for a new relationship of the parties, of the left-wing organizations with the mass fronts that have, today, an autonomy they did not have before. Thus, then, together with the theoretical issue, which is a serious problem that must be solved, another relevant problem is precisely the redefinition of the relations of the revolutionary left with the mass movement, with the mass fronts, with the so-called social movements, unions, the organizations of the neighborhoods and populations, with the organizations of women, of students, etc. We must rethink all that because we have movements that have formed in another way, which have been rewarded otherwise, but that are open movements for the left. This is a central issue to solve. In a way, it was always a problem for the left, but it tended to solve in a very simple way, in one sense, of domination of the party on the movement, despite all the discussions. That should not have happened, but that was the trend. That is currently suicide, because social movements really have autonomy, so it is necessary to start from the recognition of that fact to define the driving relationship that the left can have in relation to them. On the other hand, these movements will find spaces to develop, not only because of the contradictions that are taking place between American imperialism and governments, dictatorships, but also because of the same bourgeois opposition world and its repercussions on class struggle and democratization processes that begin in South America in particular. 136. 7. Crisis of dictatorships and democratization processes in the Southern Cone. The democratization processes, in fact, begin in 1980 in Peru, and they will continue to extend, progressively, in Argentina, Uruguay and Brazil. We are not going to analyze them all, but we will make some signs about the process in Brazil, because it is useful to keep this in mind for the discussion. The revolutionary left in Brazil was practically defeated in 1973, destroyed, dismantled, its best killed, exiled, really annihilated as a significant political force. From 1972 and 1973 the recomposition movements of the popular movement begin to be felt, which will have a very peculiar characteristic, without a left-wing driving, under a very violent dictatorship, because the Brazilian government was very violent. It produced the annihilation of the left. Repression, coercion, torture and terrorism of state are present with force. What happens then? The dough has to be retracted to the last redoubts where it can resist, the house, the neighborhood, the factory. They will try to recover from there, lacking a left-wing driving, something that will only achieve progressively and slowly, but that will result in a fairly intense and vigorous development of the mass movement, of the popular movement. From a defensive position, the defense bases in the state's pressure are rebuilt. But that popular movement, really are more corporate movements. This is a characteristic of the movement of highly corporate, well-organized sectors, in the defense of their immediate interests, is little articulated with the common struggle and lacks a global project. In addition, that common characteristic of autonomy, of a kind of distrust of any management mechanism that is wanted to impose, makes it extremely delicate to resume a link between the leftist organizations. This corporatism is combined with movements that were rebuilt from the base up, in a conception of organization that has very little to do with ideas, with models, with the concepts of organization. Rather, assembly, basis, and their ideas are a bit spontaneistic. 137. This phenomenon in Brazil has resulted, in terms of party, that left-wing organizations, regardless of the real force they have, will try and will implement a real party construction formula. The PT is understood, unlike how organizations are studied before, which were formed as revolutionary organizations to act on the mass movement, as an emanation of the mass movement, a party that is built from the bottom up, which creates huge problems, naturally, because it clashes with the conception of the Leninist party. In some sectors of the PT, due to the organizational needs of driving, in the construction of the party it has been arriving towards formulas that, without necessarily being formally assigned to Leninism, approach the Leninist methods of driving, organization, and direction. But that is very resisted by broad sectors of that party, which see it almost as a result of the mass movement and, therefore, determined by the dynamics of the mass movement at its base. That has made the PT very effective in organization of popular movements. In the Union Plain, the central that formed the PT, the cut, is undoubtedly the most dynamic, the most combative, the one that grows the most. But, on the other hand, this has not allowed the PT to build a political alternative in the current Brazilian situation. PT is an excellent instrument of popular organization, but not an alternative of power, and he does not consider it. It is not projected as such until today. Even his political project is the possible minimum, but it is the main left-wing party in Brazil. The PT is the result of this objective process that results from the historical defeat of the left and the way in which popular movements in Brazil were recomposed. Some of that can also be seen in the evolution of Mexican leftist parties, in what is now called the Mexican Socialist Party, as a result of the fusion of several parties, including the PC. It is the only country where the PC is self-related in a broader party, in which currents of the revolutionary and non-revolutionary left, such as the PC. This party also has that problem, how to handle yourself, how to link, how to conduct popular movements. What is the problem that arises? That as a result of popular movements, as is the case with PT, more Misleist mechanisms, etc. 138. Along the same lines, due to the losses of the left and the pressure of the mass movement, the leftist fronts, the United Left type in Peru, the United Left in Chile, Wide Front in Uruguay, arise. At the same time, we have an important phenomenon, a modification, a turn in the position of the coordinating agencies that begins with the PCs of Central America, particularly the Salvadoran and the Guatemalan. But that with the turn of the Chilean PC it reaches a much larger dimension due to the reach it. The Argentine PC executes a radical turn and really becomes a ruthless self-criticism, something like that has never been seen. It is a total review of the past and even a review of its policy towards Che Guevara. There are all these factors that we must consider. The revolutionary left today has many challenges, and very large. The challenge is how to relate to establish a new type of adequate link, to conduct the mass movement that is being recomposed, and that is important, perhaps more important than in the past. The issue is to establish a different relationship, possible in most countries, with PCs. It is not the case of the Brazilian PC, which is on the right. Different is the situation in Central America, from the situation in El Salvador, and that has spread to the southern cone, as in the case of the Peruvian United Left, the Chilean case, the Colombian case. In other words, the problem of the unity of the left is extended with new elements that were not present in the 50s, or in the 60s, even in the 70s. They are new elements that we have to consider and work, understanding that the possibility of the development of the revolutionary left goes through the solution of the problems to which it is faced. In the Brazilian case, the defeat of the left in 1973 and the principle of recomposition of popular movements, the project of institutionalization of the dictatorship, the clash with the US, the loss of the dynamism of the Brazilian economy after the 70s, and, therefore, the contradictions of exacerbated interburgers will lead to a modification of the policy of the left, which refuses to participate in any institutional form, in any electoral process, especially the one raised by the dictatorship. This had dissolved all the matches, he had created only two, the government party and the opposition party. Until 1974, the elections gave an overwhelming majority to the government party, because the 139 bourgeois opposition was weak and because the left refused any type of participation in electoral processes, always taking the blank or null vote. However, in Brazil, people have to vote, they are obliged to vote by law. The slogan of the blank or null vote left meant not to get into inter-right problems. But with the defeat of the left in 1973 and the announcement of the dictatorship that was going to initiate the institutionalization process with free elections, the left changes position and calls to vote. The Brazilian Democratic Movement was the opposition party, a small, numerically weak force and with a weak anti-dictatorial position. 72 The result was a spectacular vote for MDB, in large part, for the responsibility of the left. That is what the calculations say, because the null and white votes, which were about a third of the electoral force that the left had, become political votes for the MDB, and grows more and works as a wide front of democratic struggle, pressing on the dictatorship for democratization. The difficulty occurs because, when the left does that, it does so in the different sectors, groups, and paintings, but does not think, does not need the problem well. In addition, it has no conditions to consider as an independent force in that process to assume strength, to get the dictatorship, because the left did not act as an independent force. He gets into the MDB, infiltrates his positions, it even arrives, at certain times, to have weight in the dynamics of the movement. However, progressively, the MDB is imprinting the dynamics to the bourgeois opposition. Upon arriving at the end of the 1979 process, after the 1978 elections, but especially since 1979, with the amnesty and approval of the new parties, the MDB is totally under bourgeois hegemony. That is what leads to the split of the MDB in two parties, the party of the Brazilian Democratic Movement, which is today the dominant party of the government, with a vast majority in Brazil, and that is a conglomerate of disparate forces with bourgeois hegemony, and the Workers' Party, as more consistent left force. On the other hand is Leonel Brizola with a more personal project, the Democratic Labour Party, which relies on certain left boxes and groups. That is, there are two popular games in Brazil effectively, the PDL and the PT. The small leftist games that subtracted, such as the PC, the MR8, etc., were subordinated to the bourgeois hegemony of the PMDB. We point out this because it is important to see how the resistance process by the left, of non-acceptance of the legal institutional fights of struggle, of opposition within the regime to cause its replacement by another regime that provides better struggle conditions, is carried out in Brazil in a very wrong way. This can be explained by the loss of leading paintings, for the repressive situation, but it is wrong. To the extent that the left does not act as an independent force, but rather from a broad front that is progressively putting under bourgeois hegemony, ends diluted in the initiative of the latter. 8. The current challenges of the revolutionary left in Latin America. It is convenient to make certain signs that are part of the most general challenges, the challenges that the Latin American revolutionary left has to face today. In the case of Chile, this assumes a more serious, deeper character, because Chile has certain peculiarities that can explain and allow us to understand why the Chilean dictatorship is maintained. On the one hand, economic reconversion, the transformation of the Chilean economic base was much deeper than in any other country under the military dictatorship, and that implied a radical change in the class structure, because the economic base is the basis of the social reproduction of the classes. Today, the Chilean peasantry, the proletariat, the Chilean middle classes, are very different from those that were 10 or 15 years ago, and that has to be studied and assimilated as a capital issue. Another thing, even more important, because it is not just about knowing that popular movements, on a relatively modified social basis, have been reaffirmed with some independence from the left as happened in Brazil and Argentina, is the fact that social movements have a different objective basis, which has been transformed during the dictatorial period in a much more radical way than in the other countries. Then, the problem of study of social movements and the way of relating to them is very acute to the Chilean left, and even more than for the left of the other countries. 141. On the other hand, that great Chilean economic and social change was made with the relative permanence of political superstructure, even with the permanence of the Chilean party painting, which although it has suffered some transformations, basically has not been transformed. In the Chilean case, the left is still valid in its organizations, with its parties. It has not been destroyed as in other countries, as in Argentina and Brazil, but maintains a line of continuity, with modifications, which has to inevitably suffer in stages like these, but the reason is probably there, the difficulty to break down to the dictatorship, because the Americans themselves have a different policy from that they had towards Brazil and Argentina. At some times they advance a little by pressing Pinochet for a political opening, so that there is a left-wing space. Hence the left is kept alive and capable, in an opening process, as seen in other countries, to grow. It is evident that in the case of a Chilean opening, with the fall of Pinochet, the left will have a wide space of development, and, in that sense, it is more dangerous than the others, because it maintains its organizational structure, it has a continuity relationship with the past, it has preserved greater number of paintings, has created new paintings in the resurgence of its party structures and, without a doubt, is a greater danger than any other country in Latin America. 142. The crisis of development. 73. Until the middle of this century, the social theory that occurs in Latin America is intended, with rare exceptions, based on the consideration of national issues. You can really speak, really, the emergence of a structured current and, in many aspects, original of thought about the region as such from the Latin American Economic Report of 1949, released by the Economic Commission for Latin America, of the United Nations, in 1950. The importance of the theorization that begins there lies in the novelty of some of her approaches and the great impact that she achieved, both in the academic and political level, in the generality of our countries. The analysis of Cepelina's conceptions is, therefore, indispensable to whom he wishes to know the evolution of modern Latin American thought. Development theory. To understand ECLAC, it would be useful to consider, first, the intellectual biography of its exponents, mainly the Argentine Raúl Prebys, followed by the Brazilian Celso Furtado and the Chilean Aníbal Pinto. To them can also be added Argentine Aldo Ferrer and Mexican Victor Urquidi. As Prebys, which had been director of the central bank, Bello Perón, most of them had active participation in the policy of their countries. His training was, in general, Keynesian, and some held appreciable mastery of classical political economy, particularly Prebys and Furtado. His incursions into the field of Marxism used to be, however, unfortunate. 74. The fundamental issue to be raised refers to the question, what is ECLAC? Essentially, she constitutes a dissemination agency of the development theory that would be raised in the United States and Europe, at the end of World War II. That theory had, then, a definite purpose, to respond to the restlessness and disagreement manifested by the new nations that emerged to independent life, Following the decolonization processes, realizing the enormous inequalities that characterized international economic relations. Confronted to that situation, the central capitalist countries worried about explaining and justifying those disparities, which benefited them shoutingly, while sought to convince the new states that there were also possibilities of progress and well-being. Under the generic denomination of development theory, the approaches of large centers are born in government organs or instances to them, are disseminated in universities and research centers and are transferred to international agencies. 75. For this purpose, it will essentially be a concept of economic development, based on the idea that it corresponds to the unfolding of the productive apparatus, depending on the well-known classification in three sectors: primary, secondary, and tertiary. To explain why advanced countries are those in which this unfolding has been fully carried out, the economic development process that has taken place in advanced capitalist countries is taken as a general order phenomenon, and it is argued that the position they occupy in the international context corresponds to the upper stadium of an evolutionary continuum. The different economies that make up the international system would be located in lower phases of the same process, framed in a dual scheme, developments, which would be replaced later by a more sophisticated one. Thus understood, the concept of underdevelopment is identical to that of pre-industrial situation. Underdevelopment would, therefore, a situation prior to full economic development, existing between both moments, the so-called take-off, in which the economy in question would already meet the conditions to initiate a self-sustained development. Recapitulating, the central thesis of development theory is that economic development represents a continuum, in which underdevelopment constitutes a lower stage to full development. This would represent, however, somewhat accessible to all countries that were determined to create the appropriate conditions for that purpose. A second aspect to highlight in the theory of development is its insistence that economic development implies the modernization of the economic, social, institutional, and ideological conditions of the country, the modernization ultimately corresponding to the approach of these conditions to the patterns in force in the central capitalist countries. The modernization process, in addition to bringing with it the possibility of tensions and crisis, would manifest for some time through a situation of structural duality, which would oppose a modern sector to the traditional sector of the society in question. The issue of modernization and the notion of structural dualism inspired the bulk of the sociological and anthropological production of that period. 76. Finally, a third aspect to consider in development theory is its projection in the methodological level. To the extent that development and underdevelopment were, deep down, the same thing, that is to say constitutive moments of the same reality, the industrialized capitalist economy could only be differentiated by quantitative criteria, the only ones appropriate to locate an economy in this or in that degree of the evolutionary scale. Thus, underdevelopment would be defined through a series of indicators: real product, degree of industrialization, per capita income, literacy and schooling indices, mortality and life expectancy rates, etc., destined to classify the economies of the world system and record their progress in the path of development. The inconveniences of that methodology are evident. Being essentially descriptive, it does not have any explanatory capacity. The result is a perfect tautology. An economy presents certain indicators because it is underdeveloped, and underdeveloped because it presents those indicators. Touring in a circle, the analysis cannot aspire to establish verifiable correlations, which do not shed any light on the issues referring to cause and effect. However, it was from the theory of development that departed Eclac. To understand the reason for this, we must resort to a line of analysis that has to do with the role of the United States in the construction of the post-war world. We will put aside the consideration of their initiatives at the political, economic, and military level, to occupy only what he did in the ideological level. Special highlight deserves the creation of regional economic commissions, subordinated to the United Nations Economic and Social Council and with a seat in Europe, Asia, and the Far East, and Latin America. Subsequently, 2 more were created, for Africa and Western Asia. Its objective was to study regional problems and propose development policies. In reality, the fundamental mission attributed to these commissions was to be agencies for the elaboration and dissemination of development theory, in the context of the ideological domestication policy that the large centers contrary to the demands and pressures of what would be called the Third World. Formally starting his work in 1948, in Santiago, Chile, Eclac does not refuse the mission that had been entrusted to him, but, far from limiting himself to the mere diffusion, he assumes the role of true creator of ideology, once he tries to capture and explain the specificities of Latin America. Those specificities, in front of the new countries that decolonization had been creating, were indisputable. Indeed, in addition to its early political independence, Latin America had for then a century of capitalism, which would lead to the formation of complex structures of consolidated national classes and states. Made even more important, in many of its countries industrialization, which began between the two world wars, had modified class alliances and converted to the industrial bourgeoisie in the full part of the bloc in power. Unlike, therefore, of other similar agencies, Eclac, when constituted, is linked to the internal reality of Latin America and expresses the class contradictions that characterize it, even interburger contradictions. More than that, she will be instrumentalized by the industrial bourgeoisie, both based on internal social and political struggles, as well as the conflicts established at the world economy level. 146. This will do that Eclac, based on the theory of development, in the terms in which it had been formulated in the great centers, introduces changes that will represent its own, original contribution, and that will make Latin American developmentism a product, yes, but not a simple tracing of development theory. Developmentalism. The most important contribution of Eclac is its criticism of the classical theory of international trade. Based on the principle of comparative advantages, that theory postulates that each country must specialize in the production of goods in which it can achieve greater productivity, which is usually determined by soil fertility, the availability of mineral resources, etc. To the extent that it does, this ensures privileged conditions of competition in the world market, leading to the transactions that are carried out there are beneficial for all parties. Eclac will say that, in fact, this does not happen. On the one hand, it will empirically demonstrate that, from 1870, a permanent tendency to deteriorate the terms of exchange to the detriment of the export countries of primary products is observed in international trade. On the other hand, it will affirm that this tendency leads to income transfers, in reality, value transfers, a concept that Eclac does not handle well, which imply that underdeveloped countries, which export these assets, are subject to a constant bleeding of wealth in favor of the most developed, that is, to a dislocation. For Eclac, the deterioration of the terms of exchange is due to the fact that the world market confronts industrialized countries to countries of primary exporting economy. The latter, not developing their industrial or manufacturing sector, are not enabled to produce technologies and capital means capable of raising labor productivity. At the same time, the absence of this sector limits the expansion of the job offer, leading to the registration of an surplus workforce, which hinders productivity elevation and reduces its price, that also results in the formation of surplus labor in the services sector, where it generates the same effects. That would be the reason for the low wages that are verified in underdeveloped economies, which both stop technical progress and do not allow the expansion and dynamization of the domestic market. 147. Conversely, developed countries would be those that, based on an expansive secondary sector and a dynamic demand for labor, hold high wages, which induce the introduction of technological innovations aimed at reducing the participation of work in production and, therefore, the impact of cost wages. The resulting productivity rise would not be transferred fully immediately to the prices of the goods that these countries export, leading to the fact that, in international trade, these prices were maintained at a high level. Consequently, the translation of underdeveloped periphery would be favored to the developed center. The truth is that, Correctly capturing the empirical phenomenon of the deterioration of the terms of exchange, Eclac interpreted it badly. Sooner or later, the increase in productivity and the consequent reduction of costs have to be transferred to prices, except if abnormal situations are verified in the world market, such as those that configure a monopoly situation or derive from wars and natural catastrophes. In addition to this, and Eclac did not ignore it, the development of capitalism in dependent countries has involved, from the beginning, the introduction of new production techniques and the increase in labor productivity. However, the signaling referring to the issue of the remuneration of the workforce represented a formidable intuition, although poorly established, since it was not simply a consequence of low productivity, as life would be responsible for demonstrating. However, with its central periphery scheme, that is, when taking as an analytical starting point to the world economy and the relationships that develop between national economies, Eclac went far beyond development theory and assured for the whole of its thesis a validity of principle, until then exclusive privilege of the Marxist theory of imperialism. In fact, Prebys's statement in the sense that, the economic development of peripheral countries is another stage in the process of organic development of the world's economy. 77 remembers irresistibly Bukharin. 78 The limitations of Cepelino thought are an effect of its umbilical bond with development theory, in addition to representing a cost derived from the class position from which Eclac made its approaches. This is how, faithful to the idea of economic development as a continuum, she did not consider development and underdevelopment as qualitatively different phenomena, marked by antagonism and complementarity, as will do so, in her time, the theory of dependence, but only as quantitatively differentiated expressions of the historical process of capital accumulation. 79 This implied that, based on corrective measures applied to international trade and the implementation of an adequate economic policy, underdeveloped countries would see open access doors to full capitalist development, ending the situation of dependency in which they were. This thesis, that of autonomous development, constitutes one of the registered trademarks of Cepelino thought. The requirement of an economic policy focused on overcoming underdevelopment was resting on another clave element, the conception of the state as something located above society and capable of endowing its own rationality. Supported by it, Eclac jumped from the plane in which it raised its economic analysis, where it dealt with objective laws and identified economic interests in struggle, to an idyllic vision of the world, taken as a field of relationship between flat states to replace the confrontation with negotiation and economic laws by the desire for cooperation. If the economic policy was the instrument, the essential objective to which it should aspire to overcome underdevelopment was, for Eclac, industrialization. We already saw how, in his understanding, this would be able to promote a better dividing the workforce between the productive sectors, would raise salaries, viabilizing the domestic market, and would induce technical progress and increased labor productivity, ending international value transfers. Industrialization would be carried out through a deliberate policy for replacing imports of manufactured goods. The faith that Eclac deposited in industrialization, as much as enough to overcome underdevelopment, extended to the virtues that it would have as a lever for social transformation. Admitting that certain reforms were necessary in the institutional and political level, Eclac undervalued the distributive measures. There included the agrarian reform, except as a provision of secondary interest. 80 In the thought of Eclac, which is why he deserved the qualifier of developmentalist that has been given, industrialization assumed the role of a deus ex machina, sufficient in itself to guarantee the correction of social imbalances and inequalities. Development was the ideology of the Latin American industrial bourgeoisie, especially that, responding to a greater degree of industrialization and already sharing the power of the state with the export bourgeoisie, tried to expand its space at the expense of the latter, resorting to the alliance with the industrial proletariat and the middle wage class. At the time it came for them, with the expansion of the offer of jobs and greater salaries, developmentalism, through the criticism of the traditional scheme of international labor division, demanded from the large capitalist centers the establishment of a new type of relations. However, although rejecting the primary export model and opening fire against the old ruling class, it shone to propose to the agrarian reform as the premise of the industrial model, since, not passing the social alliance for the peasantry, doing so would mean uselessly aggravate the interbourgeois conflict. In the course of the 50s, together with the progress of the industrial bourgeoisie, both in countries where it was already strong, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, Brazil, Mexico, and in others, which then accelerate its industrial growth, developmentalism becomes the dominant ideology and in the matrix par excellence of public policies. However, after a decade of expansion, the Latin American economy drains, in the 60s, in the crisis and stagnation, putting naked the perverse characteristics that industrialization had assumed. This could not fail to have a deep impact on the eating circles, giving rise to a theoretical crisis of broad proportions. The economic crisis that, at the beginning of the 1960s, hits most Latin American countries, is simultaneously a crisis of accumulation and realization of production. She manifests, on the one hand, in the strangulation of the ability to import the necessary material elements to the development of the production process and, on the other, in the restrictions found to make that production. Both phenomena derive from industrialization to be carried out on the basis of the old export economy, that is, without proceeding to structural reforms capable of creating an economic space appropriate to industrial growth. In advanced capitalist countries, industrialization occurred in an organic way, leading to the growth of the consumer goods sector immediately generating the expansion of the offer of capital goods immediately, without which the process had been blocked. In Latin American countries, import substitution operated on the basis of a pre-existing demand for consumer goods and led to the fact that the obtaining of capital goods rests essentially in importation, forming an intrinsically dependent industrial reproduction mode of abroad. The continuity of a process placed in these terms meant the constant growth of the ability to import and, therefore, a growing mass of currencies. Where do these currencies come from? Primarily, of export. But, once the old productive structures had remained intact, exports continued to consist of traditional primary goods, subject to the secular tendency of deterioration of the terms of exchange, diagnosed by Eclac. The manufacturing sector had not worried about conquering foreign markets and allocated its entire production to the domestic market, which means that it continued to depend on the primary sector to obtain the necessary currencies to the acquisition of intermediate and capital goods that its expansion demanded. In that way, the industry, which Eclac announced as the autonomous development lever, only boost the enlarged reproduction of the Latin American dependency relationship with respect to the world market, without leading it to an effective overcoming. 151. The second source of foreign exchange corresponds to the contribution of external capital, materialized in direct investments, loans, financing, and donations. With revenue in terms of relatively stagnant exports, Latin America will request from the United States a generosity similar to that expressed in the Marshall Plan, conceived in favor of European reconstruction, and that will imply the mobilization of considerable aid, through public loans and government donations. The last serious attempt in Latin America in this regard had been that of Brazil's president, Juscelino Kubitschek, in the late 50s, when he launched the Pan-American operation, focused on obtaining public credits. But the OPA ended up being supplanted by the North American initiative of the Alliance for Progress, at the beginning of the 1960s, which was characterized by its marked welfare character and the emphasis he put in private foreign investments. Such investments had begun to penetrate the Latin American industrial sector since the early 50s, winning strong impulse in the second half of the decade. In that period, industrialization will find in them a support and an acceleration factor. Completed, however, the maturation time of these investments, that is to say, the time for the real obtaining of profits, they revealed their contradictory nature. Their profits had been obtained in the domestic market, thus being carried out in national currency, but, to become effective and, thus, susceptible to reintegration into the heritage of the foreign matrix, should be able to become an international currency, which required currencies to be stolen from the amount made in external transactions. 81. In other words, what served to expand the ability to import from Latin America showed now to be a limitation factor. While there was an expanding domestic market, the entry of external capitals exceeded the exits, masking the problem. But the domestic market would soon find its limit. The great migrations from the countryside to the city, that the maintenance of traditional production structures caused and that industrialization incentive, translated into the rapid growth of the urban supply of labor, which would end up going down to open or disguised unemployment. The cause of the inability of the industry to create employment resided, more than in the use of inappropriate technologies, as Eclac maintained, since it is inherent in technical progress to save labor, in the brutal super-exploitation of the work that was practiced there, which was, in turn, enabled by the existence of that redundant workforce. Combining low wages with the extension of the day and the intensification of the work rhythm, the industrial capital mobilized substantially greater work masses than those that, under normal conditions, would correspond to the sum of money destined to pay them. 82. Thus disabled to assimilate much of the new workforces that were incorporated into the market. Worse, I ended up creating an extremely perverse income distribution, which condemned the vast majority of the population to miserable levels of consumption, often below the minimum subsistence pattern. With this, the domestic market was restricted, the creation of investment areas was limited and the introduction of new production techniques was dismissed. To complete the picture, the preservation of the old agricultural structure and the concentration of investments in the industry caused a break between the supply of food and urban growth, promoting agricultural prices up and unleashing inflation. It is not surprising, then, that the 50s were characterized by an accentuated sharpening of social struggles. These had, as new components, the emergence of the peasantry as a social movement, a renewed and increased working class and the emergence of a poor proletariat in cities, which gave rise to theorizations on urban marginality. At the same time, the tissue of the city was instead and its salarization accelerated, leading to a rapid increase in a mass of students and young professionals increasingly unhappy with the lack of perspectives presented by the type of development commanded by the industrial bourgeoisie. These factors converge, throughout the period, to promote seizures and political crises, which begin with the radicalization of the Guatemalan Revolution, under the government of Jacobo Arbenz, and the Bolivian Revolution of 1952, continue with the suicide of Getulio Vargas in Brazil and the overthrow of Juan Domingo Perón in Argentina, continue with the railway movement in Mexico and the Venezuelan Revolution of 1958 and culminate, in 1959, with the Cuban Revolution. Sensitive to that situation, Eclac modifies, since the beginning of the 1960s, its approaches and, rectifying the purely developer approach that characterized them, goes on to give more emphasis to the structural reforms and the distribution of income. But it's too late. In a conturbian continent, the Cuban Revolution shook the foundations of the American domination and sowed panic between the ruling Creole classes. When the cycle of military dictatorships is opened, Cepelino developmentalism definitely enters crisis. This becomes visible after the departure of Prebis, who, in 1963, changed the Eclac for the UNCTAD. In 1965, Celso Furtado insists on demonstrating that the Latin American economy structurally tends to stagnation. This would not be caused by this or that economic policy, which acquitted Eclac, but that it would result from the very dynamic of the economic structures existing in the region, marked by the seal of dualism. Furtado thus summarizes his thesis. Everything happens as if the existence of a semi-feudal pre-capitalist sector, together with an industrial sector that absorbs a technology characterized by a rapidly growing capital coefficient, originated a pattern of income distribution that tends to guide the application of productive resources, in a way to reduce their economic efficiency, and to further concentrate income, in a process of circular causation. 83. That is why the behavior of agents who make economic decisions, which can be very well governed by strict criteria of rationality, both based on the means they use and their legitimate objectives. It is in the structural relationships that delimit the field within which the relevant decisions are made. 84. It should be noted that Furtado makes its rigid structuralist model more flexible, also considering the foreign policy of the United States and the action of multinational companies as negative factors for Latin American development. More than this, in a rampant of political radicalization, it raises the possibility of overcoming the structural determinations that it has detected in its analysis through the practice of a national, state and third world cut socialism. The ideological substance of Latin American socialism will surely be extracted from critical consciousness to overcome underdevelopment. That struggle takes place within national political frameworks, which delimit the decision centers that command economic activities, both in their internal and external aspects. Varied roads is causing the transformation of the vast community of peoples that constitute the Third World. Mills. 86. Pinto's starting point is the notion that, in the phase that Eclac calls inward development, that is, industrialization, structural duality is modified. On the one hand, the separation between the poles is less clear than in the other model and does not correspond to a simple sector dichotomy. Within each of the main activities, first, secondary, and tertiary, a kind of horizontal cut is established, which divides the modern layers of the traditional or stagnant. On the other hand, the slopes between the two universes seem to be often much more pronounced. 87. However, although I paint the possibility of working with a more sophisticated apparatus, which introduces a horizontal cut in the two poles of the economy, it will almost always limit the bipolar scheme, largely induced by the empirical material available. Essentially, its concern revolves around the concentration of technical progress in the capitalist pole and the constraint that this implies for the development of the other pole, the issues of employment that are derived from there and the negative effect that both factors exercise on the distribution of income, even within the same capitalist pole. The result is the distortion and loss of dynamism of industrialization. Referring to the situation of the most industrialized countries, Brazil and Mexico, Pinto limits, the two largest countries in Latin America share a fundamental characteristic, that in both from the angle of technical progress and the income, an important part of its systems and its population has been left out of development. However, it seems clear that the march of these economies in the present and even more masses, that is, of the existence and expansion of the market for dynamic industries, basically those of durable consumer goods and the intermediaries and capital that support them. 88. After pointing out and ruling out a revolutionary change, pointing out that even a more moderate strategy could require reductions in the concentration of the property, 89, which is exemplified with the agrarian reform, the author appeals, in the good Cepelina tradition, to the intervention of the state to give a solution to the problem and concludes. Considering together the eventual effects of a strategy that manages both the springs of income distribution and those of the reallocation of technical progress, it would be possible to refer to the non-negligible possibility that it implied a moderation of the impulse of the capitalist sector, which has been the dynamic focus of the system in the last 5 years. 90. Raised in these terms, there is little of the confidence that Eclac will deposit in the intrinsic virtues of capitalist economic development to ensure progress and social justice in Latin America. The disenchantment of Furtado leads him to radicalize his propositions and to entrust socialism the task of breaking the innate tendency of Latin American capitalism to stagnation. Under his apparent moderation, Pinto's conclusion is equally desperate. Before the perverse channel that Latin American capitalism has assumed, it is possible to restore the expansion of the modern sector, that is, act against the economic development itself, in the terms in which the Eclac had conceived it. The crisis of developmentalism meant the loss of the privileged position that Eclac would reach in its first decade of operation, when it became the ideological agency par excellence of Latin America. From her new position, of respectable technical body, she will continue to conduct studies and produce reports of the best quality. But the process of Latin American thought leaves it behind, leading to new theoretical manifestations. it is up to me to raise some short initial considerations without other objects than contributing to placing today's discussion in relation to certain problems. As nobody ignores in this meeting, from the coup d'état of 1964 in Brazil and, even more, since September 1973, with the coup in Chile and the establishment of the Pinochet dictatorship, the social and political science literature in Latin America has been increasingly occupying the discussion about the presence of fascist regimes in the region. It is properly a discussion, that is, the treatment of a topic in whose approach and development diverse characterizations and interpretations have been exposed, among which strong controversy has been raised. The discussion is certainly not reduced to the existing differences regarding the definition of regimes or forms of domination in Latin America, but, on the contrary, these are linked to existing differences and controversies also in terms of the forms of understanding and general interpretation of Latin American development problems. Hence precisely the interest of considering these issues with Theotonio dos Santos, Rui Mauro Marini and Agustin Cueva, who have contributed important works both regarding the general scope of Latin American development theory and the treatment, especially the question of fascism in Latin America. It seems to me that the debate will be enhanced to the same extent that it does not avoid but that on the contrary effectively attends to the discrepant views expressed in recent approaches or formulations, and in particular by the participants themselves in the discussion. Indeed, among the three gathered exhibitors have expressed marked differences. There are those who in the development of their investigations have stood out for their elaboration of the category of agency, for the study of the manner dependent on Latin American capitalist development. Such is the case of Dos Santos, of whom we have just known imperialism and dependence, and Marini, with dialectic of dependence and underdevelopment and revolution. Cueva on the contrary, who has just published his book on the capitalist development of Latin America, has critically considered the so-called dependency theory, particularly in his article taken for the first time to discussion in the Latin American Congress of Sociology of San Jose de Costa Rica, in 1974. This is an order of differentiation that is raised among the exhibitors this afternoon, but it is not the only one. There are also other disparities that are not always coinciding with those that exist in this foreground. Regarding the considerations about the so-called dependent fascism, Creole fascism or neo-fascism, Dos Santos and Cueva are among those who have hosted the characterization of fascist in relation to certain military regimes that emerged in Latin America in the course of the last 3-5 years. Marini, on the contrary, although he has not stopped using military fascism in some of his work, is aimed at a characterization in alternative terms. The situation would be more complicated if we introduce elements here that have been present in some recent references on the subject, according to which the characterization of dependent fascism corresponds to a mechanistic political projection, attributable to the limiting deformation of what is qualified as dependentist economicism. Such references, that for the criticism of dependentism they support, for example, in the work of Agustin Cueva, paradoxically they often do not consider that despite their criticism of the theory of dependence, Cueva accepts the category of fascism. The above indications give a slight idea of the quite conflicting terms in which the discussion is developed today, and I think it would be of benefit to all if the exhibitions we here allow us to enter, in the most living way possible, in the different positions with which the issues that arouse in the debate are addressed. 159. In this regard, I would dare to suggest some problems that seem to me among the weakest treated in the trials of understanding the character of the regimes on which the relevance of the fascism category is discussed. First, the problem of specifying the scope, the plane, the level of analysis that it is. Are they considered purely as regimes itself, that is, as certain modalities of articulating the exercise of power? Or are they considered as state forms, that is, as soon as expressions assumed the reality of the state in the face of the conditions that matter a certain form of accumulation tending to allow the subsistence of capitalist development in Latin America? That is, the first problem that I think would be of interest in the approaches, is the one to be considered the reference regimes merely as modalities of exercise of power arising from situations or certain conjunctures of the class struggle, or if they are considered as an expression of state forms, as regimes corresponding to state forms that respond to deep tendencies of the struggle between classes, to the same modalities of accumulation as they have been made necessary in the readjustment of capitalist development. The question matters because in certain lines of analysis, the approach that this nature of regimes would come to represent something like anomalies or disturbances, in any case removable to the extent that the critical circumstances that imposed its implementation imposed, to reopen the possibility of a capitalist development of democratic forms are usually glimpsed. Beyond whether or not its characterization of fascist is accepted, it seems to me that the discussion about the deep structural determinants of the emergence and existence of this nature of regimes thus contains a political implication of considerable importance, to the extent that it tends to clarify the question of its propensities to forgivement. The second problem that would want to suggest refers to the current phase in which, clearly from the advent of Carter, approaches or efforts tending to promote what has been called protected democracies are noticed, that is, the establishment of more flexible ways to which it would take place based on current regimes. 160. Without entering to consider the nature of factors to which they respond, I think that the effective appearance of pressures aimed at the claim to lighten these regimes of some of their most flagrantly dictatorial features can be recognized. There are broad sectors of the Latin American left that conceive the eventuality of such limited democratization attempts as a propitious basis for transition situations of another character. The attempts of limited democratization, even those that are promoted from the very bosom of these regimes and the imperialist centers, are considered in their potential for the development and maturation of new forces and contradictions, until political situations that allow to rethink revolutionary options are precipitated. It is after this issue that the problem I want to refer to. What is the possibility that transition situations of this character are sustained in the case of Latin America-dependent countries? What are the possibilities of enduring, stability, transition situations in which they are not modified but maintain the material, structural conditions, which have formed dictatorial regimes? It seems to me that this problem is deeply related to the considerations related to what are the features of the new accumulation pattern assumed by capitalism in our countries, which will continue to be the conditional objective reality of the eventual decompositions of the dictatorial regimes or of the opening processes of major fields for the development of the political struggle. There is a third problem on which I think it would be of great interest to listen to the exhibitors. In the discussion about the fascist or non-fascist character of certain Latin American regimes, it has become usual to highlight the political importance that certainly has its definition. The reason for this importance is established in terms of maintaining that, as the characterization of fascist is accepted or not, a different scope of social support is being attributed to dictatorships and, consequently, areas are also recognized other than possible alliances for the fight against him. The question of the fascist or non-fascist character of these regimes is therefore raised as a central problem in the strategic definitions of revolutionary political line. It is raised in terms of the possibilities of alliances in the fight against the dictatorship and its revolutionary development. 161. It occurs, however, that practically all works are started from this recognition to formulate certain approaches in terms of the fascist or non-fascist character of regimes, but rarely or practically never elucidates their political consequences. That is, in the sociological literature on the subject, the importance of the discussion about the fascist or non-fascist character of such regimes stands out for the statements about the possibilities of understanding between different social forces for the fight against the dictatorship. But made this recognition, in the same sociological literature there are usually no formulations regarding the alliances that would correspond to the characterization that is being advocated. To establish this correspondence between sociological analysis and political approaches, it is necessary to resort directly to political documents. In sociological literature there is rather a void. However, such correspondence is in my opinion somewhat clearer in terms of those who maintain the fascist character of the reference regimes. But it is much more complex to establish to what nature of political propositions, to which formulation of possible alliances to fight the dictatorship, respond characterizations that are presented as opposite or substitute for that of neo-fascism, such as those of the state of counterinsurgency, state of national security, military state, or state in the process of militarization. These are therefore the three problems that would suggest were understood in the interventions of the exhibitors. Agustin Cueva. 1. Given the course followed by the discussion concerning fascism in Latin America, it seems necessary to begin with two general observations, intimately related to each other. The first is to underline that, at least in my opinion, the characterization of the Southern Cone regimes as fascists is far from constituting a magical formula capable of revealing what is the concrete political line to be followed in front of this type of regimes. The second observation refers to the fact, often forgotten, that the concept of fascism does not close in any way the possibilities of analysis of each national situation, with all the specific determinations and peculiarities that may present. At least in the Marxist perspective, the category of fascism is an open category too. 162. Historicity, as evidenced by this already classic passage of Risarov, which, due to its own opening, seems to anticipate the development of some of the processes that occurred in the Latin American area. The development of fascism and the fascist dictatorship itself, said Risarov in 1935, adopt different forms in different countries, according to the historical, social, and economic conditions, the national particularities and the international position of each country. In some countries, mainly where fascism does not have a wide mass base, and where the struggle between the different groups in the field of the fascist bourgeoisie itself is quite hard, fascism is not decided to end the parliament immediately, and allows the other bourgeois parties, as well as the social democracy, a certain legality. In other countries, where the dominant bourgeoisie fears the next outbreak of the revolution, fascism establishes its unlimited political monopoly, while suddenly and pour as open terrorist dictatorship with a gross falsification of parliamentarism. 92. It is only an example destined to show, on the one hand, that many of the originalities of Latin American fascism are not necessarily such, and, on the other hand, that the characterization of certain regimes as fascists in any way ends the investigation, but rather constitutes its starting point at certain level. For the rest, I think it is not superfluous to remember here the equally classic observation of Marx in the sense that the concrete forms of the state change with the borders of each country. The current society, writes Marx in 1875, is the capitalist society, which exists in all civilized countries, more or less free of medieval attachments, more or less modified by the particularities of the historical development of each country, more or less developed. On the contrary, the current state changes with the borders of each country. 93. I do not intend to unravel here the deep theoretical implications of this text, which later insists on the motley diversity of forms assumed by the capitalist state, but I do want certain regimes or forms of state as fascists. Personally, I am inclined to characterize regimes such as those of the southern Latin America, taking into consideration that represent the implementation of an open terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary elements of monopoly capital, exercised against the working class and the revolutionary sector of peasants and intellectuals. 94. From this conceptualization, which for me has the advantage of making clear the essential, that is, the class content and the form of exercise of domination, 95 is entirely legitimate and necessary to investigate the specificities of Latin American fascism. 2. A fundamental issue to locate the current fascist phenomenon in a broader context is to remember that the Leninist representation of the capitalist system, imperialist as a chain composed of links of diverse thickness, remains fully valid at the present time. It is ultimately a representation that allows us to understand the unequal development of capitalism worldwide, not in a mechanical and simplistic way, but as a process of heterogeneous development of a certain number of contradictions that do not necessarily mature more in the most advanced points in terms of development of productive forces. On the contrary, in the conception of Lenin, this maturation occurs rather in the weak links of the system, that is, in those areas in which a confluence of historical factors determines a very particular accumulation and sharpening of contradictions. I do not intend to develop this representation of the problem here, 96, but only register the fact that Latin America constitutes, roughly, one of those links. Weak due to its same condition of underdeveloped region dependent. Moreover, I am convinced that the peculiar problem of the Latin American state in the last century can only be understood scientifically from this Leninist perspective, which, for obvious reasons, I just limit myself to pointing out as a line of research. In any case, it is clear that the crisis in the capitalist world began a decade ago has evolved as naturally to all countries that live under the system, but not in a homogeneous way. In Western Europe, for example, the crisis is evident, but because it is a strong link, the system has enough reserves to alleviate its effects, even of political order, to the point that the same bourgeois domination can continue to occur in the form of a hegemony that when it seems to leave space for democratizing responses, but not revolutionary. Different is the case of the peripheral areas, where the accumulation of contradictions exasperated by the crisis tends to create true situations of rupture, simultaneously accentuating the revolutionary possibilities and the possibilities of a bourgeois counter-revolution as the one that has taken place in vast regions of our continent. In this sense, Latin American fascism is nothing more than an effect of the unequal development of the contradictions of the entire imperialist capitalist system, which has even led to a kind of regional unfolding of the basic components of domination, coercion and hegemony. I believe, for this reason, that before talking about external sources of Latin American fascism, it must be placed as a phenomenon of certain links of the imperialist chain in a moment of crisis. I know very well that this first approach to the problem is too general, since it neglects the question of knowing what more particular, national and international conditions of the same economic development and the class struggle is not said. They have determined that the bourgeois counter-revolution could succeed, first, and then cover the already concrete form of fascism. Actually, the only thing that I seek to highlight is the fact that the ordering of the imperialist capitalist system generates situations in which the articulation and development of the contradictions that are its own is such that the monopolistic bourgeois domination can only be maintained by the terrorist route, which otherwise serves as a valuable lever. 165. Extra economic for the recomposition of capital accumulation mechanisms, seriously affected by the crisis. For this reason, to the political war against the popular sectors that primarily characterizes the initial phase of the bourgeois counter-revolution, it follows, in the cases of a real fascistization, a true economic war against the great working masses. Restored the order, it inevitably passes into a process of reconditioning of the basement of civil society. 3. I do not believe that there is an economic model proper fascist, among other reasons because the same category of fascism is a political category. But there is, yes, an economic policy of fascism that derives from its class content, economic political capital, and the way it exercises its domination. I mean by the latter that the fascist terror allows us to accelerate compliance of a series of economic tasks until then obstructed by certain level of class struggle, while, in an infernal vicious circle, this fulfillment requires the maintenance of a good dose of horror. First, fascism in Latin America accelerates and deepens to the maximum limit a phase of accumulation of capital based on the remuneration of the workforce well below its historical value, that is, a process in which the accumulation will gravitate on the absolute pauperization of the working masses. This process is not obviously private from the fascistized areas of our continent, but there is a difference in degree, of magnitude. Chile, Uruguay, Argentina, and Brazil are there to witness it. Is it an external source of fascism, since this tends, among other things, to compensate for the fall in the profit rate internationally? I would say that it is largely, on condition of not forgetting that the native monopoly sector of the fascist country also benefits from this situation. Moreover, I think this is a vital issue for this sector. Secondly, fascism allows us to accelerate the concentration processes and especially of centralization of capital in the social formation in which it is implanted, abruptly reorder the structure of pre-existing industrial production and introduce important changes in the organic composition of the most dynamic branches. Expression of a political reorder of the bourgeois bloc itself, fascism thus operates an economic rearrangement of it, as we will see later. 166. Thirdly, fascism precipitates, also brutal and already without nationalist barriers, the process of transnationalization of our economies, understanding by this not only what happened in the sphere of property, especially that has been written so much and does not need to insist, but also in the sphere of strictly such as production, which becomes increasingly clearly clear within a new international division of labor, This insertion is facilitated to the extent that fascism quickly creates a comparative advantage by folding the local labor price. Does this transnationalization imply a suicide of the native bourgeoisie or at least one loss of its autonomy? Certainly not for the local monopoly sector, whose autonomy does not consist in the possibility of dying with the national flag in hand, but in the possibility of establishing better relative conditions for surplus value to the proletariat. Finally, fascism is responsible for reorganizing the internal market, not only concentrating it up more, also redefining popular consumption patterns. This redefinition allows a relative widening of certain items of consumption, at the expense, of course, the deterioration of health, education, housing, etc. conditions, which are the lines hardly affected by the process of absolute pauperization of the working masses. 97. For as regards social factors, I would above all to insist that fascism accelerates the recomposition of the dominant bloc by sweeping the democratic obstacles that to a greater or lesser extent had been imposing limits to the omni-mouse predominance of the native monopolistic bourgeois fraction and its foreigners' allies. In this sense, I believe that it is convenient to make it clear that Latin American fascism is not articulated around an alleged bureaucratic bourgeoisie or something similar, but from the predominance of the aforementioned fraction, which is nothing more than a component of transnational capital. Here as in other cases, it is the ruling class and its hegemonic fraction that confer content to the state and not inversely, even if some researchers insist on denying or dissolving this content under formulas as ambiguous as that of bureaucratic authoritarian state. 98. It is otherwise that class predominance that defines the new character of the military dictatorships of the Southern Cone and allows the configuration of fascism. As Professor Eberhard Hackethel notes, even when terrorist dictatorships, military dictatorships, and temporary suppression of bourgeois democracy in Latin America always mean an element of the political development of the continent, the fascist dictatorship is a relatively new phenomenon in Latin America. Neither the military dictatorships of the 20s and 30s in a series of Latin American countries, nor Nicaragua or the Dominican Republic held a fascist character, even when they used fascism methods. Americans. 99. It is true that fascism operates a displacement of certain bourgeois sectors as an axis of articulation of domination and that this task meets a strong intervention of the state in all orders, but we must not forget that such sectors are precisely non-monopolistic, that is, the remnants of the ancient national bourgeoisie. As for the monopolistic fraction, it can even be said that it goes on to reign directly. Vec Villegas or Martinez de Haas are more than their simple emissaries. The aforementioned recomposition of the dominant bloc does not end of course with intraburger contradictions. These are placed, of course, at the ascending moment of fascism, that is when the bourgeoisie as a whole undertakes its crusade against the working masses, but once the fascism settlement phase warns, after the military triumph of the counter-revolution, the contradictions resurface in various planes: monopolistic bourgeoisie versus non-monopolistic bourgeoisie, monopolistic native sectors against non-native monopoly sectors, fractions they produce for the internal market against fractions that produce mainly for the exterior, etc. They are contradictions for the same secondary nature, which do not imply a real antagonism, but that nevertheless exist. 5. At another level of analysis, although closely linked to the above, it seems clear that fascism performs a significant rearrangement of state superstructure. Fascist regimes or fascistized states. I believe, taking up the Resitrev formula, which the rise from fascism to power is not a simple change of a bourgeois government for another, but the replacement of a state form of class domination of the bourgeoisie, the bourgeois democracy, on the other, by the open terrorist dictatorship. 100. And not just this. In the case of Latin America, it seems to me that the rise of fascism to power has unequivocally meant a way of consolidation of monopoly state capitalism, with all that this means, even as a redefinition of the economic functions of the state. I do not want to insist here on what I have already pointed out so many times, reconversion of the old state capitalism, often with strong decrease in the public companies, dismantling of the benefactor state, rationalization of public spending, application of a liberal policy in economic matters, and so on. 101. And it seems to me that the bureaucratization process itself in which it is so insisted is an effect of the consolidation of monopoly state capitalism, which is not inversely. Fascism also operates a reinforcement of the so-called national security state, a label that hides the obvious militarization process of the Latin American state, especially in fascistized areas. At this point, however, clarification is imposed. And I do not believe that this problem can be placed in the same theoretical plane as the discussion about fascism, not even less to give margin so that one category replace the other as some researchers suggest. 102. The so-called state of national security. It is not really any form of state, but a military dimension of the class struggle that ends up identifying the scope of the nation with the space controlled by its ruling class and, beyond the nation, with the capitalist system and its sub-blockers. Obviously it is not the THIR or the existence of the Kandika. These cases there is a national security state, a doctrine, implicit or explicit, of defense of the ideological borders, and a clear military dependence with respect to the hegemonic center of imperialism, that is, the United States. So that what remains to be explained is not the fact that the military apparatus is transnational also in Latin America, not even less the fact that this device is justified ideologically, arguing reasons of national security. After all, the bosses of NATO also do not say that they are there to defend the interests of the monopolies. What must be explained is why in the first case the national security is accompanied certain countries, while in the second case the military remains normally only as a ultimately guarantee of the civil hegemony of the bourgeoisie, except for emergency situations such as that of the famous French May, when Gaulle General mobilized his armor to remind the insurgents that the trenches and fortifications of the monopolistic capital are not simply metaphorical. These clarifications are made. There are certainly that fascism does establish conditions of reinforcement of the so-called national security state, that is to say the consolidation of Latin American armies as an armed arm of the monopolistic bourgeoisie, to the extent that by adjusting accounts within the respective armed forces consolidated to the most reactionary sectors of these, annihilating almost completely the progressive reserves that in this field could almost complete exist, and that effectively existed in Brazil, Uruguay, Chile, Bolivia, etc. It seems to me, however, that the definitive reinforcement of this security state is not such a simple thing or exempt from problems. Despite all appearances to the contrary, such state has more difficulties in consolidating in the Latin American area than in the Western European, for example. I quickly point out some issues, international conflicts that are practically overcome in Europe, which allows a 170. NATO harmonic functioning. In Latin America they are far from being. There is but to think about border conflicts such as Chile-Argentina, Bolivia-Peru-Chile, Peru-Ecuador, etc., or remember very recently example the virtual paralysis of ADCA against the Nicaraguan conflict following the international incidents of all known. In addition there are other types of specific problems that have determined, for example, the fact that Brazil did not support the project of creation of the OTAS, or as it is called, among other things because the development of capitalism in Brazil requires a certain opening of markets in Africa. In short, there are all the problems derived from the same superpolitic role that the Latin American armed forces have been playing, which creates a situation not without ambiguity. On the one hand, the great force derived from the same support provided by imperialism; on the other hand, the difficulty of overcoming certain cracks that finally obey the internal conditions of Latin American societies. In any case, a wide field for research on this problem is open, and I think contributions such as those that can be found in the last issue of the magazine New Politics are a great advance in this regard. 103. 6. Briefly consider the effects of fascism as soon as it refers to the reorganization of Latin American civil society in its broadest sense. First observation. Changes in the economy cannot stop producing two changes in the rest of civil society. Marx said, rightly, that the first constitutes the asus jura of the second. Therefore, it should be thought that the post-fascist stage can be a simple return, that is, a return to the pre-scandal stage. Undoubtedly, fascism has redefined many profiles of the previous social constellation, has created a new institutional fabric, has imposed new ideological cultural references, has created a new context of struggle. Second observation. Despite all these modifications, I have the impression that the character of weak link of fascistized countries is far from overcoming, even in the Brazilian case. I mean by this that the conditions do not seem given so that it can be established in those areas of social democrats formulas more or less stable, or so that they can flourish in the labor movement illusions similar to those of Eurocommunism. And, given the very nature of the imperialist capitalist system, I think a homogenization of it impossible. The unequal structuring of its contradictions, added to the growth of socialism in the world, condemns it to move politically between the two extreme points that our time draws, that of the simple spiritual hegemony and that of warm war. Third observation. The defeats that the fascist counter-revolution has inflicted on popular classes and all the left-wing political lines, force a serious rethinking of tactics and strategies so far in a row. But this is a problem that cannot be solved with general formulas, not even less outside the really existing proletarian parties. Unpredictable in its most concrete modalities, the process of dissemination of Latin America will surely pass, through multiple sinuosities, through an advanced democracy phase, which prepares the conditions of the following phase, of transition to socialism. Neither are easy tasks. A problem of agglutination of forces, of organization and political direction is ahead, and there is a need, more imperative than ever, of the unity of truly democratic, anti-imperialist and revolutionary currents, without which it will be impossible to face an enemy as powerful as fascism. I will start from the finding that we are going through in Latin America a counter-revolutionary period. To, once characterized that period, investigate to what extent it affects the state. Indeed, being the state as it is, the concentrated force of society, the synthesis of the structures and relations of domination that exist there, the validity of a counter-revolutionary process necessarily affects it, affecting it in its structure and functioning. It is the awareness of that situation that has led the intellectuals and political forces of the continent to consider the analysis of the counter-revolution, generating the discussion about the fascist or non-fascist character of that process. 172. Now, it seems valid, under a certain point of view, resort to fascism as a reference term. To the extent that European fascism also represented a counter-revolutionary period, it provides a comparison point to analyze the Latin American situation. However, I believe that, more than seeking the similarities and differences between the Latin American counter-revolutionary process and European fascism, it is preferable to start from the assumption that both constitute particular forms of bourgeois counter-revolution and, therefore, to verify what the specificity that the Latin American counter-revolution assumes consists of, especially from the point of view of the state. We will be thus following the teachings of European Marxists, who have used, for the analysis of fascism, the reference point that they then had with respect to the bourgeois counter-revolution, Bonapartism, without assuming as assumption that it was identical phenomena, rather, they worried about establishing the specificity of the fascist process and the forms of domination and state to which it gave rise. If they had not proceeded, if they had confused the particular forms with the general process that produces them, we would not have the studies on fascism, which have enriched Marxist political theory and allow us to address more securely the analysis of Latin American counter-revolution. Let's see, then, what factors have caused the opening of this counter-revolutionary process in Latin America. We examine its influence on the structure and functioning of the state, to then ask ourselves the question of whether the changes that it has experienced represent or not represent a transitory phenomenon, in the sense that Pio Garcia gave to the problem, and how they affect the revolutionary strategy. In my view, Latin American military dictatorships are the fruit of a process that has three aspects. As we will see later, that process not only generated military dictatorships, but also affected states that did not assume that form. In this sense, the first effect of the action of these factors is not so much the Brazilian coup of 1964, as it is sustained, but the modifications presented by the Venezuelan state from 1959, under the Betancourt government. The first aspect of the Latin American counter-revolution is the change in American global strategy, which intervenes in the late 50s and early the 60s, and which is decidedly implemented by the Kennedy government. Its main motivation is the fact that states 173 United, as an undisputed head of the capitalist countryside, is faced with a series of revolutionary processes in different parts of the world, such as Algeria, Congo, Cuba, Vietnam, which yield different results but that make the world structure tremble of imperialist domination. This is accompanied by the modification of the balance of power between the United States and the Soviet Union that implies a greater balance between them. All this leads to the change of American strategic approach that goes from the contemplation of a global mass response, in a direct confrontation with the USSR, to that of a flexible response, capable of facing the revolutionary challenge wherever it will be presented. The new American strategy has several consequences. Among them, modifications on the military plane, with emphasis for example in mass transportation media and conventional forces, the creation of special bodies trained in the background, such as the Green Berets, the reinforcement of national armies, what McNamara in his book The Essence of Security called indigenous people in uniform, through training and armament programs. But the most significant, for what interests us here is the formulation of counterinsurgency doctrine, which establishes a line of confrontation to revolutionary movements to develop in three planes: annihilation, conquer of social bases and institutionalization. It should highlight three aspects of counterinsurgency doctrine. First, its very conception of politics. Counterinsurgency is the application to the political struggle of a military approach. Normally, in society, bourgeois, the political struggle is intended to defeat the opponent, but it continues to exist as a defeated element and can even act as an opposition force. The counterinsurgency, in a perspective similar to that of fascism, sees the opponent as the enemy that not only should be defeated but annihilated, that is to say destroyed, which implies seeing the class struggle as war and entails, then, the adoption of a tactic and military struggle methods. Second, counterinsurgency considers the revolutionary movement as something alien to the society in which it develops. Consequently, it sees the revolutionary process as a subversion caused by an infiltration of the enemy. 174. The revolutionary movement is, therefore, something like a virus, the agent infiltrated from the outside that causes a tumor, a cancer, which must be removed, that is, eliminated, suppressed, annihilated. Also here it approaches the fascist doctrine. Third, counterinsurgency, when pretending to restore the health of the infected social organism, that is, of bourgeois society under its parliamentary and liberal political organization, the restoration of bourgeois democracy is explicitly proposed, after the period of exception that represents the period of war. Unlike fascism, counterinsurgency does not call in any time the validity of bourgeois democracy, it only raises its limitation or suspension during the annihilation campaign. Through the reconquest of social bases, it must be left to the institutionalization phase, which is seen as full restoration of bourgeois democracy. The second aspect of Latin American counter-revolution is the structural transformation of Creole bourgeoisies, which tends to translate into modifications of the dominant political bloc. The objective basis of this phenomenon is the imperialist integration of the production systems that are verified in Latin America, or more exactly, the integration of Latin American production systems into the imperialist system, through direct investments of foreign capital, technological subordination, and financial penetration. This leads to the fact that, in the course of the 50s, and even more of the 60s, arise and develop a monopolistic bourgeoisie, closely linked to the imperialist bourgeoisie, especially American. The imperialist integration corresponds, together with the superexploitation of work, to the accentuation of the centralization of capital and the proletarianization of the bourgeoisie. For this reason, he sharpens the class struggle and aims to break the scheme of alliances adopted until then by the bourgeoisie, both because of the contradictions between their monopolistic and non-monopolistic fractions, as due to the struggle that is made between the bourgeoisie as a whole and the little bourgeoisie, which ends up pushing it towards the search for alliances with the proletariat and the peasant. The result of this process is the breakup, the abandonment of what had been, until then, the norm in Latin America, the populist state, that is, the state of the entire bourgeoisie, which favored the accumulation of all its 175 fractions. Instead, a new state is created, which is fundamentally concerned with the interests of monopolistic, national, and foreign fractions, and therefore establishes selective mechanisms to favor its accumulation. The other bourgeois fractions must subordinate to the monopolistic bourgeoisie, leaving its development in strict dependence on the dynamism that monopolistic capital achieves, while the bourgeoisie linked to the initiatives and dynamism of the monopolistic bourgeoisie. The third aspect of the Latin American counter-revolution is the rise of the mass movement to which the bourgeoisie must face, in the course of the 60s. This movement had been developing, since the previous decade, the Bolivian Revolution of '52, the Guatemalan of the period 44 to 54, the very radicalization of populist movements in different countries, had their first culminating point with the Cuban Revolution. This particularly influences the small intellectual layers, which crossed, as we saw, a readjustment period in their relationships with the bourgeoisie, accentuating their displacement towards the popular field. There the peasant movement gains increasing importance, as a new labor movement develops, product of the new proletariat created by the industrialization of the preceding decades. It is, in short, that broad mass movement, which breaks into the gaps of the system of domination created by the fracture of the bloc in power and that affects the sense of aggravating the existing contradictions there, which explains the violent reaction of the bourgeoisie and imperialism, that is, the counter-revolution that is then unleashed in the continent. Let us briefly examine how it is done and where this counter-revolution leads, and we will see that it cannot mechanically identify with European fascism, even as it is a specific way of bourgeois counter-revolution and collects from it its general characteristic, the resource by the victorious fraction to state terrorism to bend its opponents, from the rival fractions to, and especially, the working class. Roughly, Latin American counter-revolution begins with a period of destabilization, during which reactionary forces try to 176 group around the bourgeoisie, and so in the popular movement the division, distrust in its forces and its leaders, it continues through a coup d'état, carried out by the armed forces, and is resolved with the establishment of a military dictatorship. Latin American concrete societies impose on each of those moments their particular seal. In the preparation phase of the coup, or destabilization, fascist features are observed, but these are secondary. Through propaganda, verbal and even physics intimidation, which can imply the use of armed bands, the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie seeks to demoralize the popular movement and gain strength, adding allies and neutralizing sectors. However, because they are societies based on the superexploitation of work, in no case has conditions to gather sufficient forces to politically defeat the popular movement. It does not even reach the structuring of a political party. It is interesting to observe that where fascist struggle methods were used with more abundance, that is, in Argentina, significant sectors of the left deny that a fascist counter-revolution has occurred. However, the counter-revolutionary forces never reach a clear political triumph, but need to use force to make the state and use it to their benefit. State terrorism, as a method of confrontation with the popular movement, intensifies precisely because this movement is intact and often apparently strong, at the time when the counter-revolutionary fractions manage to fully subordinate the state apparatus, not having suffered a previous process of defeats, which in fascism could be expressed, as in Germany, in the electoral level. This characteristic of the Latin American counter-revolution derives from the impossibility in which the monopolistic bourgeoisie is found to attract significant sectors of the popular movement to its field. Unlike European fascism, which was able to drag the wide small bourgeois masses and to bite even the proletariat, winning there a certain degree of support between unemployed workers and even activity in activity, the monopolistic bourgeoisie in Latin America cannot pretend to gather true mass strength, which allows it to face politically, at the polls and in the streets, to the popular movement. For this reason, the restoration of the operating conditions of the state apparatus is given as a goal. 177. Even temporarily, to be able to act for your benefit. This implies solving the bourgeois unit, removing the bloc in power as it was before its fracture, and restoring, even if it is limited, that is, dividing it, its alliance relations with the little bourgeoisie. On this basis, the state can enter to set the class struggle, through the open intervention of the ultimate instrument of defense of bourgeois power, the armed forces. These are, then, the true objective of the destabilization policy practiced by the bourgeoisie and not, as in fascism, the conquest of a political force of its own superior to that of the revolutionary movement. And that is why we find another peculiar feature in the Latin American counter-revolution regarding fascism, the ideological discourse of defense of bourgeois democracy, that is, of the bourgeois state, vice versa of its denial, as stated by fascist movements. It is these specific conditions that lead to the Latin American counter-revolution can express itself, in the ideological and also strategic level, in the doctrine of counterinsurgency. By privileging the armed forces as a central element of their strategy, the monopolistic bourgeoisie is conferring to that special device of the state the mission of solving the problem. It is, then, going from the land of politics to the war. To the extent that it is with armed forces already ideologically prepared, by the counterinsurgency doctrine, for the fulfillment of that task and to apply a military approach to the political struggle, the counter-revolutionary will of the bourgeoisie and the will to be developed in the armed forces are resolved in a single process. These go beyond the coup d'état and proceed to the implementation of the military dictatorship. If, from the point of view of classical bourgeois doctrine, they are the body of the state, they now become their head. But the original duality, expressed by the monopolistic bourgeoisie and the armed forces, even if it finds a first resolution in the process of the coup d'état, is reproduced at a higher level, once the state of counterinsurgency is established. The form of military dictatorship that it assumes indicates only that the armed forces have assumed their control and exert the political power as an institution. She does not reveal the essence of that state, from the point of view of its structuring and functioning, nor does it highlight the fact that the armed forces share power there with the monopolistic bourgeoisie. To capture this, it is necessary to go beyond mere expression. 178. Formal of the state, being that, provided that we find certain structures, operation and co-participation between armed forces and monopoly capital, we will be faced with a state of counterinsurgency, this or not have the form of a military dictatorship. The state of counterinsurgency, product of the Latin American counter-revolution, presents a hypertrophy of the executive power, through its various organs. With respect to others, it is not, however, a feature that characterizes it with respect to the modern capitalist state. Rather, this distinction should be sought in the existence of two central decision-making branches within the executive power. On the one hand, the military branch, constituted by the General Staff of the Armed Forces, which expresses the military institution at the level of decision-making and rests on the vertical structure of the armed forces, the National Security Council, the supreme deliberative body, in which the representatives of the military branch with the direct delegates of the capital are intertwined, and the intelligence service organs, which inform, guide and prepare the decision-making process. On the other hand, the economic branch, represented by the economic ministries, as well as the state credit, production, and services companies, whose key positions are occupied by civil and military technocrats. Thus, the National Security Council is the scope where both branches converge, intertwining, and constitutes the cusp, the key organ of the state of counterinsurgency. This is the real structure of the state of counterinsurgency, which enshrines the alliance between the armed forces and the monopoly capital, and where the decision-making process is developed outside the influence of the other institutions that make up the basic bourgeois state, such as the legislative and judicial power. These can perfectly remain within the framework of the military dictatorship, as in Brazil, or even configure a civil regime, as in Venezuela, without affecting the real structure and function structuring of a national system of public companies, which governs Venezuelan state capitalism out of all control by Congress and other state bodies. 179. In short, the state of counterinsurgency is the corporate state of the monopolistic bourgeoisie and the armed forces, regardless of the way that state assumes, that is, regardless of the current political regime. This state presents formal similarities with the fascist state, as well as with other types of capitalist state, but its specificity is in its peculiar corporate essence and in the structure and functioning that are generated from there. Calling him fascist does not make us move on to understand its meaning. This analysis should not lead to misunderstandings. Civil and military technocrats, who deal with state management, are nothing more than the political representation of capital, and as long as such is not specular about their autonomy, beyond what can be done with any political representation with respect to the class it represents, in other words, it is deeply wrong to qualify that technocracy as state bourgeoisie, in the same plane as the bourgeois class itself. In the same way, the fusion of the corporate interests of the armed forces and the monopolistic bourgeoisie should not obscure the fact that the latter represents a properly capitalist fraction of the bourgeoisie while the armed forces is nothing but a body of officials whose economic and political will is rigorously that of the class A that serves. Finally, it is necessary to keep in mind that, although the state of counterinsurgency is the state of monopoly capital, whose fractions are today the bloc in power, does not exclude the participation of the other bourgeois fractions, as well as in its economic reproduction, the monopoly capital constantly creates for the other capitalist sectors reproduction conditions, so it is incorrect to assume that the non-monopolistic bourgeois the suppression of a state that constitutes the synthesis of the exploitation and domination relations on which they base their existence. It does not reside in another cause the failure of the anti-fascist fronts that have tried to start in Latin America and that have always collided with the rejection of the non-monopolic bourgeoisie, regardless of the frictions that it maintains with the bloc in power. 180. I have tried to establish, up to here, the causes and nature of the Latin American counter-revolution, as well as the character of the state to which it gave rise. I will now worry about the current situation that crosses the counter-revolution, corresponding to a phase of institutionalization and, to some extent, limited democratization, which points to what the theorists of the U.S. Department of State have called viable democracy and, even more precisely, governable democracy. It is unquestionable that this phase entails modifications to the counter-revolutionary state, which we will understand better if we analyze the factors that determine that situation. I will continue, in this analysis, the same steps given for the examination of the origin and crystallization of the counter-revolutionary process in Latin America. If we start from the first factor considered, American imperialism, we will immediately verify that its situation is different from the one in the 60s. After the economic boom of that period, it has come from an economic crisis, without perspectives of solution at the site. Within that framework, American hegemony in the capitalist countryside is no longer incontestable, as then, but is facing the claims that, at the economic and political level, raise the other imperialist powers, in particular Federal Germany and Japan. The crisis has also reflected within American society, causing an ideological and political crisis that, through facts such as Watergate, hippism, and others, have affected the legitimacy of the system of domination. On another plane, together with the constant reinforcement of the Soviet Union, which has managed to maintain military balance with the United States, a remarkable advance of the revolutionary forces in different parts of the world has been verified. The critical point of the economic crisis, in the middle of this decade, coincided with great victories of the revolutionary movement in Africa, particularly Mozambique and Angola, and in Asia, with the spectacular defeat of the United States in Vietnam, at the same time that, in the same Europe, the popular forces achieved significant progress in Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Greece, and even in imperialist bastions such as France. In this context, American imperialism has had to make adjustments in its strategy, which have been expressed in Carter's policy. This has assumed the government with the explicit purpose of restoring the legitimacy of the system of domination within American society, using old myths that are expensive to bourgeois ideology in that country, such as human rights, and measures that try to make 181 less heavy the crisis for the different social groups of the country. Likewise, the economic crisis has been overcome, reaffirming American hegemony in the capitalist field, although it admits that this hegemony must be shared, in the line of what is raised by the Trilateral Commission. The United States intends to maintain itself as a governing axis of the relationship of forces to be established between the imperialist powers. Finally, American imperialism intends to modify its world strategy, to compensate and avoid the repetition of the failures taken in the first half of the decade, a modification that follows two main lines. The first is the polarization of relations with the socialist field, centralizing them in Europe. The second, distrust or cooling of the hot peripheral areas. Therefore, Carter has argued that Europe is the sword of the West and has struggled to become tense relations between NATO and the Warsaw Pact, although it could eventually lead to war. The aggressive and warmongering policy of American imperialism regarding the Soviet Union actually seeks a new balance, based on what former President Ford called peace with force for what privileges Europe, considering that the progress of the world revolution in other areas was deteriorating the correlation of forces to his detriment. Consequently, it raises a cooling policy of the peripheral areas, from measures that try to solve particularly acute problems, such as those that have been taken in the Middle East, in Panama, etc., until the review of the doctrine of counterinsurgency, which aims to limit its most rough aspects and adapt it to the new conditions of the class struggle. This is because the counterinsurgency, despite the ability that has been demonstrated to stop the revolutionary movement in many areas, has experienced strong setbacks, in particular that of Vietnam, and has been revealed incapable, even where it was effective to stop the revolutionary movement, to ensure the conditions of stable political domination, as is the case of Latin America. It is also due to the fact that European imperialist powers, as they must assume greater world responsibilities within the framework of shared hegemony, are forced to consider the force of the labor movement in their countries, which opposes raw and open violence that counterinsurgency has implied. The use of more subtle counter-revolutionary methods, promoted mainly by Federal Germany, has yielded positive results in countries of 182 Mediterranean Europe. Let us point out that the closely national political approach currently made by European parties called Euro-communists diminish the capacity of the labor movement of those countries to weigh in the correlation of world forces and incline the balance towards the field of the revolution, as evidenced by the recent reactionary offensive that the French government could develop in Africa, on the basis of the electoral defeat of the left in France. However, the main point of the counterinsurgency doctrine, which is now subject to review, is the one that refers to the origin of the revolutionary movements. Leaving the simplistic notion of external infiltration, the new theorists of American imperialism, out of the Trilateral Commission, such as Huntington, see the problem as a result of decompensations, imbalances that affect the state in modern capitalist society, as a result of the very pressures of the masses, in their efforts for better living conditions. What is valid not only for dependent countries, but for the same advanced capitalist countries, leads them to consider the problem of the governance of democracy, which necessarily points to limitation, to the restriction of the democratic political game itself, to keep it under control. For Latin America, the reformulation of the American strategy has resulted in the search for a new policy, not yet fully defined, which, in addition to the elimination of friction points, such as the one regarding the Panama Canal, points to a political institutionalization, capable of expressing itself in a viable democracy, that is, restricted. But this is not only from the strategic approaches of the United States, but also derives, and mainly, from the new class struggle conditions that govern in Latin America. Important role plays, in this sense, the diversification of the bloc in power, by the changes intervened within the monopolistic bourgeoisie. In countries where this phenomenon is more advanced, such as Brazil, we can see how interburger contradictions are no longer guided, as in the past, by divergent interests of the industrial and agricultural bourgeoisie, or from the lower layers of the bourgeoisie with respect to its monopoly sector, but are born of divisions arising in the bosom of the great capital, of the monopolistic bourgeoisie itself. 183. Thus, it is possible to verify how in Brazil, since, in 1974, the economic reproduction pattern based on the luxury consumer goods industry, interburger struggles between national and foreign fractions, linked to said industry, and national and foreign fractions, which have a seat in the basic industry, which have a seat in the basic industry, which have a seat in the basic industry, which have a seat in the basic industry. It is, today, to decide the directions of the country's economy, of the reproduction pattern that it must follow, and that, which implies reallocation of resources, tax, credit, and all kinds, stimulates the rivalry between those two sectors of the great capital, which pools the other capitalist groups that are linked to one or another sector. It should be borne in mind that it is not possible, in these circumstances, to mask the interburger struggles after justifications of nationalist cut or pretend to channel them towards formulas of the anti-fascist front type, since they divide equally the national and foreign bourgeois sectors that operate in the country and face fractions of large capital. Anyway, interburger contradictions, when sharpening, demand political space to go. The rigid centralization of political power, in the hands of the technocratic military elite, must be more flexible, return some validity to Parliament as a scope of discussion, allow the actions of the parties and the press, so that the different bourgeois fractions can develop their struggle. This does not collide, in addition, with the requirement that the state continues to hold sufficient capacity to keep the mass movement at the waist, since, the more absent the political scene is, the greater the freedom of action the bourgeois fractions have to carry out their confrontations and negotiations. It is the reason why the bourgeois institutionalization project does not depart from the viable, governable, or restricted democracy formula, which propose American imperialist theorists. In the same way, when the counter-revolution is unleashed, the great capital project converged towards authoritarian centralism, towards the dictatorial forms proposed by these theoretical ones. It is, then, now, to carry out a political openness that preserves the essentials of the state of counterinsurgency. What is this? In the institutionalization of the direct participation of large capital in economic management and the subordination of the powers of the state to the armed forces, through the state bodies that have been created, in particular the National Security Council. The first point is not, from 184. Then, in discussion, for the bourgeoisie, at most, it gives rise to clashes between its fractions for ensuring a larger slice in the distribution of the loot that represents the economic branch of the state of counterinsurgency. The second is, today, the object of discussion. In many countries there is talk of a state council, as a controller body of the other state devices, in which the armed forces would have important weight. In Brazil, the old formula of the monarchical state is tried to resurrect, which consecrated, in addition to the three classic powers of the state, to the moderating power, exercised by the emperor, and that the ideologues of the great bourgeoisie attribute today to the armed forces. Whatever the formula adopted, and most likely it presents variants in the various countries of the continent. However, it goes towards a state of four powers, or more precisely, to the state of the fourth power, in which the armed forces will play a role of surveillance, control, and direction on the whole of the state apparatus. This structural and functioning characteristic of the state will not, of course, but the result of the overwhelming of the state apparatus by the armed forces and of the legal system of military origin imposed on political life, in particular the national security laws. It should be noted that, within the framework of that restricted democracy, but democracy anyway, the word fascism will lose to the agitative nature that it has today and must be abandoned, but that abandonment will represent the renunciation of an incorrect analysis of the current situation, and not its overcoming by a higher and more appropriate analysis of the new political conditions arising, which will leave the left and the popular movement unarmed to face them. However, the bourgeois imperialist project of institutionalization is also the result of a third factor, the mass movement, before which it is raised with the purpose of moving to deceit and confusion, but that makes it problematic, erratic, and threatens it even with failure. Indeed, it is indisputable that, slowly, zigzaginant, the Latin American mass movement, after a reflux period, has entered a recovery process since 1976. More than that, it presents, unlike what happened until the 60s, a new feature, which was until then deprivation of the countries of greatest development in the region, such as Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, a clear predominance of the working class within its bosom. 185. It is enough to look towards Central America, Peru, Colombia, to realize that the working class has become, throughout the region, the governing axis of the working masses of Latin America, which progressively fold their driving and adopt their forms of organization and struggle. Parallel, although its influence remains large in some countries, the peasant trend, already observed in early the 60s, to move their class alliances to the popular field. The action of these broad masses, while making the implementation of new formulas of domination more necessary, which cannot be based on pure and simple violence, complicates the implementation of the bourgeois imperialist project, to the extent that they tend to consider before it with increasing autonomy, pressing in favor of non-planned concessions, as well as the expansion and deepening of the proposed reforms. Still markedly in the plane of the economic and democratic struggle, the masses have not lost their memory, particularly in their most advanced sectors, of the socialist message that, through action, the Latin American left led them throughout the 60s, as well as of this decade, which awakens the fear of the bourgeoisie and imperialism, making them cling even more counterinsurgency. Consequently, the institutionalization process is developed extremely complex, under the onslaught of mass pressures and efforts of the ruling class to keep it under control, which imposes marches and countermarks and allows you to anticipate that its limit is given by the defense at the ultranza that will make your state apparatus, as in essence is today structured. Consequently, there is no reason to assume that the democratic struggle that the Latin American popular masses fight today can extend indefinitely, allowing, at a certain height, the natural and peaceful step to socialism occurs. Everything rather indicates that the democratic struggle and socialist struggle will intertwine for workers in a single process, a hard and determined confrontation process with the bourgeoisie and imperialism. 186. Theotonio dos Santos. My contribution to the seminar must deal with some conceptual considerations, since in the previous contributions a fairly precise historical and theoretical approach level was reached. I intend to highlight only some aspects that seem central to me for the discussion of the problem, especially with respect to the concept of fascism, the specificity of Latin American fascism and the role of imperialism in its characterization. In the first place, I would like to resume an aspect that I have pointed out on other occasions. 104 The distinction between fascism as movement and as a political regime. As a political movement, fascism corresponded to a very specific political moment in Europe in the 20s to 30s, very supported by the little bourgeoisie with certain very specific ideological nuances. As a political regime, fascism has adopted quite diversified forms, and I think it would be very difficult to establish a very clear definition with respect to the particular forms that the state assumed in the different fascist regimes. I believe that the definition of fascism as a political regime, which is the aspect that interests us here, must rely on the historical and classes of this phenomenon, and, in that sense, it would seek to define fascism as an exception regime of the great capital, which systematically uses the terrorist methods of repression. We believe it is necessary to place this definition on a general enough plane to ensure correct abstraction of the essential aspects of the phenomenon, its class condition, its historical era and its method of repression. Some Soviet authors, such as Kiva Majdanek, 105, have tried to define fascism as a form of transition to monopoly state capitalism, seeking to characterize this hegemony of the great capital and the use of the exception regime and the root of terror as a way of achieving the establishment of monopoly state capitalism. I consider that this approach is important, but for the reasons that I am going to raise, I would not like to limit fascism to this form of transition to monopoly state capitalism. I believe that when we say that fascism is an exception regime of large capital, we place it at a certain historical era, that is, that of the emergence of large financial capital, monopoly, and imperialism. Secondly, by pointing out that fascism is an exception regime, based on terror, we conceptually delimit it as a counter-revolutionary form of the time of imperialism, and, therefore, we can understand why this phenomenon arises exactly after the First World War, which is the first great crisis of imperialism. Particularly, I would place the First World Fascist wave in the period of the Great Depressive Wave from 1918 to 1945 and had its most violent crisis in the period of 1929 to 1933. I believe that these long-term crisis situations are those that force the ruling class, and in the specific case of the imperialist era to financial capital, to seek an exception regime to prevent the revolutionary resolution that crisis conjunctures propose. At the same time, it is necessary to take into account that the counter-revolution can only succeed taking advantage of the weakening that the crisis causes in the popular classes, by leading them to failed revolutionary attempts or political wear to the extent that they fail to maintain a self-defense policy that prevents the crisis from transforming the situation of the working classes in general, and a worker in particular, in totally defensive. The permanence for long periods of unemployment, derived from crises, leads to great competitiveness within the class and facilitates the triumph of counter-revolutionary policies. In this sense, I would also like to point out that the counter-revolutionary trends of financial capital tend to occur much more in the countries of medium or late imperialism than in the most advanced countries of imperialism, because it is in those countries where this revolutionary situation is combined with situations of national struggle that force the ruling class to a great ideological effort of national and political identification of centralization of power, to respond to revolutionary tendencies. At the same time, the ruling class must find an economic strategy that allows you to respond to the demands of capital accumulation to overcome the crisis. As we believe, and this would imply a quite long debate, the current period is of crisis of imperialism. 106 We are in a stage characterized by a long depressive wave that, according to our studies, began in 66 and that reached its deepest degree in the period of 73 to 75, which, I believe, it is not yet its more serious depression, comparable to the crisis 29 to 33. This should still happen, in a relatively close time. If we characterize the current period as a long-term depressive wave, we could accept that the same forces that forced the monopoly capital to seek exception regimes and the use of terror in the 1920 to 30 years, Renata in the international scene. In that sense, I disagree with any vision that characterizes fascism simply as a national problem. Despite its national manifestation, I see it fundamentally as an international phenomenon, and I think it was in the period of 1920 to 40, which was characterized by the successive waves of irradiation of fascist regimes. I would maintain this vision, especially to understand that the current period is not only a period of insulated counter-revolutionary demonstrations, but that it is a period that tends to expand international counter-revolutionary waves. However, the expansion of these counter-revolutionary waves also depends on the responses given by the international popular and revolutionary movement, which is at a very different level of the 20 to 30s. Today the international force of the progressive movement is much greater. These general approaches lead us to consider fascism as a class phenomenon, and as a very general form of the state, characterized by exception regimes that use terror, which distinguishes them from other particular forms of large capital regimes. In that sense, he would agree with the appointment that Cueva read in the beginning of his exhibition, in which this diversified character of fascism was recognized within 1935, that is, it was already quite clear that German fascism, Italian, Japanese, etc., were not the same thing. These theoretical approaches, although they give us some lights on the essence of the phenomenon, avoiding confusing particular non-essential forms such as the support of the little bourgeoisie, the single party, the persecution of the Jews, etc. Specificity of the phenomenon in today's Latin America. I agree with RUY MAURO Marini in the sense that the question of the general definition of fascism or is not a rather scholastic problem if it is not complemented by an effective analysis of the specificity of this Latin American fascism. We see that there is much more agreement than disagreements, when we make the characterizations of the specific situation. To remain in the very general aspects that we have raised, it is evident on the one hand that Latin American fascism agrees with the previous definition when we see these force regimes as a product of the hegemony of monopolistic capital, but it is evident at the same time that this monopoly capital has changed from the point of view of the international structure. It entered an international integration, concentration, and centralization phase much higher, and at the same time the intervention of the state in the economy became much deeper. Therefore this monopoly capital assumes today a different form in the dominant countries and in those that reached average development. These are not internationally in an inter-imperialist struggle position such as the case of Germany, Italy, Spain, etc., but in a dependent position. Its dependent situation raises a series of specificities in regards to the relationship between local monopolic bourgeoisie and international monopolistic bourgeoisie, as noted here in the two previous interventions. In this sense, it is not a phenomenon only Latin American and can be widespread for certain countries of Asia, such as Indonesia, or Africa, such as South Africa, in which there is a capitalist development that has already reached a certain level of industrialization, but that does not achieve or can overcome the dependent characteristics, which leads to quite specific contradictions that tend to be resolved by the form of a state of exception with the systematic use of the terror. On the other hand, this historical development of monopoly capital also changed its relationship with the little bourgeoisie. If the little bourgeoisie still subsisted in the 20s as an important sector of mass mobilization and as an still powerful sector from the social point of view, in the middle developing countries where phenomena have occurred. 190. Recent fascists, these are social layers with much less power to resist large capital and with a much stronger dependence on him. This implies a difficulty for fascism to develop as a movement, since historically it developed as such from the frustrations of the little bourgeoisie and, only after becoming a strong anti-communist ideological political movement, it was dominated by the great capital. Today the trend is different. It is the great capital that mobilizes the little bourgeoisie in a fascist sense, using it as a mass instrument. Once the objectives of taking power and destruction have been fulfilled, liberal and popular oppositions were immediately demobilized. This happened with the mass mobilization with the slogan of God, Homeland, and Freedom in Brazil in 1964, with the most clearly fascist movements of the little bourgeoisie against the government of popular unity in Chile, and also in Argentina, after attempts for fascist organization inside and outside Peronism. The mass action is demobilized when the 1976 coup is installed and new forms of repression begin, of an institutional nature. This fact is new, from the point of view of the political movement, since Mussolini and Hitler fascism maintained a high degree of mass mobilization once in power. But this mobilization was accompanied by institutionalized horror forms that were imposed through the destruction of spontaneous forms of fascist militias. The first demand of the great capital and the military, when Mussolini and Hitler came to power, was to demobilize their shock troops or even physically annihilate them. In other words, the hegemony of the small sector was destroyed when power was reached. In the case of Mussolini and Hitler, the annihilation had to be very violent because fascism had developed a lot as movement. In the Latin American case, these movements were much less spontaneous and therefore could be settled with much less violent mechanisms. The present international fascist wave raises the national issue in terms very different from the 20s. Treatment of national dependent bourgeoisies that are already associated with international capital. 191. Consequently, the possibility of mobilizing little bourgeoisie and other sectors in a consequent national policy is much lower. Fascist regimes' independents have to carry out an economic policy in favor of international investments to the extent that the international bourgeoisie is the hegemonic sector within the power bloc. The national issue assumes, consequently, a very different form. But I would not say that the national issue is simply liquidated by the affirmation of the international monopoly in national markets, even if they are highly internationalized. The development of capitalism always implies a certain degree of national statement, a certain degree of integration of the economy nationwide, a certain degree of intervention of the state in the sense of strengthening this national base. It is in this sense that I would like to point out the contradictions that this specific fascism of the current era seems to enclose. Would point out these contradictions in the following terms. First, the contradiction between fascism in dependent countries and the still liberal bourgeois domination in central countries is raised. It becomes very difficult to make a democratic regime and the defense of democracy in the dominant countries compatible with the defense of fascist forms in dependent countries. Here I would like to point out that there is a sector of the bourgeoisie of the dominant countries that more and more assumes a fascist perspective for their own countries, which is very important to take into consideration, since this factor acts favorably with respect to fascist solutions in the dependent capitalist countries. It seems to me that a sector of German Christian democracy is much closer to a fascist conception, than sectors of the bourgeoisie of our countries. I think there is a division within the international bourgeoisie that is being developed. There is a pro-fascist trend internationally in confrontation with the liberal conservative tendency and the social democratic tendency, which corresponds to a sector of the bourgeoisie that is willing to risk dominating the labor movement by way of a reformist ideology that maintains it as an organized and acting force within capitalism. 192. I would say that this contradiction tends to occur in the various stages of fascism development. It is a contradiction that was also presented in the 20s and 30 years between sectors of the English and American bourgeoisie, the pro-Hitleristas and anti-Hitlerist sectors or pro or anti-Mussolini. This dilemma could only be resolved at the time fascism became a military threat to the English and American states. This contradiction tends to assume a new form in our days from the moment there is a lack of correlation between the hegemonic trends that occur in dominant capitalism and dependent capitalism. On the other hand, the states of the dominant countries exert or at least exerted a decisive influence on the installation of fascist regimes in dependent countries. The United States and England could have said that they had no responsibility for what was happening in Germany or what was happening in Italy, despite the fact that certain sectors of the bourgeoisie in the United States and England supported the fascist movements of these countries. However, as a state and as an international bourgeois apparatus, the responsibility of the United States for the installation of fascist regimes in Latin America is very clear, due to the high degree of dependence on local bourgeoisies in relation to the international bourgeoisie and its states as well. This evidently increases the contradiction between the need to resort to fascist regimes and the internal social basis of the dominant bourgeoisies, which leads to hesitation in their international policy. The second contradiction is that which seems to me to exist between the strengthening of the state in the dependent countries and the dependency situation that weakens the autonomy and sovereignty of the state. The strengthening of the state, resulting from the accumulation of capital in the current monopoly stage, tends to strengthen the illusions of the little bourgeoisie, national capital, and the civil-military technocratic sector about the state's ability to assume a certain autonomy against international capital. From here the danger that this situation represents in the creation of a certain military nationalism is derived. 193. Recall that, precisely in the texts of the Trilateral Commission on the International Situation, there is a very big insistence on this national problem as the most important that trilateral policy independent countries has to face. The issue of military nationalism represents a very large challenge for international capital that has supported itself as firmly in the military as an instrument of power and management of the state. Here I think it is necessary to make an approach to the trend of RUY MAURO MARINI to characterize the issue of the national security state as the central aspect of the specificity of the current period. This characterization seems very dangerous to me, because it diverts us towards a secondary aspect. For me the central aspect is the struggle of the great capital to impose its hegemony and the need to resort to the state of exception and terror. The forms used by large capital seem to me a secondary aspect. They can be important in certain historical periods that have to be analyzed, but are secondary from the conceptual point of view because the problems that the international bourgeoisie begins to face at present regarding this military nationalism that develops in the cultivation of fascist regimes can lead to restore the typically civil regimes with certain restrictions on 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 certain restrictions with certain restrictions in which the participation of the leftist movement, particularly the revolutionary left-wing trends. This is what justifies the current support for the so-called democracies restricted, relative or limited. However, the limitation of democracy is a fairly complex phenomenon. I believe that the ability to limit democracy is quite doubtful, because democracy generates a dynamic that first reflects the movement of civil society and everything then depends on the existence in the society of a small sector, on a sufficiently strong intermediate sector to guarantee a certain balance of democracy so that it does not become a revolutionary democracy. The problem is that this accumulation of capital in recent years in Latin America, in regimes such as the Brazilian especially, but also very violently in Chile and other countries, what it is doing is weakening that intermediate sector. And I think there is a problem in civil society itself that capital cannot be solved by an act of political will. 194. As Cueva pointed out, it is the economic transformations generated by fascism that are limiting the viability of these democratic exits and, obviously, the speed with which popular pressures will be generated will lead to breaking the limitations imposed by the national and international bourgeoisie to democracy and it will become the dynamic factor of the process. I think that in 1977 to 1978, when these forms of popular participation begin to sketch, there are several examples that from the beginning demonstrated the problematic character of restricted democracies. This was evidenced in Peru, where the functioning of a constituent assembly, which radicalizes the democratization process, has been imposed as an inevitable need. In the case of Bolivia, electoral fraud was reached and it had to go back in the perspectives of limited liberalization. In the case of Nicaragua, certain agreements were reached thinking that with that the country could be controlled for 2 more years, and the situation comes out of the control of the State Department, which tries to return it at a higher level of concession. Then the really dynamic factor begins to be the democratic movement, the mass movement. However, to the extent that these mass movements went through very important changes in their composition with the development of industrialization in recent years, a more coherent and mature behavior of the popular masses must be expected. Particularly of the labor movement, which is presented as a force that tends more and more to polarize popular forces, creating a much more organic structure, much stronger than that was achieved in mass movements in the past. The trend, therefore, is that this popular movement can create an advanced democratic situation that will not have conditions to survive within the frameworks of capitalism and therefore will raise the problem of socialism. Hence the question of relations between democracy and socialism is one of the most important for the left in America. But this would be a reason for another seminar. 195. The Latin American Revolution and the Socialism as a Historical Process. 108. The first part will be referred to socialism as a historical process and, for that, I will try to make an analysis of what was the evolution of capitalism, to extract some lines of reflection. The starting point is the idea that socialism is an inseparable issue of the imperialist phase of capitalism. Lenin characterized that phase as the last stage of capitalist development, also indicating that it was the era of triumphant proletarian revolutions. I think that this is a way of seeing history in its righteous terms, that is, that history is not, as some intend, a simple succession of production modes, is not simply the change of feudalism to capitalism and socialism. History is, above all, a class struggle process. The element that interests us, in this case, is that the final phase of capitalism corresponds precisely to a new era of the history of the class struggle characterized by the promotion of the proletariat as a leading class of the historical process, and that corresponds to the era of the triumphant proletarian revolutions. In that sense, the idea that capitalism is a necessary condition for socialism is correct, as long as it is not focused from a mechanical point of view. What I think is that, capitalism accumulates the conditions for the proletarian revolution by generalizing capitalist exploitation and, therefore, by generalizing a certain form of class struggle, ends up turning every revolutionary movement into a socialist movement. The generalization of capitalist exploitation may or may not manifest strictly as the formation of an industrial working class. What I mean is the generalization of the proletariat in its basic condition, that is, as a set of individuals separated from the means of production, deprived of the possibility of producing their own means of living. The development of this process is enough for us to really be located in the face of the generalization of a certain class and in a certain way of the class struggle, on which the proletarian revolution process is founded. The era that we live is the era of the proletarian revolution, which we have to understand as a historical process, as we understand the era of capitalism or the era of bourgeois revolutions. We will start from the evolution of capitalism in order to try to extract some lines of reflection that allow us to understand socialism as a historical process. For Marx, the capitalist era, or the bourgeois era, is a historical process that begins in the mid-16th century. We know that this was still not over. The era of the proletariat takes place since its historical conformation as a leading class. The era of socialism has to be seen as a historical process that just began. That would be the thesis that I will try to develop. From the end of the 17th century to the end of the 19th century, we have, as a fundamental historical fact, the processes of the bourgeois revolution. From the English Revolution to the mid-19th century, and especially from the 1848 revolution, we verify in Europe and the United States, not in Latin America where the bourgeois revolution will continue for some time, a series of national bourgeois revolutions that were configuring the rise of the bourgeoisie at the foreground of history. The first thing that is obvious of this period is the progressive and relative nature of these processes. Capitalism fully developed, we know, implies the generalization of salaried relations. However, in England we see since the 16th century the affirmation of capital as an important force that is gaining body in history, corresponding to an eminently commercial and manufacturing capitalism. Only after the Industrial Revolution, that is, at the end of the 18th century, salaried relations are transforming into dominant manufacturing and begin to gain ground in agriculture. Capitalist relations are, therefore, expanding relations that destroy other types of existing relations in English. With the Industrial Revolution, the bourgeoisie sector that founds its existence in the same sphere of production, that is, the industrial bourgeoisie, stands out as the hegemonic sector and becomes the key element of that historical process. 197. Before the Industrial Revolution, and even the French Revolution of the late 18th century, the bourgeois revolutions are still given within the framework of predominance of commercial and manufacturing capital. It is the revolutions of 1848 that already occur in a situation in which industrial capital has become hegemonic. On the other hand, we also see a certain asymmetry in the development of the bourgeoisie and capitalism. There is no equal development of the different bourgeois revolutions. The era of capitalism that, from the point of view of the emergence of new production relations, begins in the 16th century, has its first bourgeois revolution in the 17th century and is going to spend a century for the second revolution, the French Revolution, to appear. Only in the 19th century, when the new mode of production is affirmed, through industrial capital, the bourgeois revolution process is generalized. All of Europe and the United States are shaken by bourgeois revolutions. In Latin America, this process begins to be present, in a very mediated way, in the second half of the 19th century. We must not lose sight of a very important fact, with the generalization of bourgeois revolutions, that is, from the revolutions of 1848, the bourgeoisie becomes, in Europe at least, of a revolutionary class in a counter-revolutionary class. That is, the bourgeoisie only completed its access to power quite some time after having made its first revolution, the English. By completing its process of conquest of power, the bourgeoisie is presented in history as a counter-revolutionary class facing the rise of a new class, generated by capitalism itself, the proletariat. During the 1848 revolution, the proletariat is already present and is repressed. In the Commune of Paris, in 1871, the proletariat makes the first proletarian revolution of the history that is frustrated. The bourgeoisie then appears fully as a counter-revolutionary class. At this point I would like to point out the following. Already in the manifesto of the Communist Party of 1848, Marx refers to the bourgeoisie as a counter-revolutionary class that, holding power, represses the emerging class, the proletariat. But both Marx, and later Lenin, admit that the bourgeoisie continues to fulfill a revolutionary role in the bulk of the world. In that sense, Marx's observations go, for example, about the 198. Capitalist expansion in India, which can be very debatable. However, in essential, what Marx is pointing is that capital arrives by destroying the old forms of social organization existing there, pushing India, so to speak, inward. I think that the bourgeoisie maintains some revolutionary potential until the moment in which capitalism becomes imperialism. Latin America falls totally under the splints of imperialism when it enters to operate directly into the exploitation of the means of production, after World War II. It is at that time when, in Latin America, the bourgeoisie becomes a counter-revolutionary class fully. Until then, the bourgeoisie had fulfilled progressive functions, although we all know that in many ways it was not so progressive. But, from World War II, the Latin American bourgeoisie is, without a doubt, a counter-revolutionary class that faces iron and fire the proletarian, peasant and popular revolutionary ascent that is emerging in different countries. But, returning to the bourgeois revolution's process, we had pointed out that it presents a progressive and relative character, that both the development of capitalism and the access of the bourgeoisie to power is not the same in the different processes, but asymmetric. Another characteristic of the bourgeois revolution, which must be kept in mind, is that it is made up of a series of specific national processes, with a whole series of own conditions, say impure. None of these national processes is a bourgeois revolution that could be designed abstractly, depending on what should be a bourgeois revolution. Each process was done according to the conditions of the class struggle that existed in each country. Let's briefly take three classic examples of bourgeois revolutions: English, French, and German. In the English Revolution, the revolutionary process will be led by a fraction of the aristocracy that had been bolted, so to speak, following the original accumulation process. The revolutionary bloc is made up of peasant sectors subordinated to the new agrarian bourgeoisie, in addition, by urban artisanal sectors and some manufacturing sectors of the bourgeoisie. It is significant that, in the English Revolution, the hegemony of the revolutionary social force is the agricultural fraction of the aristocracy, transformed into a new bourgeoisie, which faced the former allied landowner aristocracy of some sectors of commercial capital. The revolutionary process develops in a very contradictory way and even. 199. Confused, whose result will not be an absolute victory of the bourgeoisie. Recall that it was the first bourgeois revolution. I even believe that the project to conquer power could not objectively be clearly formulated by the bourgeoisie. What it does is resolve the revolutionary process through a commitment, called Glorious Revolution, between the two great agricultural fractions, the landowner and bourgeois fraction. This commitment was favored by the bolts also of the landowner fraction that occurred throughout the 40 years of the English revolutionary process. In this way, we are going to have in the essential a bourgeois state that, however, keeps the old aristocracy in the process of a bourgs as the hegemonic force. That is what results in a particular form of bourgeois state, which was the constitutional monarchy with its division into two chambers, the House of Lords, where the landowner feudal aristocracy predominated, and the House of Commons, where the bourgeoisie was represented. The first stage of that state will be characterized by the predominance of the House of Lords. The subsequent process was the progressive transformation of the state from within, with the progressive predominance of the House of Commons. That state, then, has the peculiarity of responding essentially to the interests of the emerging bourgeoisie, but remaining in the hands of the feudal aristocracy. It is the aristocracy that provides paintings for the government, diplomacy, and the armed forces of the state. The bourgeois revolution in England develops in an impure and very complex way. In the German Revolution, what you have is a bourgeoisie that developed much later. In the 19th century an industrial bourgeoisie develops, within the framework of a feudal regime that had remained solid, with an eminently feudal state. In 1848 the bourgeoisie rises at the head of a popular bloc as in the French Revolution, but as it does in conditions of greater development of capitalism, the main force of that popular field is no longer the peasantry, as in France, but the proletariat, also having a great weight the small urban bourgeoisie. The result is that, in the course of the process, when the bourgeoisie tries to launch against the landowner to destroy the feudal regime and open the way to the development of capitalism, it finds that it has on its flank, pressing it, to the proletariat. In the middle of the road, the bourgeoisie turn, breaks the alliance with the social bloc, mainly with the proletariat, and allied with the landowner to repress it that was a much more dangerous enemy. The result of this is that capitalism will have 200. To develop in Germany in a feudal state framework, retaining the old privileges of the landowner, even the 20th century. As seen, only in these three cases, there is no model of bourgeois revolution in abstract. There are concrete revolutionary processes, through which, in a period of many years, the bourgeoisie is affirmed as a leading class, it is put at the head of the society of its time. I think it is worth pointing out the following. First, as a conclusion regarding capitalism, the transition to capitalism is already part of the capitalist era that begins with the 16th century. The moment in which the capital arises, in which the transition process of the feudal era to the capitalist era begins, transition that will only be completed, as we know, after the Industrial Revolution. However, all this period of beginning of capitalism is already the era of capital, as well as a child, since it is born is already a person and does not need to be an adult to be a person. From their childhood the phases of its development begin. Second, this process is characterized by the change in production relations, but, above all, it is characterized by violent class struggles, which correspond to the rise of the bourgeoisie to the foreground of history. In the capitalist era, when the bourgeoisie achieves its statement as a ruling class, the process becomes the era of bourgeois counter-revolution. But the bourgeois revolution is a series of processes that are made based on commitments and alliances, which correspond to the concrete conditions that each national bourgeoisie has to face to transform society and take power. Third, that the bourgeois revolution, as a historical process, implies opening the way to the development of capitalism. The struggle of the bourgeoisie, in the level of social struggle and political struggle, implies that this bourgeoisie is creating conditions for the capitalist production regime to expand and consolidate. What is going to manifest, ultimately, is a change of the property system. It is in the change of property system where we can measure if there really is a revolution, if one class is really replacing another. All kind corresponds to a property mode, and we see that in the bourgeois revolution in Europe, in the replacement of the old individual private property by the property. 201. Private capitalist. In such a way that talking about capitalism and bourgeois revolution is to talk about the same process under 2 points of view, it is talking about the change in property relationships and class struggle that makes this type of economic development possible. From this finding about the era of the bourgeois revolution, I wanted to advance on our central theme, the proletarian revolution. 2. The proletarian revolution has absolutely different features to the bourgeois revolution process. One of these features has to do with the conditions of the emergence of the new mode of production. We have seen that the bourgeoisie corresponds to the development of capitalism that arises within feudalism, nourishing in a certain way in another way of production, gaining strength as an economic relationship through trade, the conversion of artisanal production into manufacturing, etc., until having enough strength to shake of that skin that was narrow, break it and emerge in history with a full configuration. The proletariat, on the contrary, does not arise with the development of the socialist mode of production, but within a long period of capitalism. That is, the simple existence of the proletariat does not generate socialist relations. Under capitalism, the conditions that allow the emergence of socialism are developed, the proletariat develops, the concentration of the means of production, etc., but socialism cannot arise within capitalism, it must arise outside it, through a radical breakup. This aspect of the proletarian revolution is very important because of the fact that, in my view, there are the fundamental reasons for criticism of reformism. Reformism, in its different variants, believes that it is possible to develop socialist forms of production within capitalism and winning positions, simply transit from capitalist society to socialism. The truth is that everything that socialism tries to do within capitalism only reinforces capitalism and does not ensure in any way a socialist society. Socialist society can only arise from the rupture of capitalist society. The most advanced forms of state capitalism, which is what could closely approach socialism, have allowed the resurgence of private capital with much more force than before, consolidating capitalism in the back of the society to socialism. Think about the case of 202. Egypt with Nasser, that of Peru with Velasco Alvarado, state capitalism attempts that have led to reinforce capitalism and not vice versa. Banking is nationalized, foreign trade is nationalized, this is nationalized, the other is nationalized, but the problem of the socialist revolution is not resolved at all. Rather, these instruments are going to play in favor of the reinforcement of the bourgeoisie, while the bourgeois domination is maintained, as long as the proletarian revolution is not done. Another important difference between the proletarian revolution and the bourgeois revolution is that the latter is only possible based on a certain development of capitalist production relations. If capital does not have a certain degree of development, there is no bourgeoisie with sufficient force to consider power. In the case of the proletariat, its situation is different to the extent that the taking of power, or rather the proletarian revolution, is a condition for the emergence and development of socialism, and not vice versa. The bourgeois revolution is based on a certain development of capitalism. Without that development it is not possible. The proletarian revolution, vice versa, is the condition for the development of the new mode of production. These issues are important because they allow us to face otherwise the issues of the strategy and tactic of the proletarian revolution. The findings on these two ages, of the bourgeois revolution and the proletarian revolution, also interest us for their similarities. The first similarity is that, like the bourgeois revolution, the proletarian revolution is presented as a historical process. It develops in a long time space, involving different particular processes that have been presented to us so far as national processes. And nothing tells us that this can change in the short term. This allows us to observe the erroneous of the attempt to erect some particular forms in model for other revolutions. Because just as the French Revolution was taken as a model of bourgeois revolution, disqualifying as such any process that does not resemble that model, so the attempt to erect, for example, to the Russian Revolution as a model of the proletarian revolution, has also occurred in Marxism. Certain phenomena that were specific to the conditions in which the Russian proletariat made its revolution were taken as general laws of the proletarian revolution. 203. An example of a particular phenomenon of the Russian Revolution is what has been called the original socialist accumulation. The socialist original accumulation theory arises in the 20s and is retaken by Stalin for the implementation of its 5-year plans. The basic idea of this theory is that, in a very backward country as Russia, it is necessary to promote the development of the accumulation of means of production, productive resources, which allow the leap to a stage of superior industrialization, reinforcing in that process the working class. In a backward country, in an agricultural country, this is costing the expropriation of the peasants. Peasants have to load with most of the cost of the original socialist accumulation. You know that in the USSR this was done in a brutal way, especially through the forced collectivization made by Stalin in the 30s. The collectivization was practically a civil war within the revolutionary process, an armed confrontation with the peasants, who were forced to give their surpluses, their lands. The collectivization and reorganization of agriculture was also expressed in a violent internal struggle within the party, which ended with the liquidation of the old Bolshevik Guard, with the Moscow processes of 1935 to 36. The last great leaders of the Bolshevik Party, who had not been displaced at the time of the fight against Trotskyism, were simply eliminated, were executed. The most notable of them was, as you know, Bucharin, who otherwise opposed the thesis of original socialist accumulation. This particular phenomenon of the Russian Revolution was preserved for some time as a general law of the construction of socialism in backward countries. But if we observe the construction of socialism, for example in Cuba, we find that there is no socialist native accumulation in that way. There was no such confrontations with the farmer. In general, in Cuba, socialist development was not done at the cost of the sacrifices of the peasants. On the contrary, they obtained a series of advantages. And what does that mean? That it is not a socialist revolution. What happens is that in the Cuban Revolution the relations of the social classes were very different. The peasantry was another type of peasantry, in most composed of agricultural workers who were also not the most important sector, from the point of view of production. In addition, to make the leap or initiate the construction of socialism, Cuba had the support of the resources of the socialist field, and in particular of the USSR, becoming indirectly benefiting from the original socialist accumulation that occurred there. This 204. It shows that what they took as a general law of socialist construction in backward countries, until the 60s, was absolutely uncertain. It is no law but a particularity of the Russian Revolution, which is due to the conditions of the class struggle, national or international, in which that revolution is born. Another similarity between the proletarian revolution and the bourgeois revolution, which derives from the previous one, is due to the fact that the proletarian revolutions, due to the internal and external conditions in which they are made, assume an absolutely specific configuration within the general framework that we call the era of the proletarian revolution. The conditions of the classes, the alliances, etc., through which the proletariat drives and directs the revolutionary process is what gives a distinctive seal to each revolution. The proletarian revolution, such as the bourgeois revolution, was thus constituted of impure processes, that is, not determined on the basis of an abstract, ideal model. The proletarian revolution, such as the bourgeois revolution, has the characteristic of being a universal process, in the sense that, when the era of bourgeois revolutions opens, all the great social movements, all the revolutions that are being done, assume such character, although in the country in question could be discussed if there were bourgeoisie or not. Why? Because capitalism had already been affirmed as an international system, and the bases on which economic relations tend to turn are the interests of capital. In this regard, there is a very interesting Marx text, in which it refers to the slave oligarchy of the southern United States, the slaves of the exploitation of cotton. In this text, Marx says the following: the one that to the owners of plantations of America, that is, the United States, not only we call them capitalists but that they are, although they are slaves, it is based on the fact that they exist as an anomaly within the world market based on free work. What does that mean? That this slave economy behaves based on the law on gain and plusvalia, and that is because international laws are imposed within that particular economy, which exists as anomalous capitalism. That means that if capital is imposed, as a worldwide economic regime, the process of revolutions that is happening is focused around the general movement of the bourgeois revolution. Now, once capitalist relations are widespread worldwide and, therefore, develop the 205 proletariat in its different urban and agrarian forms, once also widespread a system of counter-revolutionary domination, opposite to the interests of the masses, there can be no authentic revolutionary process that is not registered within the proletarian revolution process. It is true what Che Guevara said, that in the current conditions or a socialist revolution is made or a revolution cartoon is have. And that leads us to that we can affirm that the impure processes of Angola and Mozambique revolution, not to say Cuba or Nicaragua, are part of the proletarian revolution process. Those are the processes through which the revolution of our time is being carried out, and we do not gain anything in denying the character of proletarian revolution. For analysis we have to start from what are the internal and external conditions of the class struggle in each revolution, what are the specific forms they assume. That does teach and enriches revolutionary theory. From this some consequences are derived. The first of these is that proletarian or socialist revolution processes cannot be prosecuted in the light of what socialism should be, abstract, deduced from some manuals, and less than what communism should be, a very frequent error in critics of socialism. The situation reaches a point of cartoon that today is spoken of contempt, mocking, calling him real socialism. The truth is that there is no other socialism than real, others are abstract, imaginary, ideal, ghostic. But socialism really exists, and that is what interests us. Putting it in quotes, treating it with mockery, does not help anything, does not make us move on a step in the understanding of the story. On the other hand, some authors, also critics of socialism, refuse to call socialist societies socialists and prefer to call them post-capitalist societies. We could leave it that way, but that does not clarify the nature of those societies well. Because if I refer to societies that arise in the 17th century and I say that they are post-feudal societies, that may be true, but I no longer know what kind of societies they are. I know they are not feudal, but I don't know what they are. What we cannot lose sight of is that socialism is a period of transition, and as such it is loaded with an inheritance that receives from capitalist society, so it is full of impurities and deformations. The central problem for us is another character, is to know if the process that 206 it is developing or not has a socialist central tendency that leads to the change in production relations, mode of production, class domination. On the other hand, a second conclusion is that the proletarian revolution marks the promotion of the proletariat to power, but that ascent is given through struggles, alliances, commitments of the most varied nature, according to the concrete conditions in which the proletariat is in each country and in each era. I believe that such rare situations, such as those pointed out with England, in which we have a bourgeois revolution that keeps the feudal aristocracy at the state, should not be surprised if they presented a regression process. I think that, with some variance, that situation has been present in China at some times when at the head of the revolution is the peasantry, even, sometimes we find that the bureaucracy rises. It is a struggle that develops, in my view, within the period of transition to communism, within socialism. I believe that some categories of the bourgeois revolution could be studied with a new vision to try to explain certain phenomena that occur in socialism, because about socialism there is great poverty in the study. It seems as if people get a bit in the face of socialism problems, and it is in favor or is against, applaud or shuffle, but analyzes little. For the analysis of socialism, Marxism presents limitations that it does not have to present, if the Marxists were more creators in their analysis process. Finally, we said that, in order for one to confirm that it is facing a socialist process, the key issue of any revolution is the issue of property. In my view, the element that ensures that we are in a new era, that we are entering a different stage of humanity, it is undoubtedly the passage of private capitalist property to social collective property. Today, what we see is the fundamentally state collective property, what is due to the problems of the state itself, the non-disappearance of the state, its reinforcement. Those are problems to study better when facing the problem of socialist societies. 207. In sum, I believe that socialism can only be understood if we open to history, to reality, we get rid of the ideas made, of the formulas, of the models, and we contemplate socialism as a historical era, as a historical process that always occurs in a contradictory way, with advances and setbacks in a not very clean way, sometimes quite dirty, always impure. This is the story. It is not done beautifully, it is not done as in the cinema. In addition, understand that we are living a change, a new era, a transition phase. Today, in the world we cannot find communist societies while capitalism continues to exist, especially with the force it has today. What we have are socialist revolutions with the characteristics of impurity, of heterodoxy, which each of these processes can have. 3. In this regard, the points that I am going to try to develop now are the following. 1. The Latin American Revolution, being part of the process of the world's socialist and proletarian revolution, begins to outline an original contribution to the proletarian revolution. This contribution does not imply in anything to break the general framework of the proletarian revolution, which in my view is constituted by two fundamental elements: the control of the economy with the collectivization of the means of production and the construction of a new state with new forms of democracy. 2. The fact that the Latin American Revolution is giving this type of original contribution is not simply the result of an act of will, but of the pressure of the objective factors that operate on the Latin American Revolution. 3. The fact that new elements arise in Latin American revolutionary processes, regarding the processes that preceded them, confirms the idea that the proletarian revolution is done as a historical process and, as its development is fulfilled, it also finds better conditions to achieve its objectives. In the same way as the development of the bourgeois revolution was giving increasingly developed bourgeois societies, the historical process of the socialist revolution is also creating better conditions for its own development. 208. This vision of the socialist revolution as a historical process allows us, in a way, to overcome the traditional confrontation between reform and revolution, between gradual change and violent change, between parliamentary methods and armed struggle, etc. Analyzing reality, social changes, revolutions are not made uninterrupted, but pass through periods of ruptures, Sudden changes that express the displacements of classes, the change of one class in power by another. The reforms are carried out under the domination of the old class, expressing the conditions that the revolutionary class has to start these reforms to the ruling class, therefore express a process of accumulation of forces of the revolutionary class, but they do not radically change the situation between the two classes, that is, it maintains the current domination scheme. But different are the reforms that the revolutionary class once implies that she holds power, because it does so from a new class domination. Through this approach it is possible to dissipate certain confusion always raised by reformism. For example, in the case of Chile, the idea that it was possible to reach a radical change through an accumulation of reforms, without contemplating what the taking of power and the possibility of making much more radical changes from power meant. That approach led to enormous confusion between what was the taking of power and transition tasks. Transition tasks can only be fulfilled from power, through imposed reforms and not through rolled reforms. On the other hand, the strength of the international bourgeoisie intervenes, and that the Chilean case showed it very clearly. Therefore, although the proletarian revolution processes have a national framework, the bourgeoisie, which is an internationalized class, has conditions to stay in power, even when the correlation of internal forces is unfavorable at a given time. This idea leads us to reflect that if there was a change in the correlation of forces at the international level, which put capitalism in the position of inferiority against socialism, the possibilities of relatively peaceful revolutions would open at the national level. But such a situation is practically impossible while the bourgeoisie remains dominant force at the international level. However, the Latin American Revolution has been carried out within a framework of international relations in which capitalism remains the dominant system and the bourgeoisie the ruling class worldwide. However, a set of factors that constitute elements of 209. Pressure on Latin American revolutionary processes, forcing new forms of transition to socialism. Among those factors that press the Latin American insurrection process, defining or favoring, but forcing it to be carried out by new paths, I want to mention in the first place the state of the relationship of forces between capitalism and socialism, and the changes that have been observed there. These changes arise, in the first place, from a reinforcement of the socialist field on the military, practically achieving a military balance, and, secondly, from a process of expansion of socialism, which has been accelerating and that has made notable advances particularly in the 70s. This situation has been working to modify the relationship of forces at the international level, putting difficulties to military intervention solutions that break the balance between the fields. This process of changing the relationship of international forces, in military equilibrium conditions, is characterized by a capacity for dynamism and expansion of socialism much greater than that of the capitalist world. Closely linked to that, we verify the rise and change of quality of revolutionary movements in the capitalist periphery. After World War II, these were expressed as decolonization movements, which did not mobilize the set of social forces based on radical and social objectives, but were processes, to some extent, negotiation with the metropolis. The most typical case is, perhaps, that of India. Not being movements for rupture of colonial and dependence ties, they were limited to the possibility of changes in the correlation of forces within those countries, changes in class alliances and class domination. In the next stage, those periphery movements already assumed a more radical character of confrontation, involved broad mobilizations of working masses and in particular peasants. We talk about the national liberation movements of the end of the 50s and early 60s. There the typical case is that of Algeria, which already implies important social changes, but it is not a more radical process of proletarian revolution and stagnates for a long period, which is to lose ground or tend to go back. 210. Finally, we find a third form of the rise in revolutionary movements in those countries, which leads to the rupture not only of colonial ties but also of the same social structure and the relations of class domination, which thus links the national liberation process to the socialist process. In this way, national liberation is part of the proletarian revolution process. The most typical cases are that of Cuba and Vietnam, and those that follow in the 70s, such as Angola and Mozambique. Almost all liberation movements took that form, except for Iran that has very particular conditions. There are other cases of decolonization, such as Belize and Suriname, although there are not the liberation movements themselves. But the dominant form of mass movements in dependent and colonial countries is that of its integration into the process of the proletarian revolution, which in fact arises in the 60s and is affirmed in the course of the 70s. Finally, a third factor that affects the correlation of forces worldwide is the crisis of capitalism. That crisis, in addition to the factors that has been producing, social, economic, political, seems to be more than a simple capitalist crisis. It seems to be indicating a change of period in the evolution of capitalism, a change similar to that which occurred at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, expressing itself in the displacement of capitalist hegemony of Great Britain, the United States and Germany, with its effects of First and Second World Wars and the emergence of socialism. Between 1930 to 40 this displacement process ends with the full hegemony of the United States, and in a way the expansion of socialism is frozen for a period. In that phase of the years 1930 to 40 a new element arises, which has been developing from the previous phase and that in this new stage will acquire its full expression, the revolutionary movements in the dependent and colonial countries. The 70s and what goes from 80 are indicating the opening to a new period with the decline of American hegemony in the capitalist field and a progressive loss of the positions of capitalism with respect to socialism, with respect to the process of the proletarian revolution. There is a key element for this change in the correlation of forces to be given. A more important element than inter-imperialist contradictions and the development of the socialist field is the revolutionary movement of the capitalist periphery that, emerging in the transit of a 211 period to another, at this time it seems to be the most important factor, the most dynamic, the most decisive, to definitively dump the correlation of forces worldwide and open a new stage, in which imperialism really becomes the weakest force in the worldwide correlation of forces. If that occurred, made that until now we do not know, it would open the possibility of a faster expansion of the proletarian revolution and the possibility that it was given by peaceful means in certain areas. If this tendency to change the correlation of forces is confirmed, imperialism would be forced to a less aggressive, much more subtle and diplomatic policy aimed at ensuring some interests. I believe that there are already some signs that announce this possible change in imperialist policy. One of them is Carter's policy, in the first 2 years of government. The enormous weakness that the United States has at that time, when leaving the Vietnam War and other factors such as Watergate, etc., expressed in those first 2 years in a more subtle policy, more careful to ensure its interests, but by means other than those that imperialism normally uses and that Carter once again used in the second half of his period, and that intensifies with Reagan. Another sign of a possible change in imperialist policy, which would announce a new stage for the socialist revolution, may be European policy in general, but in particular the European social democracy policy regarding the revolutionary movements that are being developed worldwide. A second order of factors that operate in the sense of modifying international conditions, in which the Latin American Revolution is carried out, is the growing economic exchange between the socialist field and the capitalist countryside. We know that a key element of the development of socialism is in the development of productive forces, that it is not possible to advance in what Marx called the kingdom of freedom without an appreciable development of the productive forces, which are freeing humanity from the most difficult problems of subsistence. But this element is also important from a more immediate point of view, in the change in the relations of forces between the two fields. Due to the great development of productive forces in the capitalist countryside, the search to solve this problem in socialist countries is to establish economic relations with the capitalist countryside through the world market. In the last 20 years, various solutions have been presented to this problem. Among the solutions, 212. Leftist highlights, of course, the Chinese situation in the phase of the Cultural Revolution, the denial of technology, the attempt to build socialism based on small urban production units. That Chinese rejection, partly exposed by difficult circumstances to establish relations with the capitalist field and even with the most advanced countries in the socialist field, are an example of the leftist solutions. But more serious and dramatic, with much more sinister results, it is the case of Kampuchea under Pol Pot. This case left a balance, if I'm not mistaken, 3 million dead. It was a really sinister experience of trying to build a peasant socialism with the depopulation of cities. More recently we have right-wing solutions, that is, in which socialist countries open to wide doors to the world market, to investments, even accepting cultural patterns and development patterns of capitalism. The most dramatic case of right-wing solutions is undoubtedly that of Poland, with the external debt it has, with the economic crisis that lives, with the stimulus to internal consumption and the political problems we all know. That is, if we understand that for the development of socialism the development of productive forces plays a clear role and that it is not possible to solve that problem without a certain link to the world market, we have to think that socialist countries have to walk on the edge of the knife, avoiding falling towards one end or to the other. The development of productive forces cannot be taken as an objective in itself, but understood from the perspective of subordination to the objectives of socialism, that it has to effectively serve for the development of society, to raise the levels of welfare of the mass simultaneously avoiding deviations, the dangers for communism. These problems are presented as an endemic evil in almost all socialist economies today, because it has not been able to face the problem from a point of view, I would say, ideological cultural, that is, a real change of people's consumption patterns, which corresponds to a change of mentality. Today, seeing the lessons of history, seeing the situation of China, Kampuchea, and Poland, seeing the importance of the capitalist market, it is obligation to put a great emphasis on the ideological, political, and cultural development of the masses, within the framework of the revolutionary processes. I think that concern is present in all socialist countries, but will have to. 213. Being present with much more force in countries such as Nicaragua, given the conditions it has. I think that Sandinistas have faced it very well, but the ideological and cultural problem remains a particularly difficult matter for Nicaragua. A third line of pressures that experience the revolutions that are being made, and those that are going to be done in Latin America, comes from the lessons of history in regard to the instruments that can be used for the construction of socialism. I mean that today a socialist revolution has to be much more political than economic. Nicaragua is an example in that sense. More important than nationalizations are the development of popular power, the mobilization of the masses, the institutionalization of their organizations to, from there, be able to determine the course of economic evolution and not simply through nationalizations and control of the state apparatus. This problem was raised quite evident in the last period of the Chilean process, which had just taken another path. He had put his hopes more in nationalizations than in popular power, to solve the transition problem. In Chile it was clear that the idea of nationalizations does not ensure at all the popular power, the power of the masses, rather, there was the confrontation of the state and a part of the left against the organisms of popular power that arose. On the other hand, external and internal economic difficulties forced to maintain different forms of property in the transition process, then expressing the relations of the different classes. Real political pluralism is based on the existence of different forces integrated in the broad class alliance, within which the revolutionary forces move. On the other hand, this pluralism is also due to the type of pressures and supports that the revolutionary process receives from the international level, based on the changes that occur in imperialist politics. In the specific case of Nicaragua it is clearly observed that political pluralism is not the result of an act of will, but of the concrete conditions of the relationship of classes, internal and external, which press the revolutionary process. In my view, Nicaraguans have had several times the temptation to advance in the nationalization process beyond what conditions allow it, which would lead to greatly restrict the margin in which pluralism is exercised. In Nicaragua, the coexistence of different forms of property, the correlation of forces. 214. International, etc., are the concrete conditions in which the revolutionary process has to be developed. Other revolutions had not had those same conditions, rather they had to move in an inverse sense. In other cases, in order to carry out the revolutionary process, the condition had been to ensure a very centralized conduction in the party and in the state. However, so that, in the current conditions of the relationship, one may think that revolutionary processes will crystallize in a new form of transit that we could call revolutionary mass democracy, is required first and as a basic condition that the state has been conquered. And the fundamental element for the taking of power is that the revolutionaries have their own military force, with their own army. This is the condition without which the masses' revolutionary democracy cannot even imagine. Because the revolutionary processes are still in conditions of greater force of the international bourgeoisie, therefore, that induced weight of the internal bourgeoisie can only be counteracted with the force of weapons. If they wonder what is important in Nicaraguan experience, and that seems to be important in the Salvadoran experience, because in the first place, there would be the fact that they have been able to build their own army. Secondly, that the use of the state is not so much to make nationalizations, but for the development of the organization of the masses and the expansion of popular power organisms. And that has to be so because the power that revolutionaries hold is threatened by the existence of a very diversified class alliance, due to the fact that they have to rely on international elements that even become imperialism. And thirdly, that in those countries, Nicaragua, El Salvador, broad national fronts that imply much more rich diversity of class alliances have been effectively built that have only been able to make those fronts on the basis of a revolutionary unit. Without that element of unity, the revolutionary policy is not ensured. In this sense, if one sees the form that the political system assumed, the system of political forces, in preceding revolutions, we observe very interesting changes that are responding to the historical conditions in which the revolutions are carried out. 215. In the case of the USSR, for example, we have the experience of a unique party, even if it was not initially the intention of V. Lenin. Lenin did not have great interest in a unique party, rather sought a form of multiparty, but internal and international conditions will not allow that. The pressure of imperialism, the resistance capacity of the internal bourgeoisie and international infiltration, are so great that they force the revolutionary process to quickly march towards a centralization of force, as an element to counteract the threat of counter-revolution. If, for example, we take the case of popular democracies of Eastern Europe, we found that the idea of multipartiness remained present. But the conditions under which the socialist state is implementing, the conditions of the Cold War, led to party alliances to express purely formal class alliances, without content. In the case of Poland, we know that there is a party of the little bourgeoisie, a peasant party, and there is Pope, but in reality the other two never had any existence and always the power was concentrated in the hands of the POUP, with the problems that evidently creates the excessive centralization of power and control. In the Cuban case, during the first phase of the revolution, a rather alive dialectic was maintained between the different party forces and between what was the Communist Party and the July 26 movement. However, there also reached the formation of a unique party. In part, this can be explained by the conditions of enormous hostility in which Cuba had to ensure power, but also because of the Soviet influence that favored such a solution. If we contemplate the Nicaraguan experience, we will see a different situation. We have that the problem of the revolutionary unit is solved in the FSLN through the union of the three trends, but even before the triumph of the revolution it is about forming a broad front, which is the patriotic front. This front is maintained even after the power and will lead to the formation of a party system, which the facts themselves are forcing to revitalize even when sometimes it weakens. If we take the case of El Salvador, the situation is not different, that is, The FDR includes a series of matches, and we have that the FMLN corresponds to other alliances that prefigure what the Revolutionary Party must be, in the future. Here, everything also indicates that the conditions in which the revolutionaries can succeed are forced, even, to a greater commitment to maintain a broad system of alliances, perhaps much broader than in the Nicaraguan experience. 216. In conclusion, the change of the correlation of international forces, on the one hand, favors the revolutionary process in Latin America, but, on the other, he presses, forcing much more pluralistic and democratic driving ways and a more gradual process of the transformation of the social structure, particularly of the collectivization process. The only way to ensure the revolutionary process is to have its own military force and a masses revolutionary movement, to have popular power. That is the only way to compensate for the pressures that the revolutionary process constantly suffers and that force concessions that, at any time, could divert the route from the revolutionary process. Under the current conditions, it is possible to save the cost of a forced collectivization based on a certain negotiation and a certain commitment, as long as two key elements are ensured, military force and popular power. From there, we can consider that the problem of socialism is not in the development of productive forces, but in proletarian democracy, which implies a real presence of the masses in the control of the economy and that ensures, on the political level, the control of power and a revolutionary line. I believe that the conditions we have today will give a different socialism than we have met. 217. The question of the state in class struggles in Latin America. 109. Introduction. The historical stage that has been opened in recent years, in Latin America, is putting again in the center of ideological discussion the question of the relationship between socialist struggle and democratic struggle. This is because, after the violent forms assumed by the bourgeois and imperialist counter-revolution in the continent, following the Cuban Revolution, the Latin American political process has suffered an inflection, already noticeable at the end of 1976, which leads it to the channel of democratization. Under these conditions, the left forces have been confronted with a new situation. Indeed, in the above conditions, the simple fact of being at the forefront of the resistance against the counter-revolutionary regimes, usually military dictatorships, immediately turned them into interpreters of the political aspirations of the broad masses, particularly when bourgeois dissidents were raised with extreme shyness before the bloc in power, not managing to leave the framework of the counter-revolution. However, when the tendency to democratization is configured, the left has not only begun to lose the monopoly of the democratic struggle, in the face of programmatic definition that expresses the strategic interests of this class, which naturally point to socialism, and the link with which, while also being of the working class, they relieve other classes and class fractions, registering rather in the struggle for democracy. The touchstone of the dialectical relationship between both lines of action is undoubtedly the conception of state and its relationship with society. It is from there that the strategy that the left forces must propose, to arrive at the articulation of these lines is derived. It is not, therefore, accidental that the question of the state is becoming the ideological issue par excellence in Latin America, as has happened provided that the class struggles are exacerbated within bourgeois societies. The more than the political reflection of the Latin American left had already been oriented towards it, after the impact caused by the Chilean experience, and that it must do it even more determined from the moment when the Nicaraguan Revolution, with its radical method of destruction of the dictatorial state, has reactuated it. Finally, the discussions that are being verified among the Marxist forces of Europe have revealed that the question of the state does not only concern the strategy for taking power, but that it exceeds it, affecting the entire process of transformation that follows, that is, directly determining the form and content of the socialist transition. I do not intend here, to exhaust all the instances of the discussion that is currently carried out around the state of the state in Latin America. My contribution to this discussion points only to unveiling the nature of the state that emerged from the Latin American counter-revolution, that is, the character of the state structure that undersides military dictatorships, and the specificity of the different projects, and therefore, of the social forces that support them, which converge in the general tendency to democratization. In the conclusions, I will try to get some of the implications that seem more relevant to the future of socialist struggle in our countries out of that analysis. The Latin American counter-revolution and the state conquest of power by the proletariat is a complex process, which does not automatically correspond to the loss of power by the bourgeoisie. Rather, the historical experience shows us that the proletarian revolution prolongs its democratic stage, that is, of the constitution of a social force hegemonized by the working class, unique solid base for the dictatorship of the proletariat, and, therefore, for the socialist transition, beyond the overthrow of the bourgeoisie as a ruling class. It is possible to conjecture about the implications that said revolutionary social force be constituted before the taking of power by the working class. Undoubtedly, it would be shortened, or even unnecessary, the democratic base of the victorious revolution, to this point the thesis of Eurocommunism. But, and this is true particularly for Latin America, where the only triumphant socialist revolution, the Cuban, has followed that pattern, which also seems to be imposed today on the Nicaraguan revolutionary process, the democratic stage of the revolution. 219. Proletarian tends to extend until after the destruction of the bourgeois state, and is precisely that destruction that allows to develop fully to the revolutionary social force and be carried out, then peacefully, the passage of the process to its socialist stage. Classic revolutionary experiences, such as Soviet or China, do not deny, but confirm this assertion. It is for this reason that the central issue of the socialist struggle revolves around the destruction of the bourgeois state, which, so we point out, does not constitute a specifically socialist problem, but rather configures the democratic issue that the revolutionary proletariat must solve. That apparent paradox has no possibility of resolution if the struggle of the working class for the taking of power does not clearly define the character of the state against which combat, that is, the nature of the class domination that corresponds to it and the real structure by which the dominant class operates. Only in this way is it possible to consider the issue of class alliances and, therefore, to the extent that it is its consequence, of the construction of the revolutionary social force. It is not enough, therefore, to the Latin American left to refer to revolutionary general theory to deal with the problem of the relationship between democratic struggle and socialist struggle, which must solve today, but it is essential to analyze specifically the state that the bourgeois and imperialist counter-revolution has stood up in the continent. The three slopes of the counter-revolution. Let's start considering the counter-revolution. In its trigger process, we can distinguish three aspects. As we will see later, that process not only generated military dictatorships, but also affected states that did not assume that form. In this sense, the first effect of the action of these factors is not so much the Brazilian coup of 1964, as it is sustained, but the modifications presented by the Venezuelan state from 1959, under the Betancourt government. 220. The first aspect of the Latin American counter-revolution is the change in American global strategy, which intervenes in the late 50s, and early 60s, and which is decidedly implemented by the Kennedy government. Its main motivation is the fact that the United States, as the undisputed head of the capitalist countryside, is faced with a series of revolutionary processes in different parts of the world, such as Algeria, Congo, Cuba, Vietnam, that show different results but that make the world structure of imperialist domination tremble. This is accompanied by the modification of the balance of power between the United States and the Soviet Union, which implies a greater balance between them. All this leads to the change of the American strategic approach, which goes from the contemplation of a massive and global response, in a direct confrontation with the USSR, to that of a flexible response, capable of facing the revolutionary challenge wherever it will be presented. The new American strategy has several consequences, including modifications to the military level, with emphasis for example in mass transportation and conventional forces, the creation of special bodies trained in the background, such as the Green Berets, and the reinforcement of national armies, what McNamara in his book The Essence of Security called indigenous people in uniform, through training and armament programs. But the most significant, for what interests us here, is the formulation of counterinsurgency doctrine, which establishes a line of confrontation to revolutionary movements to develop in three planes: annihilation, conquer of social bases, and institutionalization. It should highlight three aspects of the doctrine of counterinsurgency. First, its very conception of politics. Counterinsurgency is the application to the political struggle of a military approach. Normally, in bourgeois society, the political struggle is intended to defeat the opponent, but it continues to exist as a defeated element and can even act as an opposition force. The counterinsurgency, in a perspective similar to that of fascism, sees the opponent as the enemy that not only should be defeated but annihilated, that is to say destroyed, which implies seeing the class struggle as war and entails, then, the adoption of a tactic and military struggle methods. 221. Second, counterinsurgency considers the revolutionary movement as something alien to the society in which it develops. Consequently, it sees the revolutionary process as a subversion caused by an infiltration of the enemy. The revolutionary movement is, therefore, something like a virus, the agent infiltrated from the outside that causes a tumor, a cancer, which must be removed, that is, eliminated, suppressed, annihilated. Also here it approaches the fascist doctrine. Third, counterinsurgency, when pretending to restore the health of the infected social body, that is, of bourgeois society under its liberal parliamentary political organization, the restoration of bourgeois democracy is explicitly proposed, after the period of exception that represents the period of war. Unlike fascism, counterinsurgency does not call in any time the validity of bourgeois democracy, it only raises its limitation or suspension during the annihilation campaign. Through the reconquest of social bases it is therefore left to the institutionalization phase, which is seen as full restoration of bourgeois democracy. The second aspect of Latin American counter-revolution is the structural transformation of Creole bourgeoisies, which tends to translate into modifications of the dominant political bloc. The objective basis of this phenomenon is the imperialist integration of the production systems that are verified in Latin America, or more exactly, the integration of Latin American production systems into the imperialist system, through direct investments of foreign capital, technological subordination, and financial penetration. This leads to the fact that, in the course of the 50s, and even more of the 60s, arise and develop a monopolistic bourgeoisie, closely linked to the imperialist bourgeoisie, especially American. The imperialist integration corresponds, together with the superexploitation of work, to the accentuation of the centralization of capital and the proletarianization of the bourgeoisie. For this reason, he sharpens the class struggle and aims to break the scheme of alliances adopted until then by the bourgeoisie, both because of the contradictions between their monopolistic and non-monopolistic fractions, as due to the struggle that is made between the bourgeoisie as a whole and the little bourgeoisie, which ends up pushing it towards the search for alliances with the proletariat and the peasant. 222. The result of this process is the breakup, the abandonment of what had been, until then, the norm in Latin America, the populist state, that is, the state of the entire bourgeoisie, which favored the accumulation of all its fractions. Instead, a new state is created, which is fundamentally concerned with the interests of monopolistic, national, and foreign fractions, and therefore establishes selective mechanisms to favor its accumulation. The other bourgeois fractions must subordinate to the monopolistic bourgeoisie, leaving its development in strict dependence on the dynamism that monopolistic capital achieves, while the bourgeoisie linked to the initiatives and dynamism of the monopolistic bourgeoisie. The third aspect of the Latin American counter-revolution is the rise of the mass movement to which the bourgeoisie must face, in the course of the 60s. That movement had been developing since the previous decade, the Bolivian Revolution of '52, the Guatemalan of the period 44 to 54, the very radicalization of populist movements in different countries, had their first culminating point with the Cuban Revolution. This particularly influences the small intellectual layers, which crossed, as we saw, a period of readjustment in their relationships with the bourgeoisie, accentuating their displacement towards the popular field. There the peasant movement gains increasing importance, as a new labor movement develops, product of the new proletariat created by the industrialization of the preceding decades. It is, in short, that broad mass movement, which breaks into the gaps of the system of domination created by the fracture of the bloc in power, and that affects the sense of aggravating the existing contradictions there, which explains the violent reaction of the bourgeoisie and imperialism, that is, the counter-revolution that is then unleashed in the continent. 223. Counter-revolution and counterinsurgency. Let us briefly examine how that counter-revolution is carried out and where it conducts, that it cannot be mechanically identified with European fascism, even as it is a specific way of bourgeois counter-revolution and collects from it its general characteristic, the resource by the victorious fraction to state terrorism to bend to its opponents, from rival fractions to, and especially, the working class. Roughly, the Latin American counter-revolution begins with a period of destabilization, during which the reactionary forces try to group around the whole of the bourgeoisie and to sow in the popular movement the division, the distrust in their forces and in their leaders. It continues through a coup d'état, carried out by the armed forces, and is resolved with the establishment of a military dictatorship. Latin American concrete societies impose on each of those moments their particular seal. In the preparation phase of the coup or destabilization, fascist features are observed, but these are secondary. Through propaganda, verbal and even physics intimidation, which can imply the use of armed bands, the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie seeks to demoralize the popular movement and gain strength, adding allies and neutralizing sectors. However, because they are societies based on the superexploitation of work, in no case has conditions to gather sufficient forces to politically defeat the popular movement. It does not even reach the structuring of a political party. It is interesting to observe that where fascist struggle methods were used with more abundance, that is, in Argentina, significant sectors of the left deny that a fascist counter-revolution has occurred. However, the counter-revolutionary forces never reach a clear political triumph, but need to use force to make the state and use it to their benefit. State terrorism, as a method of confrontation with the popular movement, intensifies precisely because this movement is intact and often apparently strong, at the time when the counter-revolutionary fractions manage to fully subordinate the state apparatus, not having suffered a previous process of defeats, which in fascism could be expressed, as in Germany, in the electoral level. 224. This characteristic of the Latin American counter-revolution derives from the impossibility in which the monopolistic bourgeoisie finds you to attract significant sectors of the popular movement to its field. Unlike European fascism, which was able to drag the wide small bourgeois masses and to bite even the proletariat, winning there a certain degree of support between unemployed workers and even activity in activity, the monopolistic bourgeoisie in Latin America cannot pretend to gather true mass strength, which allows it to face politically, at the polls and in the streets, to the popular movement. For this reason, the restoration of the conditions of operation of the state apparatus is given as a goal, even if it is temporarily, to be able to act for its benefit. This implies solving the bourgeois unit, removing the bloc in power as it was before its fracture, and restoring, even if it is limited, that is, dividing it, its alliance relations with the little bourgeoisie. On this basis, the state can enter to set the class struggle, through the open intervention of the ultimate instrument of defense of bourgeois power, the armed forces. These are, then, the true objective of the destabilization policy practiced by the bourgeoisie and not, as in fascism, the conquest of a political force of its own superior to that of the revolutionary movement. And that is why we find another peculiar feature in the Latin American counter-revolution regarding fascism, the ideological discourse of defense of bourgeois democracy, that is, of the bourgeois state, vice versa of its denial, as stated by fascist movements. It is these specific conditions that lead to the Latin American counter-revolution can express itself, in the ideological and also strategic level, in the doctrine of counterinsurgency. By privileging the armed forces as a central element of their strategy, the monopolistic bourgeoisie is conferring to that special device of the state the mission of solving the problem. It is, then, going from the land of politics to the war. To the extent that it is with armed forces already ideologically prepared, by the counterinsurgency doctrine, for the fulfillment of that task and to apply a military approach to the political struggle, the counter-revolutionary will of the bourgeoisie and the will to be developed in the armed forces are resolved in a single process. These go beyond the coup d'état and proceed to the implementation of the military dictatorship. If, from the point of view of classical bourgeois doctrine, they are the body of the state, they now become their head.